Welcome to the Walk West Podcast Marathon, brought to you by the Walk West Content Studio. Today, we are introducing you to our new content studio, and we're so excited to have 11 podcasts back to back to back. It's going to be a wild day, some business podcasts, some health podcasts. We even have a reality TV podcast. Let me go over the lineup real quick. We've got A Year and a Day, Divorce Without Destruction with Jaime Davis. We've got Life Science Solutions with Chris Adkins. We've got Weight and Metabolism with Dr. Deepthi Sharma. We've got Rob Has a Podcast with Survivor legend and podcasting legend Rob Sesternino. We've got Orange Tea. We've got Triangle's Tweener Talks. We've got AI Voice or Victim. We've got Founder Shares talking about a $175 million exit. And I think I've got them all, but I'm not quite sure. That was maybe 10. We've got 11 of them. I'm Jason Gillikin, the VP of Audience Growth at Walk West. And with me today is baseball mom, founder of Her Collective, author of Glass Ceilings and Sticky Floors, host of the Glass Ceilings and Sticky Floors podcast, and Chief People Officer at Walk West, Erica Rooney. How's it going, Erica?
Woo, woo. Well, first of all, I am impressed that you had all of that in the head, ready to go this early in the morning. 11 podcasts live here in the studio. It's going to be just an incredible high energy day.
Yeah, I'm so excited for it. And so as a Chief People Officer, I have a question for you.
Okay.
It's a very important question. And we're live. So, and we're on for 8 hours in a row. So with it being a live mic, sometimes you say not so smart things on podcasts. How do I not get fired today?
That's a great question. Let's keep it in the line. Listen, I don't have my worries about you. We are going to be great. Keep it clean, keep it together, keep it tight, and keep it to the timelines, right? Our podcast crew has set strict timelines, and I'm telling you, if you don't stick to them, that's probably how you get fired.
That's right.
That's all I can say.
Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody who's been involved in this. So thanking the crew. Like, I had this crazy idea a long time ago, and the crew was like, yes, let's go for it. So many emails back and forth, so many things to schedule, so much prep work involved. And we have an awesome team that was able to pull this all together.
So what you're saying is your team is just as crazy as you are.
Yes.
But in all good ways.
Yes.
Because the lineup that we have today, I do think the one that you missed, and I'm laughing, is Amplify by Jess Extra. There we go. That's the 11th podcast, but we are going to nail them all today. It is going to be a marathon of the day. We hope you stick with us for, I'd say, the entire day. But if you need to take a little break, don't worry. You can catch the recordings.
That's right. I also want to thank our sponsors. So thank you to NCFC. So NCFC and NCFC Courage, Boys and Girls Club of Wake County, and then RDU Airport. So thank you to our sponsors, and thank you to you watching and listening to this. Without an audience, this wouldn't be possible. So I appreciate you taking time out of your day to watch this. One thing I want to point out too is, and Greg Boone, our CEO, will come on here in a second, welcoming everybody to this podcast marathon. One thing that he has done and the crew has done with this is, yes, invested in the content studio, which is just incredible. But we're also an AI first organization now. So he's really leaning into AI, as have you, with so many of things that you're putting out. We're going to marry those a little bit today, where the first 50 people, so if you go to go.walkwest.com/marathon, the first 50 people to sign up for an AI readiness audit, we'll go ahead and give you an AI readiness audit. So make sure you go to go.walkwest.com. Okay, Erica, tell us about what you're excited about for this marathon. Any particular podcast that you want to shout out?
Well, first of all, I'm going to be really honest. I'm really excited about our divorce podcast with Jaime Davis because it's such an interesting topic to me. It is fascinating. It's the tea, it's Lifetime movie all mixed up into one. And as like a suburban mom, you know, I live out there in the suburbs. We got a lot of people with some unhappy marriages going on. And there's all the gossip about like, well, what should you do? What should you not do? And of course, I usually just go to Facebook for those answers. But now I have an actual real life attorney that I can get some real tidbits, not for myself, y'all, but just to help spread the neighborhood tea. Okay.
And Jaime is a lesson in brand building too. So she wrote a book called A Year in a Day, Divorce Without Destruction. She has a podcast called A Year in a Day, Divorce Without Destruction. You did something similar with glass ceilings and sticky floors. And so you two will vibe very well about how to build your brand by writing a book, by having a podcast.
Yes. And I'll also tell you, a while back, Jamie was on my podcast. So we brought her in together. So this won't be the first time we've talked, but the tables will be turned.
Yeah. So, and that's something that we want to talk about a lot today, is building that brand through various sources. What has happened for you, with glass ceilings and sticky floors as you're building Her Collective, as you're building your personal brand?
I'll tell you, I was always a corporate girly. Like, I always really attached myself to every corporate brand that I worked for until I recognized that those brands don't go with me and they don't stay with me. And I don't know why I never thought of that ahead of time. I wish I had started my own personal brand way before I ever did, but it's so important that you create that brand of who you are, what you represent, what your core values are, so that you're not just matching to every organization you go to. You are then matching with organizations that have core values that match your own core values. So you build that brand and it goes with you wherever you go. Now, for me, glass ceilings and sticky floors, it evolved over my climb in the corporate all the way to the C-suite. And I really got to the top of that corporate ladder and I recognized the struggles that I went through. And I said, you know what? I don't want my daughter, your daughters, you've got 3 girls. I don't want these women behind me to have to go through the same BS that I did. And so I wrote this book for them in hoping to close the pay gap, but it's really become what I make my entire mission, which is to get more women into positions of power and keeping them there.
Yeah. And tell us about Her Collective.
Yes, Her Collective, y'all. I am so excited about Her Collective. It is my digital community for ambitious women who are looking to climb the corporate ladder, to grow their careers, and to expand their network. We get together weekly for group coaching. We bring in monthly masterclass. We had Jess Ekstrom, who will be there today. She was a masterclass presenter talking about amplifying women's voices and her Mic Drop Club. And we really just provide the support with women who actually get it. So we are growing by the day. It's virtual, so you can join from anywhere. Sessions are recorded. That's the best part. But we make it really accessible. So it's at a price-friendly point that anyone can join.
And that's what we're working on here at Walk West, is building those brands. And so how do you do that? We're working with somebody who's currently on the ground floor of building her brand. And she has a podcast episode today, Dr. Sharma. She's got a vision for courses. She's got a vision for books. She's got a vision for all these different things. You've done this before. Jaime Davis, who you mentioned, has done this before. Jess Ekstrom has done this before. And so how can we amplify these brands? How can we amplify what you're doing so that you can monetize your expertise?
Yes. And I would say the podcast world is a great place to start. That's actually how my entire brand building journey started. My podcast today is called Glass Ceilings and Sticky Floors, but it started out as the From Now to Next podcast. And then that morphed. And as I started collecting these episodes, I was able to see these buckets of themes. And those themes then became the chapter in my book, right? And so it all kind of snowballs, but the podcast is such a great place to start.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of podcasts, let's get going. We're going to have 11 podcasts back to back to back. It's going to be a lot about brand building brand for you personally, for your business. And I'm so excited to share that out. But first, let's get to our CEO, Greg Boone, for a welcome message.
Hi, I'm Greg Boone, CEO of Walk West. For those of you who don't know us, we're a growth management consultancy based right here in Raleigh, North Carolina, and we are so glad you're joining us. We help organizations of all sizes, from startups to Fortune 500 companies, unlock growth and scale faster. We're a team of strategists, designers, writers, digital experts, and architects who believe that sustainable growth starts with a deep understanding of your business and your customers. Our work spans across intelligence, inspiration, and innovation. Everything designed to accelerate revenue, sharpen operations, and expand market reach. And that's exactly why we're so excited about today. We're kicking off our first ever podcast marathon. Today, you'll hear conversations with some of the brightest minds in business, technology, growth, wellness, and more. We'll explore the future of AI, the power of authentic storytelling, and most importantly, how you can accelerate both your personal and business growth. So thank you for tuning in. We've got a great lineup ahead, and I hope you enjoy the show. Let's get started.
Welcome to the very first podcast of the day. It is A Year in a Day, Divorce Without Destruction, with your host, Jaime Davis. Jaime, how are you this morning?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm so excited to be here for this.
Well, you may have noticed the tables have turned, y'all. The tables have turned. You are normally the host of this podcast, but today I'm going to be interviewing you. How does that feel?
It's a little strange. I'm going to be honest. I'm used to, being the one to ask the questions, especially since I'm a lawyer. I'm not so used to answering them, but I'll do my best.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I want to kick it off hot with the tea. What is the one question that you wish people would ask about divorce?
So this is not going to be as sexy of an answer as you were probably hoping for. But what I really wish they would ask me is, how can I make this process easier on myself? Divorce is such an emotional process. It's such an emotional time in people's lives. And if they would just step back for a second and get the support that they need, maybe it's counseling or therapy or good friends, family, just make it easier on yourself.
Now, I know, being a little suburban mom out in the suburbs of Wake Forest, we get a lot of divorce chatter in the neighborhood sometimes, and everybody's talking about what they heard online or what they should be talking about and how they should squander away money here and do that there. But I want to know, like, from an actual divorce attorney, what is the one piece of advice that you would give someone when they are starting out down this road?
When they are initially starting the process, I would say it's very, very important that you have at least a consultation with an attorney, an initial meeting just to figure out what your rights are and what you might be entitled to. There's a lot of information out there on the internet. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. A lot of it doesn't even apply to North Carolina. It's from other states. And so I think one of the riskiest things people can do is to just go online and download some forms and think that they can figure it out on their own.
Do you find that some people initially try to go through the divorce process without an attorney?
Oh, absolutely. We see it all day long. And one of the most expensive things that we deal with, frankly, is undoing bad agreements that people have entered into on their own.
Oh, so get that consult from the beginning, which makes me think of my next question, because I've heard of this. Consult hoarding. If I call all of the great attorneys in the state of North Carolina and request a consult, then my soon-to-be ex can't talk to them.
So that is a thing, but I don't recommend it, because you want your spouse to have a smart, skilled lawyer, because it's going to make the process easier. Some lawyers may have a reputation for being a bulldog or being a bit more aggressive, but at the end of the day, if your spouse has somebody who knows what they're doing, the process is likely going to be easier for you.
I love that answer, and it is not something that I would ever have considered. But you're right. I want my ex to have that type of representation so this entire process can go smoother.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes folks are like, hey, my spouse isn't even going to hire a lawyer. Is that a good thing? And I'm like, not necessarily, because I'd much rather be negotiating with another attorney who knows what the law is in North Carolina, and not somebody who they've never been to law school. They just know how they're feeling about the process and what feels fair to them. And that's not always what the law will do.
Oh, that's such a great point. And what is the wildest misconception that you've heard about divorce that's been out there?
The wildest misconception. Oh, there are so many. I think the biggest one, though, is that if my spouse cheated, I get everything. I hear that a lot. Especially women will come in and they'll say, my husband cheated. That means I get the kids, the house, all the money, right? And I'm like, well, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. At least in North Carolina, marital misconduct, adultery, if you will, is not even relevant to the property distribution. So it's 50-50 in most cases, regardless. Marital misconduct can be relevant in some cases to alimony claims, or if there's been some sort of like financial misconduct, like if somebody's been spending marital money on a boyfriend or girlfriend, it can be relevant. But otherwise, going to court, you're not going to get the vindication or the revenge that you think that you're going to get. Court is really about resolution. The law in, the area of divorce is about resolution and fixing these problems, not revenge.
Such a good one, but so hard to grasp
It really
emotionally.
is. Yeah.
It's so hard. And you've said a couple things that really got my wheels turning. I once interviewed Sally Krawcheck, who is CEO woman. She now owns Ellevest, or runs Ellevest, which is a female investment fund. And she said, everyone should have a prenup. And she goes, and guess what? Everybody does have a prenup. And I said, what do you mean by that? And she goes, well, if you don't make your own, your prenup is that of the state. What do you
It's
think
true.
about that?
That's absolutely
Oh,
true.
God, doesn't that just irk you?
I mean, the beauty of a prenup is you're basically rewriting your state's divorce laws for your particular marriage. And so you're in the driver's seat and you're in control of how your property is going to be divided with your spouse. You can choose at the beginning, do we want to waive alimony so we don't have to worry about that later? And I do think there is a misconception that people think prenups are just for rich people or wealthy people. They're not. They can be for anyone.
I absolutely will tell you, I thought that way back in the day. I absolutely thought that. And back in the day, I thought, well, I don't make any money. Like, I'm just 21. What do I know? But, life goes on. And so, I don't know. I think my biggest piece of advice about divorce would be to get the prenup first. But
Well, and the other thing about
too little, too late.
Well, the other thing about that too is it makes you have these really hard conversations with your prospective spouse ahead of time. Like, people don't talk about money enough, and that can be one of the biggest stressors in a marriage and can often lead to divorce. And so if you're negotiating a prenup, you're required to disclose your assets, your debts, your income. And so you've already had those talks. And so you kind of know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, you're just leveling the playing field and getting it all out there. You talked about cheating.
I did.
This is always a hot topic because a lot of people get divorced because of this. Now, in North Carolina, it's my understanding there's this law called alienation of affection. Is it a law? Is it a thing? Tell me more about it.
So North Carolina is one of a handful of states that still has alienation of affection. It's technically a tort claim that you could sue somebody in superior court for. What it is if your spouse has had an affair, you can sue their affair partner and allege that they have alienated your spouse's affections from you. So you're trying to get money damages for that.
Do you see that actually play out?
So I will say it is the rare case that actually goes all the way through to a trial. They are incredibly expensive to prosecute. And at the end of the day, the only thing that you can stand to gain is money. So if you're not suing somebody who has substantial assets that you can get a judgment from, it's typically not worth it. A lot of times we will see these claims be used as leverage in negotiating, like the underlying property and support claims. They'll say, well, I'll agree not to sue your girlfriend or boyfriend if you give me an extra however much it is they want.
All different negotiation tactics. I
Yeah.
like it. So you're telling me that everyone who comes to you should also take a class in negotiation just to be prepared. Am I right?
I mean, it can't hurt, right?
It cannot hurt. All right. I want to ask you this. When people go down this road and they get divorced, what is, in your opinion, like the one or two things that they don't realize until they're in the thick of it?
I think the biggest thing that almost no one realizes is how emotional this process really is. Even if you're the person who wanted the separation, it is an incredibly stressful time and it is anxiety producing. And so I think people don't realize, and you can't control it, that you are going to be in that emotional state as you are trying to make these very big, important decisions that are going to potentially impact the rest of your life. And so I always encourage people to get a therapist, get a counselor, have a good support system in place, have a good friend you can talk to. If you need medication, get medication. But you really do need to address the emotional side of it so that you can be in the right headspace to help your lawyer figure out the financial piece.
Yeah, the emotional piece, I imagine, is extremely challenging. And then it's even more complex when you bring kids into the mix.
Oh, absolutely.
So when people are just going down this road and they're getting divorced and they have kids, do you give them different advice about, hey, let's start here? What are your thoughts when children are involved?
So when children are involved, it is crucial to stay focused on what's in the best interest of the children. You know, your children didn't ask for this. They've been thrown into this situation. And so sometimes I think spouses can get caught up in the conflict and they lose sight of what's really important, which is making sure the kids are okay. And in some cases, if people are particularly high conflict, I will tell them, treat your ex like a difficult coworker. You guys are essentially in the business of raising kids together. Just talk to them like you would a difficult coworker. Be polite, be professional, but don't get down into the weeds.
All right. And so then, of course, my mom brain, it's thinking about kids. Now my brain pings on over to social media. when I'm about to get divorced, do I go on and start talking about it on social media, or do I keep my cards close to my chest until like I've signed on the dotted line? What's your advice?
Stay off of social media. I mean, anything that you put out there can potentially be used against you in court. It can be evidence. It's discoverable by the other side. Less is definitely more when it comes to social media and going through a separation and divorce.
Okay. Always solid advice. Keep it private. All right. All right. So Jamie, if I am a woman coming to you, or a man, right? Anyone coming to you looking for advice, this is consultation, and you sit down, why should I hire you as my attorney?
Well, I think I have a pretty unique approach to divorce. I've been doing this for about 24 years now. I have seen so many cases over the years, and I've seen certain themes that have emerged, and I've developed a framework for divorcing without destruction. I want to help people get through this process, unscathed if they can, right? You can get through it without destroying your family relationships or your family finances. There's just a few things that you have to do to do that.
Yeah. And do me a favor, your book is right there. Grab it. Let's show everybody. This is the book. It's A Year and a Day. It's super incredible. I've read it. Jamie was on my podcast talking about it. I know it's a little job interview of your question. Why should I hire you? But I imagine that people are sitting in front of you for the first time and they're like, I don't know. Why do I pick this person as my divorce attorney? And I think it's such a personal question. And you've put a lot of that into the book.
Yeah.
And so I think if you're thinking about going down this road or you're thinking about getting an attorney, check out this book. It is incredible. Do you want to add anything about the book or what you've put into it?
So this was my baby. It all came from the podcast that I started. I guess it was 2017 when I first started recording episodes. In my house, in my son's bedroom with blankets covering for soundproofing. It was very, very professional at the time. But the book is actually based on episodes of the podcast. And each episode, has great little nuggets of information about different claims that are related to divorce. I will say when you are choosing a lawyer that you need to trust your lawyer like you trust your doctor. And if you have a consultation with a lawyer and you don't feel like you click, go see somebody else. Lawyers will not be offended. We're used to folks getting second opinions. It's crucial that you have the same approach as your attorney, and different lawyers do it differently, just like everybody else.
I'm glad you said that because I know that so many people out there don't want to hurt other people's feelings by saying no.
Right.
But this is an expectation. It's like talk around, make sure that you click with me.
Absolutely.
Because you both want to have that same vibe. So I want to know what surprised you the most about becoming a divorce attorney? And also, how do you pick this avenue of law?
So I will tell you how I picked it. It's interesting. I went to law school. I always wanted to be a lawyer ever since I was in elementary school. I don't even think I knew what being a lawyer meant back then.
Oh,
but
I
was
love
like,
that.
That's what I want to do. So I went to law school at UNC Chapel Hill and thought I was going to do some sort of criminal law, maybe be a defense attorney, maybe be a prosecutor. I wasn't sure, but that's what I wanted to do. And I took one family law class and absolutely fell in love with it. And so I took every other family law class that Carolina had to offer. And after I was in I guess it was my second year of law school, that's when you're starting to, apply for your real big girl job that you're going to get after you graduate. And I had been given an offer to work at an insurance defense firm. And I was like, I don't know. I don't feel like that's my calling. And I saw an ad in the Lawyers Weekly newspaper, like the actual physical newspaper. I picked up the newspaper and there's this ad it was Gaylor and Associates at the time. And all they did was family law. And so I interviewed, got the job, and I've been there ever since.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing. I love that. If you weren't a divorce attorney, though, what do you think you would do? And it could be in law. It could be anything else. Like, I know I would secretly be a wedding dress designer, but what would you do? Right? I
It's a great
feel
job.
like everyone's happy. They can come see you later.
Right. I'll just hand them my card as you give them their dress. No. It's a cheesy answer, but it's the true answer. I would like to be an FBI agent.
Really?
People say that I missed my calling as an investigator, that my detective skills are very, very good. And they joke at the office that if there is something to find out, I'm going to find it out. And so if I had it to do over, I would be some sort of investigator.
I feel like that kind of is your job, though. Like, you're going to get in there, you're going to find out the details, you're going to do all the research so that your clients have that best opportunity for, like you said, resolution, not revenge.
Absolutely.
See what I did there? I like it. All right. I imagine being a divorce attorney, while you can have your rewarding moments, can also be really challenging. And it can be probably really hard to leave that baggage at home sometimes. How do you decompress after you've had a really tough day?
I do a lot of walking, and I'm not kidding. I walk probably 3 to 5 miles every single day. It's great to get outside, get some exercise, be in the fresh air, and it really does clear my head a lot.
What kind of advice do you give your clients about that mental health aspect too? Because they're going through it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you need to take care of yourself emotionally, physically, and financially when you're going through a separation. And so I encourage whatever it is that you do to make yourself feel good, provided that it's healthy. That's what you do for self-care, and really lean into it, whether it's exercise, whether it's hanging out with friends, whether it's taking an art class, or, whatever it is, lean into that activity.
I like that. I want to go back a little bit to the crazy days of the internet, because I'm in all the mom groups, right? And I see so many posts and I see so much advice about do this, do that, get $100 out of the grocery store every time you go and hide that money in your sock drawer. Like, what is that good advice? Do we listen to that? Especially if you're somebody that maybe doesn't have the financial control, or maybe you stay at home. I don't know.
I mean, money is power, right? I mean, so if you're the spouse who doesn't have access to any money, you do need to start putting a plan in place for how you can get your hands on some money. And, some people do that. They'll take a cash advance at the grocery store or whatever, just to build up a little bit of cash. A lot of folks will also start reaching out to close friends and family to see if they have any availability to borrow for them, and then pay them back whenever they get their settlement.
That's so hard, though.
It really is. It's a tough position to be in.
Which is why you do the prenup.
Yeah, there you go.
Because then you don't have to worry about it. All right. I have worked with a lot of women who've gone through divorce, and this is one of the most amazing quotes I've heard about divorce, is that it's the ending of a relationship, but just like a good book, it comes to an end, that it doesn't have to be this horrible, awful thing, that sometimes it's just meant for the chapter to close. How can you get more women, more men, anyone to just lean into that and accept it as not necessarily a bad thing, but, a fresh start, a new beginning?
I think that's really hard. And I think a lot of it depends on where the person is emotionally when they come into the process. Typically, there is one spouse who's been thinking about it for a while. They've made the decision. Maybe they've been in their own personal counseling and been talking about it for months or a year. And, they know they want a separation. Then there's the other spouse who wasn't privy to any of that information. And so they are at a very different place emotionally. And I think it just takes time. It takes time for that other spouse to get brought up to the same place emotionally.
Yeah, I can imagine that. All right, I got to lighten it up because that's a little sad.
Too heavy.
Too heavy. And I want to keep it light. This is the first round of the podcast marathon, okay? What is like that one moment in your career that you could just call on in an instant? It makes you laugh out loud. You're like, shake my head. I can't believe this actually happened. I can't believe this was real life.
So some people think it's very silly that we will do custodial schedules for dogs.
Oh,
well,
I did not see you going down there. Okay.
Well, no, it gets better. So I've done custody schedules for dogs, but I had one case where the people were terribly attached to their pet parakeet. And so I was actually asked to do a custody agreement for a bird.
And what did that custody agreement for the bird look like?
They would share custody of the bird on a weekly basis. Little cage and everything would go back and forth with the bird. They would share the expenses for the food and the vet care. And so Perry the parakeet was very, very happy with his mommy and daddy.
Let's just hope that parakeet doesn't repeat what gets said in each house. That seems like a risk to me. Oh my gosh. All right. What has surprised you about your career as a divorce attorney?
Oh, wow. So many things. I would say the one thing that has surprised me about myself that I didn't know about myself was just my ability to listen to these very heavy conversations on a daily basis and still be able to leave it at the office and not let it impact my personal life. I think I've done a very good job at creating a boundary there so that work stays at work and doesn't come home with me, because otherwise I think you can just become overwhelmed by just the heaviness of divorce.
Yeah. And I imagine too that you see all of this at work every day, and, you know, you have a wonderful husband. He came with you today to support you. I think that's amazing. But I imagine that it allows you to be so grateful for the relationship that you have and the support you have.
Absolutely. It puts everything in perspective.
That's what my mother used to be, a cancer nurse. And, you know, as a kid, if we weren't throwing up or had a temperature, we were going to
Right.
school because we weren't sick.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's the deal. But if you could give anyone a piece of advice, whether they're in the beginning, the middle, or the end of this cycle of divorce, what would that piece of advice be?
Well, I have two. I'm going to have to give you two.
Okay, I love to. Let's
One
do it.
is consult with an attorney before you do anything.
Step
Again,
one.
you don't have to hire the lawyer, but at least have a consultation to get some basic advice and know what your rights are. And I would say the second piece of advice I have is that you can get through a divorce without destruction. You do not have to burn the house down. You do not have to trash your spouse. You know, it does not have to be this war. You really can go about it in an amicable way.
That actually made me think of something else, because your book is a year and a day, because here in North Carolina, you have to be legally separated for a year before you can get divorced.
That's right.
Correct?
Yep.
All right. And that next day, it's like, boom, this is your new beginning.
Well, not necessarily.
Wow.
You can choose to wait, but if you want to file for your divorce, you can.
Okay. We're going to say yes. We're filing for divorce. We're closing that chapter. We're starting the next one. For people who have kids, right, it obviously doesn't end there.
Right.
Do people continue like their working relationship with you? Because as kids grow and change, their custody agreements may change. What does that look like after the divorce?
So typically folks will just come back because, you know, some of it's final. Your property's final. You can't revisit it. Child custody and child support are modifiable until the kids turn 18 and for child support have graduated from high school. And so there is a likelihood that folks may be back as their family needs change, and they just reach back out.
Okay. So here I'm writing my notes down. I'm
Okay.
like, child's 18, he's in high school, but what if they have to have graduated high school? You said that?
So custody schedules end on their 18th birthday. No more custody after that.
Okay.
But if they're still in high school and let's say they turn 18 in March and they're not going to graduate until June, child support would go until they graduate.
Okay, that's wonderful. I was just looking out for the kids, y'all, looking out for the kids. All right, Jamie, when you are not in the hot seat and you're usually the interviewer, what is the question that you always love to ask guests on your show?
I always ask them, if you could only give one piece of advice to somebody going through a divorce, what would it be?
It would be to get an attorney, y'all. That's what she said.
Exactly what it would be.
I love that. And I have this other burning question. And this, again, it goes back to, you know, women versus men and the fights that you see going on in the courtroom. What would you tell them? Would it be to like lay down your swords? Would it be like open your hearts? Like, what is that heartfelt message to all of the people out there who are going through it, who might be feeling that burning anger phase? How do we bring them to the next phase?
So I always tell people it is the rare case that actually ends up in the courtroom for the whole shebang. There might be some small hearings along the way, but it is the rare case that you end up in court for the full custody hearing or whatever the thing is. I always remind them, if kids are involved, that it's really hard to co-parent with somebody once you've had your lawyer tear them up on the stand. And so you just need to remember that if this is the path you choose, you could potentially be ruining your relationship with your co-parent.
This is interesting. So I'm thinking about everything that's changed over the last decade. I'm imagining that's impacted how divorces have changed. What have you seen change in your line of work over the last decade with things like social media and co-parenting and all of that?
Social media has been huge. That's a lot of our evidence in custody cases, text messages, posts, you know, whatever is out there is fair game. I would say one of the trends that we've seen is an increase in gray divorce, and that's divorces among people that are over 55 years of age. There's been a huge increase in those.
Gray divorce.
Yep, gray divorce.
For all of those with gray hair, y'all. Love that. Can we call it something else?
Mature divorce.
Mature divorce. Do you think mature/gray divorce comes because children have then left the house? And so it's kind of like people have been grinding hard. They've stayed together for the kids and now they're gone.
I think that can be part of it. I think one of the biggest factors is that people live longer, healthier lives now. And so you still have a lot of life left to live. People are not sick as young. They're living longer. And also so many women now are employed and not financially dependent on their husbands. And so now they are able to make that choice to leave if they're not happy.
I was going to say, I think now you talking about this makes me realize that divorce is actually a more viable option for many people, whereas years ago, it wasn't even something that could be considered.
Right. It's very true.
That's incredible. But I mean, that's really great for everybody out there because it gives you the freedom. And you had talked earlier about how money is power, right? And especially in relationships, money can be power. When you are working with people who are getting divorced and they have children involved, do you ever see these people coming together to divide their assets so it's for the betterment of their children?
Oh, absolutely. People will do that all the time. It's actually surprising. They might disagree about everything from the color of the sky to, whatever, but they can at least have some common ground when it comes to the betterment of their children. And a lot of times they will agree to set money aside for a college account or something like that.
Yes. I tell you, so I come from a divorced family. My parents got divorced when I was 2, and my mom didn't have a degree. And so my dad knew that the quality of the life of his children would be dependent on if the mother of his children could get educated and could get a degree. And so he ended up helping her get through school so that she could support herself, which AKA means support me. So I hope more people are trending in that direction.
Right. I mean, you don't want your children to have this lavish lifestyle at one home and then basically be living in a box at the other house. I mean, the idea is that your kids are going to be comfortable in both of their homes.
Yeah. And you want them to feel as if they can be themselves in all of their homes and they're not having to worry about their parents or going back and forth and things being unfair. And I think that's so valuable for everybody. I love that. All right. Last question for you, Miss Jamie, while we wrap up this incredible podcast marathon day. But if somebody is listening right now, and they're on the fence, they've been thinking about divorce, they don't know what they're going to do, what is that one thing that you want them to know?
I think that getting clear on their goals is important and trying to figure out exactly what it is they want to have happen and make sure that goal aligns with their values. And if they're having trouble coming up with that on their own, go talk to a therapist, somebody that you can talk through it with and figure out, hey, which path do I really want to go down?
Would you say that that's the first step they should go, is first go to therapy and then maybe consult with an attorney? Or do you think that they could consult with an attorney at the same time?
So I think you can do it at the same time because I do think it's important that you have a realistic expectation about what separation is going to look like for you financially and when it comes to custody of the kids.
I think it'd be really great to know your options too.
Absolutely.
Especially when you bring that back to your therapist, you can talk about how that impacts your life, your emotions, your mental health, all of that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I mean, it's really hard, especially, some parents still think that like mom gets primary custody, and that's just not the way it works in most cases anymore. Most cases are 50-50 if both parents want 50-50 and are fit. And so that can be a rude awakening and may change somebody's mind about whether or not they want to be separated.
Oh my gosh, that's an eye opener, 100%. I just realized that was a judgment I had in my head. So absolutely. Everyone, thank you so much for listening in with Jaime Davis. You guys, this is the first of the day for the podcast marathon hosted by Walk West, A Year and a Day, Divorce Without Destruction. Show this book again. Look at how awesome the cover is, y'all. You can get this. Tell them where you can get it, girl.
You can get it from Amazon. You can get it online from our website on divorcestough.com. And it's pretty much available anywhere you buy books.
Yes. And if people want to work with you, if they want to call you, they want to consult with you, how can they find you?
Probably the best way is our website, divorcestough.com.
Yes. And then listen to this podcast, y'all. Apple, Spotify, anywhere you have your podcasts. Jaime, thank you so much.
Thank you. This has been wonderful.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and it could have one guest, dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton, both of them.
I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right, I think that that would be amazing.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer, just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit rdu.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Welcome back to the Walk West Podcast Marathon, brought to you by the Walk West Content Studio. Whew, we just got done with the first episode with Jaime Davis, A Year and a Day, Divorce Without Destruction. Erica, what did you learn?
Well, I learned a lot, but can I tell you, why did we have to start off with such a hard topic? Oh my God, I'm hitting it early with divorce.
Were you about to cry?
I mean, I'm just out here taking all these notes, right? I live in suburbia. There's all the mom chatter on the Facebook groups, from all the anonymous posters. And I'm like, I have the real tea. I have the real advice on what to do. And I think the biggest thing that I really took away from that is that it's not about revenge. Right? I don't that's just what we always assume. I'm going to take him for all he's worth. And really it's about that resolution, especially if you have kids. So I really appreciated that insight.
Yeah. I mean, she's such a superstar. Make sure you go to jamiehdavis.com or divorceistough.com. And I want to point out that I gave 2 URLs because she has her own personal brand. Divorceistough.com is for her firm, Gaylor Hunt, but that personal brand is so key. And as executives are trying to build that personal brand as well, that's something that we can help them out with at Walk West, is working on the book, is working on the podcast, is working on building that brand.
Well, and again, here's her book, right? A Year and a Day with Divorce. It's amazing. It's anywhere on Amazon. It builds her brand. It gives her credibility, not just as a divorce attorney, but as a speaker, as a podcast host. If she wants to write articles, if she wants to do contributions in Forbes, things like that, she now has that credibility all from this, which is what Walk West can help with.
Yeah. And I love that brand, Without Destruction, because it's just like you said, it's not about revenge. It's about resolution, taking care of the kids, and making sure that everybody is whole and everybody is doing okay.
Yes, and I'm gonna say, hey, look, Jamie, for your next book, it's gonna be called Resolution, Not Revenge. Come to Walk West, talk to us about it.
Okay, all right. So coming up, we've got Life Science Solutions with Chris Adkins and Ryan Doxey from Chymanox. And I'm so excited to bring this podcast episode to y'all because they've been working on building the Chymanox brand for a while now. And it's something that they have actually 2 podcasts that we're working on with them. So
I'm excited. I was very excited to see their name on the list because I've actually worked with Chymanox in the past. They're an incredible company. They really support their women. And that's what they had me out there talking for, was glass ceilings and sticky floors. And they had a ton of men who showed up in the room, all to support their female partners. And so I can't wait to see what they have to say.
it's a vibe when you go there.
It's a vibe. It is. Shout out to their HRBP, Alexa. I see you.
Shout out, Alexa. So when you go there, it's a big building. Chymanox is on the, on in the sky. And it's a 300-person company. And you're like, I had no idea this was in RTP right here.
I know. So Jason, talk to me about elevate your brand story with 30 and 30. What is 30 and 30?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for asking. So another crazy idea that we had here at Walk West. So professionals are busy. Everybody's busy, right? But they also know that you need that content to put up on LinkedIn, to put up on Instagram, for blog posts, for all these different things. And not everybody wants to get out their phone and be like, hey, look at me, y'all, and just don't necessarily have the confidence or the time to do that, and you want it more professionally done. What we've done is come up with a concept called 30 and 30. Give us 30 minutes of your time and we'll give you 30 pieces of content. And so busy professionals come into the studio. It's documentary style where one of our team members is behind the camera and we'll lob you softball questions. So frequently asked questions your clients are asking, stuff that you want to get out there. And we'll cut it up into a bunch of short form videos, social media posts, images, blog posts, newsletter articles. So 30 pieces of content in 30 minutes.
Y'all, this is a dream. As someone who has to produce content for a living, if any of you saw my social media the other day, I was making fun of my producers because they tell me my social media is like the wild, wild west out there. And it is. And it's because I haven't done my 30 and 30 yet. And so I do understand the importance of it. And I also know that I don't know what I need to be doing, but y'all do.
Yeah. Yeah. So any of those frequently asked questions that you get every single day from your Her Collective members or from HR type of issues that you've had over the years. And I imagine you've had some fun stories that maybe you can tell anonymously, right?
Yes.
But all those different things that you want to get out there in a studio like this, you can with 30 and 30.
Yes. And if I wanted to, could I do a quick outfit change so it looks like it's spicing it up, different content, different pieces? Mm-hmm. Amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've had Marcus Ginyard in here, former UNC basketball captain, and he had an outfit change. We've had one situation where 2 people came in and they did 15 minutes each. So yes, we can be flexible with that.
I love it because again, everyone has to have their own personal brand. Even if you are a VP at a Fortune 500 company, having video clips, content clips like this. And today, guys, video is key. Content is king. It's so important to have those high quality videos that just put out there in those real snippet styles, and Walk West can handle it.
Yeah, it's those short form videos that really pop or have the opportunity to pop. So you look at a LinkedIn, or I'm sorry, a YouTube channel, and sometimes the full length videos will have 100 views, sometimes 1,000 views. Those short form videos can have sometimes hundreds of thousands of views. And so if you're not putting the short form video content out there on YouTube Shorts, on Instagram Reels, even on LinkedIn, you are missing out. And you talk about doing a podcast, and a podcast can be repurposed to all those things. That's great, right? But sometimes people don't have the time to listen to a whole podcast, or don't have the energy in this quick hitting world to listen to a whole podcast or watch a whole podcast. You still get that brand uplift if they just listen or watch 60 seconds of you.
I liked that term, brand uplift.
Thank you.
That's a good one. We're going to have to TM trademark that. I'm writing it down. All right. So make sure that you're doing that. Also, make sure that you catch NCFC. It's a tongue twister for me, y'all. And NC Courage. Tickets are on sale. You can find that at NorthCarolinaFC.com and NCCourage.com.
Yeah. Do you go to games?
I've never been to one.
Oh, it is awesome. Okay. So
great for kids.
Great for kids.
Amazing.
Yes.
Because I got 2 of those.
Yes. And my kids love it for the experience, right? And like the players are pretty accessible. And so they'll be able to see the players as they're walking out of the tunnel, right? And they see them warming up. But honestly, Erica, they also love all the snacks.
Well, I mean, really, that's why we go anywhere these days. And that's how I can get my 7-year-old daughter to go to any sporting event that my son actually really loves because of the cotton candy, the popcorn, the peanuts, etc. I probably spent $100 in snacks.
Yeah. There's Gonza there. There's 2 Roosters there.
Ooh, I forgot.
There's Chick-fil-A there. Yeah.
Gonza's my place. But when's the next game?
They have tickets are on sale now. I don't know exactly when the next game is.
All right, we're gonna look it up. We'll tell you later. We'll tell you later. So we'll be there. Jason's gonna buy me a ticket.
Right. That sounds good. We have season tickets actually.
Even better. I'll take a box seat.
You just have to sign up.
I just have to sign up. That's all I got to do. It's incredible.
All right. Awesome. Well, we're going to get to the next episode now. So it's Life Science Solutions with your host, Chris Adkins, and guest Ryan Doxey. So I'm very excited for that. And we'll take you right to commercial.
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on to show our loved ones the way home.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
Hey, Stephanie. If you had a podcast and it could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
A special live recording of Life Science Solutions. I'm your host, Chris Adkins, and I'm really excited to be here today with one of our own team members at Kymanox, Ryan Doxey. So Ryan, welcome.
Well, thank you, Chris. It's a pleasure to be here, and yeah, really excited to be live on this one. This is a first for me. So
I know.
Really
It's a twist. Like I feel like I'm living out my childhood dream of being a news anchor.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's pretty fantastic. Well, what we're going to touch on today is we actually have a panel coming up. There's a pretty well-known industry conference in the fall every year up in Boston called Partnership Opportunities in Drug Delivery.
Sure.
And where you're actually participating in a panel that is all about delivering these hyper-concentrated drug formulations.
That's right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's a doozy of a mouthful. Hyper-concentrated is one of those fun words. You don't normally get to say it in your day-to-day, right? So can you talk a little bit just about maybe first, what kind of falls under your remit at Kymanox, right? And then second, what is a hyper-concentrated formulation and why do we see so much talk about it in the industry right now?
Certainly. So within Kymanox, my remit is I lead the technical services group, which is for lack of a better term, the CMC, drug product constituent development portion of a combination product. So we develop both the drug substance and the drug products, and prepare them and get them ready to go into their primary container. Select the primary container that's most suitable for that product, and then if there is a drug delivery aspect of that, hand it over to the combination product group to then develop it as the combination product with the delivery device. So that can be an auto injector, pre-filled syringe, on-body wearable, nasal device, inhalation, any delivery device that gets the drug into the body. So
because the drug does you no good until you can actually take it, right?
That's correct.
Yep.
So it's the advancement beyond the typical pill or single injection with a syringe and vial. So the more sophisticated at-home use for injections. And so the hyper-concentrated formulation technology is really an up-and-coming game changer, in my opinion, specifically with the monoclonal antibodies. So, monoclonal antibodies, proteins, once the concentration starts getting, that 150 to 200 milligram per mil, you start seeing aggregates, and, the protein doesn't like playing with itself. It begins to crash out of solution. So these hyper-concentrated technologies, what they do is they really dehydrate and stabilize the protein or the monoclonal antibody into a form to where you can pack a lot of it into the formulation without the interactions. So you stabilize it, and you're able to get 400, 500, sometimes 600 milligram per mil. So twice as much as you traditionally would. So it's a huge game changer in the field of monoclonal delivery.
Yeah, I think one of the ways that I think about it, being a native Southerner, growing up, we made sweet tea.
That's right.
And everyone who's worth their salt in the South knows that you start with your hot tea, You put your sugar in it
That's right.
then, and you put a ton of sugar because that's how you make it, right? Then you cool it off.
Yes.
Because you can't do it in the other order because you won't actually get the sugar to go into solution. As a kid, you'll kind of learn, you'll get the cup of tea at a restaurant and it's unsweet. And you're like, well, I'm going to put some sugar in this. And you realize that the fake sugar stuff solubilizes, goes into solution different than the real stuff, right? So that's kind of the layperson's exposure to this. But in drug development, I mean, this is a really big deal.
It is a really big deal.
Right.
Yeah. So, the other alternative is the high injection volume. So getting more of the antibody in the subcutaneous space by using an enzyme like hyaluronidase, right? Which removes the superficial or the subcutaneous tissue to create a void to allow more injection volume. So you don't have a loose pancake, floating on top of, right below the skin.
Yeah.
So, with the high injection volume, translate that into an auto injector. I mean, you're looking at a horse leg level injection, an auto injector that you hold, with two hands to inject. Patients don't want that. They want, their, 1 to 2 milliliters under the skin, get your medicine and go about your day. Rather than, having to wait and do a long, 30-minute injection time. I mean, no way. I mean, 30 seconds is long enough.
even 45 seconds or a minute, no one wants to hold that, horse leg, table leg, chair leg, whatever analogy you want to use, right? No one wants to hold that against their leg for that long because whenever we say it like this, it doesn't actually feel like that long.
That's right.
And then you ask someone to, stop everything that you're doing and concentrate on doing something.
Yeah.
And let alone if you have a patient population that there's any kind of dexterity issue, right? Or you've got any kind of, mental acuity problems or anything like that going on, So maybe let's give some perspective because this is we're pretty niche, right? We're already niche in life sciences, but we're getting niche here. Everyone has gotten exposed to auto injectors now, right? The rise of GLP-1s has really put it out there. They've been around for a while now in a relative sense, but what's a typical delivery volume in your standard run-of-the-mill auto injector that maybe someone's getting from, Lilly or Novo Nordisk?
Yeah, so they range from 0.5 ml to, 2 milliliters. And, it's all based off also on rate of injection. So, viscosity plays a key point. And we'll touch on this a little bit later when we talk about, the high concentration formulations, but, the viscosity of the solution and the injection duration the injection rate plays a lot into all of this. So, it's volume over time. And the faster that you can get it in, I mean, you think of the EpiPen, right? It's, millisecond delivery, instantaneous. Where some of the larger volumes, depending on that viscosity, you're going to have to hold it there for 10 seconds, which is an eternity when you're holding a needle under your skin.
Correct.
Correct.
So, and heaven forbid you get into any kind of like fear of needles or, hypersensitivity to the pain and things like that. And EpiPen gets used in an emergency situation. It's a needle big enough to go through our jeans, so there's some different considerations there.
And you think about, the EpiPen example and the emergency use, when you have a chronic disease that requires, repeat dosing, you're searching for new spots to deliver it because you do get sensitive, areas and injection site reactions and things like that. So, to ease the burden there, for the patient populations, I think it's critical. And this hyper concentrated formulation technologies is really an advancement in that. And really the key way to get it. And also, I think one of the most underrated, important aspects of it is, the potential to co-formulate antibodies. So, because you've dehydrated and kind of increased the stability of this antibody, you can put 2, maybe 3 antibodies together to address different targets. So, there's a lot of opportunity in this space.
And something that, you see if you start looking around, I feel like I see it, especially in the oncology space, a ton of co-delivery, right? Like we've marketed this drug to be an add-on. I'm sure there's a very sophisticated clinical term that as a manufacturing guy, I don't know. But we've made this to go with, whether it's Keytruda's pairing with a dozen different things for different cancer indications, right? So potentially there's a better way of doing this.
Right? So multiple injections. So now you have, the burden of finding a spot for multiple injections that aren't IV, of course. So anything intramuscular or subcutaneous is the kind of the topic that we're speaking here. And that's the in-home use, right? You can't do an IV at home. I mean, let's just face that.
Unless you have a full-time care person.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And a PICC line, you know? So, so, trying to find all of these different ways to it's really easing that patient burden. I was thinking you brought up a good point around this co-administration and, that really being the advancement of the future. And I really see that for possibly lots of kind of orthogonal indications as well. I mean, can you capture, a lot of the autoimmune type diseases with a single shot, and then around the personalized medicine aspect of it as well. So, there's lots of opportunity, and, we still have a ways to go, but, it's in sight.
Yeah. I want to lean in for a second on that patient burden piece, because this is something that if you're not in the demographic that has to deal with these issues, right? Like we can just kind of completely gloss over, but there's instances of, whether it's in different cancer regimens or you hit on autoimmune, lots of other conditions that require, maybe repeat injections over weeks or over months. And for plenty of these medications right now, the standard of care is you go to the hospital every week.
That's right. Yeah. Right? So clinical visits, healthcare provider, administration,
which has a cost impact too, right?
That's right.
So, but even beyond that, like, I mean, let's really hone both of those examples, right? Both cancer and kind of anyone with any autoimmune, especially if they're to the point they're taking an immune suppressant. The last place in the world they should be spending any time is a hospital.
That's right.
Right.
That's right,
I mean, we could clean them every minute, and they're still just like not going to be petri dishes of disease. Every third time I go to a hospital, I get sick, I think. Right.
yeah, for sure.
And so, but getting these therapies to be home, presentable is a real challenge.
It is.
Right. And we see developments all over the place. I mean, this is kind of, I would argue, the highest science version of innovation that's going on here. We have other things like even the prefilled syringe, which in pharma world is actually still pretty new to be a standard delivery mechanism. We continue to see it getting iterated, right? So now we see, ultra thin wall needle cannulas that are just to reduce, to your point, the injection force so that injections can happen faster. They're not really enabling, maybe they're enabling slightly higher concentration, but they are more comfortable.
They are.
Right. It's less skin that you're messing up to get the same amount of volume flow.
That's right. Yeah. And so, all of those aspects play a really key part. So, I'm going to take you back, 20 years ago, and we talk about the patient burden and so back then it was the pill burden, right? So we've been here before in this industry, even before auto injectors and prefilled syringes were, common practice in the industry. We were talking about pill burdens and how many pills does a patient have to take. So, trying to reduce that pill burden, 10 to 20 years ago was at the highest, front of mind for almost every oral company. And, moving into the extended release, modified release, to try to reduce that pill burden. So we've been there, we know how to overcome it. It's just a matter of how we do that. So, the formulation technologies are really evolving with the administration technologies. So, that's kind of the point I was trying to make. We've seen it with the oral, now we're in it with the parenteral, sub-Q.
And there's an overall benefit here too. I mean, we lead on the patient side because that's where our brains go first, right? But there's an adherence benefit, right? I mean, trying to actually take a pill every 4 hours or 6 hours, every 4 hours is miserable, right? Last time I checked, I like to sleep more than 4 hours at a spurt, right? But even every 8 hours is actually challenging to remember.
It is.
Right? It's a weird cadence to keep, kind of in perpetuity. Talk to anyone who's on any kind of pump or patch-based system for Parkinson's right now, right? They're all on medication that's in and out of their system, and they're measuring up and down time. And a good day is, 6-7 hours of uptime. You know, so it does have a real impact.
It's funny you mentioned that. So I'm actually dealing with that at home right now. So my daughter's on an antibiotic, and 3 times a day, and my wife and I she was trying to calculate it out perfectly, such that she gets 8 hours of sleep and still gets it 3 times a day. And I'm like, honey, that just doesn't work.
You got to anchor it to something, right?
Yes,
It's got to be breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And yes, I know that means breakfast and lunch are closer, right? If you're a typical person, right? But you got to anchor it to something, or else, and this is one of the actual really interesting differentiators at Kymanox, because we don't only work in the technical and the delivery. That would be enough to be unique, right? But we have a whole human factors usability team, right? To make considerations like that.
Yes.
Right? What is actually the best frequency that we're going to get good adherence and patients are going to understand it?
That's right.
And then how do we go test that, right? In a formative, and then prove it in a summative.
That's right.
Right.
Yep.
So that's a good kind of cross-platform perspective to bring.
Of course.
So I think that paints the picture really well. And to really, we want to talk about, kind of tease a little bit for this upcoming panel at I'm never going to call it Partnership Opportunities in Drug Delivery again. It's POD, as everyone in the industry knows it as. And the purpose of this is to bring together, yourself, some thought leaders from both big pharma as well as the innovator side in this space, which we see a tremendous amount of innovation going on, right? And some of it here local in RTP, but certainly all across the US, right? And so, can you talk a little bit about, maybe briefly from the technical side, right? What makes this so challenging as we get into the higher concentrations, and why can't we just do our standard methods of higher concentration, right? And maybe touch on precipitation and some of the other issues that tend to happen.
So the key challenges with this technology is, as I mentioned early on in the conversation around the dehydration and, the stabilization of these dehydrated monoclonal antibodies. So you can't put it back into an aqueous delivery vehicle because it's just going to rehydrate, right? So you have to do the manufacturing processes to generate these have to be non-aqueous in nature. So, a triglyceride based delivery vehicle, something non-aqueous, but can also, be absorbed by the body, right? So you can't just pick something off the shelf and inject it in humans. It has to be, safe and deliver these antibodies, in a safe and stable manner, right? So, the solvent exchanges involved and the collection of the dehydrated material is really key. And so it has to be done aseptically. So, free of any microbial bioburden at all, right? So sterile. And that becomes a challenge at a larger scale, right? So, we can do this all day at the bench scale. We can do it for animal studies. But the real challenge is getting material that is sterile for for human use and clinical use. So, that's the real burden right now that these technology companies are facing. And there are solutions out there. It's a time and money, exercise and trying to get it without, such a financial burden to the company.
Correct. Right. Because, we both come from kind of manufacturing or manufacturing adjacent backgrounds, and really keeping in mind, right? Like how do we not just make 5 or 10 of something, right? Or in this case, right? How do we not just make 50 or 100 or 150 doses, right? We've got to be able to make, for some of these products, right, millions of doses, depending on the specific indication. And it does us no good to do less than that. So when I was in primary packaging, we had this conversation all the time. We could make the most bulletproof, coated elastomer that you could package, and it would not let anything in, and we could make 5,000 of them a year, which would do nobody any good.
That's right.
So I don't know, maybe some gene therapy companies, but no one else. So it wouldn't even make sense for us, and the economics do come into play, right? And we see tremendous conversations right now. We won't talk about this, but simultaneously about bringing drug production back, but also lowering prices, which it doesn't quite mesh. But then also in advanced therapies, and how do we bring the pricing down?
That's right.
Right. And whether that's, the GLP-1s, it gets more heat because of the big price tag in some of these, cell and gene therapies that are more curative in nature. But it does no good to come up with the technology if we don't have a way that we can reasonably monetize it.
It has to be industrially feasible, right? And it has to be able to supply the market need.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
the products that you're talking about here, with these monoclonal antibodies are big, big volume, highly prescribed drugs.
A lot of
that are
even
out
lay
there.
people are familiar with Humira, right?
Yes,
For
Humira,
years was the number one
Skyrizi.
selling
Yes.
Skyrizi, Dupixent,
Yes.
right? I mean, ads are all over
That's right.
TV. I mean, you can't watch a football game and
That's
not
right.
get 4 ads
That's
for
right.
all of those, and then some GLP ones thrown in there,
For sure.
Yep. Injectable, small molecule, but still injectable. So, what are you hoping that you guys will get into at the panel, right? I mean, so it's unique to have, and not only do you have pharma, but you've got, kind of innovator side, you've got generic side, you got a moderator from AstraZeneca,
Right.
you've got Teva on the panel with you. You got yourself from kind of an external, perspective. And then you've got one of these innovators that's kind of bringing forth this enabling technology, right?
Yeah.
So that's a unique culmination.
It's a great culmination, actually. So you get all 3 perspectives. So you have the large pharma need with, the drug substance, the drug in mind. They're trying to look at this as a life cycle management play, right? They probably have a once weekly dosing, product that they're trying to get to once a month or, once every 6 months. You have the innovator over here who's trying to develop the technology and demonstrate the value, right? And it's a play between, how quickly can you do it and how quickly can we get it done?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And, my perspective is kind of the middleman here. How can we best get it done such that it meets the needs for both companies, right?
Yep.
And I think we're in a unique position at Kymanox because we are able to see, the field of view. We see the forest through the trees. Where a lot of companies get so honed in on their specific application that they lose the focus of the entire forest. So with this panel, I'm hoping that we can really start to see the forest through the trees, and initiate conversations on how to best meet the patient need. And at the end of the day, it's about the patient need.
Yeah, absolutely. You said something in there that I want to hone in on some. So you see it as a life cycle play, right?
Yes.
So that would like you said, a drug that's on the market that right now has a higher injection frequency than what would maybe be ideal, right? So my impression is generally these technologies, I mean, you've commented on this, they are significantly formulation impacting, right?
Yeah.
And so I would expect pretty significant clinical burden on making the change, right? To confirm bioavailability, that PK performs the way that you would expect it to, as you're already adjusting dosage frequencies. You're already going to confirm that, right? Do you see anyone, or do you maybe project that anyone might be interested in it for a novel therapeutic that right now, either because of just what it's going to take to get dosage efficacy, right, or what it might be, that they're just going to need to inject so much that maybe this is the only way they can get any kind of reasonable concentration?
It's possible. Yes. I think
I know why you don't think anyone, but I'm curious to get there.
So, so we tell our clients, I tell my clients this quite often, so if you're considering this technology, get in line, because once it's at a point to where they're dosing in the clinic, the line's going to be out the door.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're in an industry where to be the first is dangerous.
It's dangerous.
Right.
Yep.
So, people kind of shy away from being the first for a novel technology, but once a novel technology hits, it hits, right?
Yep.
And so
and then it's join the queue.
It is. And so if this is of interest or of need, get in the queue, because the queue is going to get very long very quickly.
Yeah.
I have tremendous amount of confidence in this technology, and it's really just breaking that barrier to be able to get it into the clinic. On the clinical burden and all that, I think the clinical burden is going to be a little bit less than people initially think. I mean, it's definitely not, a 505(b)(2) where you can just do a comparability protocol and say that they're equal. There's going to be some clinical dosing for sure.
Sure.
But the technology, it's not changing the native antibody. Right. So you're just super concentrating it. So it's a safety thing. And if you can demonstrate safety, and then bioequivalence, it's you have to show that that 6-month interval is the same efficacy as that 6 1-month intervals.
Yeah,
right.
Correct.
So
that's gonna be where your proof's gonna be. So
that's right.
And it's interesting because normally we talk to folks a lot about different delivery technologies, right? And we talk about everyone in the delivery technology world. Everyone's waiting for commercial approval.
Yes.
Then that validates your delivery technology,
Yep.
right? Partially because you frequently don't bring in your final delivery technology until phase 3,
That's right.
sometimes a phase 3B. It just kind of depends. But frequently you're moving your way through the traditional, okay, I'm in a vial because I'm doing variable dosing.
Yep.
Now I'm in maybe a couple of syringes, right? And then I'm going to go into an auto injector and I'm going to bridge in a safety device or something
Sure.
like that. So commercial approval is kind of the marker for their success. So it's interesting here, and I think I could guess why, right? But you comment on clinical approval being the marker, right? And maybe highlight why there would be that difference between these two. If you kind of turn your head sideways, maybe similar accomplishing things, right? I mean, an on-body delivery system lets you deliver a higher volume reasonably without using a horse leg and get more drug delivered. And ultimately these do that as well, but they have a different driver in their approval mechanism.
And for what it's worth, animal studies when you're talking about biologics are just that. An animal immune system is not the same as a human immune system. So that translational, the clinical translation is not there like it is for a small molecule. However, the animal data that we're seeing is tremendous, and the safety signals that we're seeing are tremendous for these high concentrated monoclonal antibody formulations versus the native.
Mm-hmm.
And we believe that translation into human will really be there, and to get it into the clinic, it's demonstrating that it's a viable option for further development.
Mm-hmm.
And so I see the industry really like gravitating to that clinical use and really starting the life cycle management play a lot earlier. And you're able to bring this into the development program later than you would an on-body delivery system or something like that. And so, think about that. That's, another option for, longer injection times is that on-body device. It's a wonderful
and you
achievement.
can deliver 5, 10, 20
That's
mil,
right, over time. But again, who wants, this on their body for so long? So anyway, so
it's interesting because when I think about it as well, I think, okay, the we know that the technologies work, right? We know that we can demonstrate them at the bench, right? But how do we make it in a way that's appropriate to give humans, right? So the aseptic, the particulate piece, right? Because you're gonna end up with some concentrated formulation that you can't just sterile filter, right? Which was like, as an upstream guy, and you got to purificate, you got to the beginning of purification, and we ran through depth filters and open processing, which a day ago would have been unfathomable, right? Because we were going to sit it there in cells and in buffer and let whatever got into it grow for a whole day. But now we're going to sterile filter it, so everything's fine.
That's right.
It's not quite true, but it's roughly true. And so you remove that ability. So when I think about it, I think, okay, well, whoever gets an IND approved with the technology, right? That first one for whether it's Lindy or Electrify or Xeris or and now I'm forgetting one, Nanoform. Thank you, the one who's on the panel with you. So whoever gets that first one approved, that's going to be of significant review in the IND.
It is.
So it's going to be technology they're not. Well, maybe they're familiar with it through an emerging technology program.
That's just it.
Hopefully they are.
They are.
I would hazard to guess all 4 of those guys have submitted to that program. I would hope they have. But that's where that's going to get a lot of scrutiny is how have you done this in a demonstrated aseptic fashion?
It is.
Right.
And I think that's really going to be. It's going to be the key is getting through that, the CMC reviews, and making it congruent to what the regulatory bodies are used to seeing, in terms of, particulate matter and things like that. I mean, you have a suspension, you're going to have particulate matter by name alone, right? So being able to distinguish between the extrinsic particulates and the drug particles, it's going to be a challenge. But again, they're not all challenges that cannot be overcome.
Sure.
Right?
Right. I mean,
takes
we visually inspect all kinds of opaque, like looks like cloudy milk, essentially, right? And we manage to validate that, right? I mean, I think about what the regulatory expectations are going to be on things like media simulation, right? I mean, making sterile product once isn't good enough for the agency to let you, take care of that, right? So, well, this has been really good, right? I enjoyed this chat. Again, this panel's coming up here in a couple months. We'd love to hear from anyone who has things that they're curious for the panelists to get into. Hopefully, if you've made it this far, you're a hyper concentrated formulation guru, or at least geek, right? And that means you're probably going to be at Pod. And our team would love to chat with you.
Yeah,
then.
definitely. So, if you made it this far, appreciate it. And looking forward to carrying on the conversation. I mean, I think we can probably go another 30 minutes.
We easily could, right? And if you're just here in the podcast marathon and you're just like wandered into Nerdville, then welcome. And we hope you enjoyed your stay. So awesome. Well, Ryan, thanks so much. This has been really fun.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it.
Yeah, awesome.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and it could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, Creator Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
The Walk West Podcast Marathon, brought to you by the Walk West Content Studio. We just heard from Life Science Solutions. And Erica, I got to tell you, it's a great reminder why I've been in sales and entrepreneurship for my career, because they were using a lot of big words. And I'm like, I have no idea what they're talking about.
Oh my gosh. Well, I was so excited to see them in the lineup because they are actually a company that changes lives, right? They are in a field that changes lives. They are doing amazing things out there. And not just for the world, but for their employees. Like I told you, they had me out to speak one time. So seeing them back here in the office, it was a full circle moment. It was fun.
It was. And they are just, and the reason I bring up that I feel not so smart when I listen to them is to showcase that they are the absolute experts in their space, right? So if you go to Kaimanox.com, we've got it there in the ticker. But if you go to Kaimanox.com, you'll see what we're talking about. And they are changing lives. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Located right here in RTP too, which is also so cool. I love it when we have companies like this right in our backyard.
Yeah. We're not sure when NCFC and the NC Courage were playing again. And I figured that out. Okay.
Yes. I love a man that can close a loop. Let's do it.
Okay. All right. So NCFC's next game is Saturday, August 30th.
Okay.
All right. And the Courage's next games are Saturday, September 6th and September 13th.
Okay. See me writing them down? I'm going to bring my kids.
All right.
Because you're buying me a ticket, remember?
That's what you said. I don't know that I agree to that, but that's what you said. Okay.
Hey, listen, it's the written word. You see what I did there, y'all? Because the next one coming up is the Written Word Podcast.
That's right. That's right. So the Written Word Podcast by Written Word Media's Ferol, Vernon, and Ricci Wolman, new podcast, and they're all about book marketing. So once you have a book ready to go, how do you get it out there to the world? And they're going to talk to you about that and talk about glass ceilings and sticky floors. How did you go about doing that? What's the marketing been like? Is it more of a business card for you, or are you trying to sell copies? So I'm really interested in hearing more about this.
Well, I had to tell you, I had to walk away from them actually, because they were in the kitchen here at Walk West having some snacks, working with their intern. And I was like, there's so much good stuff in this conversation that I didn't want to give it away. And so I had to leave them there so that we could save it all for the show. But what I am so excited about is they've been doing this business together for 11 years.
Right.
And I was actually talking to them about like, how did you even get started in this? Because it's such a niche thing. And they told me the story about how Ricci's mother wrote a book, but she needed help with the marketing. Ricci was obviously into marketing. So she's like, okay, this will be my side hustle, right? Again, why you need a brand, guys, is because sometimes that little side hustle project, just like my Glass Ceilings and Sticky Floor podcast, becomes your big business. But they have been doing this for 11 years just because she was helping her mom out that long ago. Can you believe that?
Yeah. And if you listen to Triangle Tweener Talks with Ricci, she shares the entire story, which includes them both leaving their corporate jobs to work together on this project. Having two entrepreneurs in the household, and I've done it before, it is no joke. So
I know. I'm like, how does working together go? And then I'm also like, oh, we also had a divorce podcast lady on. So I'm like, all of this red thread pulling together. No. Y'all, they are a beautiful couple. They're amazing. But I'm always in awe of couples that can have a thriving business together.
Yeah. I mean, they're fantastic together, and they brought their two kids along. And so they're going to be taking pictures, and it's really awesome. Speaking of books, and they also promote audiobooks. And so Walk West, we've produced a few audiobooks in our time. So the one that I want to shout out is Don't Ask the Blind Guy for Directions by John Samuel. So Erica, I've got some very memorable moments in my career as a podcast producer, as an audiobook producer. This is one of the most memorable. So I don't know if you know John Samuel.
I do not know him, but I actually saw him speak at the Raleigh Convention Center a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So he was such a charismatic individual. He told a great story. So I can imagine that his audiobook is off the chain.
It's his story. And so he lost his sight in college. And it's a story of realizing that and still thriving in his career, despite the disability of being blind. And it was so inspirational. And the thing is, he couldn't read his own book. And so we had to have a voiceover person come in and do it. Sean Maroney, who's a friend of ours, did it. And John came, and it was such an emotional moment, sitting there with John, hearing his own story, read by Sean, about losing his vision and what happened from that and the mental hurdles that he had to go through. There were so many tears in this. So it was just a memorable moment from me.
Well, I love that Walk West is doing the audiobooks, because do you want to hear about the setup when I recorded my own audiobook?
Yeah.
Y'all, picture this. a 6-year-old's closet filled with pink tulle. I had blankets and a big old comfy chair. I was sitting on top of like this little table with my microphone on a shelf, and like everything had to be just perfect. And it would get so freaking hot in that room that I would have much rather been in a nice studio like this with the comforts, with people saying, "Would you like a water, Erica?"
Oh my gosh.
But hey, check out the audiobook. It's good, y'all.
Yeah. There's one other one I do want to shout out. It's called The Startup Hats by David Gardner. So if you know David Gardner, he's a local investor, venture capitalist with Co-Founders Capital. He wrote a book called The Startup Hats, which was, foundational when I was starting my business, because you have all these hats that you need to wear. And so he wrote about those 11 startup hats. And so it's, sales, it's development of the product, it's the marketing, it's all these different things. And then some of the hats you're going to wear well, some of them you're not going to wear so well. But the challenge is, and what I learned is, the challenge is actually taking off those hats. And how do you, after you've worn those hats for a year or however long it's been, how do you take off those hats and let somebody else do it? And once I learned how to take off the hats, that's when the business was able to thrive, because I realized, oh, wait a minute, I'm actually not that good at the thing that I thought I was good at. And this person is way better than me at that thing.
Oh my gosh. 11 startup hats.
Yeah. 11 startup hats.
11 podcasts in today's podcast marathon. Do y'all see something there? See what I did there? Okay, but here's what I also want to say too, because being an entrepreneur, being a founder is really hard, because you do have to be all things to everyone.
Right.
But guess what hat you can take off? You can take off that social media hat. Even if you don't want to, you'll get someone at Walk West who will yank it from your fingers like they did for me, because it's the Wild West, and they will make your social cohesive, consistent. It's that 30 and 30 we talked about.
Right.
That is what Walk West does for you, and it's incredible. So
yeah,
hand over that marketing hat.
And things are so different now with AI, right? You can accomplish so many more things and be more efficient with your process with using AI. And so that's one of the things I mentioned at the top. And I want to shout out again, if you go to go.walkwest.com/marathon, you're going to be able to get a free AI assessment for your brand or for your business.
Yes, we've got the first 50 signups are free. So if you haven't done them, snag them, because we're seeing them. They're already coming off the shelf. Spots are already going. So make sure you go ahead and grab those signups now.
All right. Well, Erica, I'm getting the signal to wrap this part of the podcast up. We've got the written word podcast coming up, and we'll send it to commercial.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on to show our loved ones the way home.
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit rdu.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and it could have one guest, dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton, both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, Crater Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Hello and welcome to the Written Word Media Podcast. I am Ferol Vernon, here as always with Ricci, and today the show has a little bit different format. So we are coming to you live from the Walk West Podcast Marathon, which we're very excited about. We've never done a live show before. And we have a guest with us, author Erica Rooney. Erica, how you doing?
I am so fantastic. I'm excited to be doing this live with you guys today. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So Ricci, we have talked about a lot of things, but we have never actually had an author on the podcast. So we're really excited to do that today. And we want to get started talking about your book, Sticky Floors and Glass Ceilings. Tell us. Close. I got it
Glass
backwards.
ceilings and sticky floors.
Now, most people have probably heard about a glass ceiling before, but a sticky floor, that's a new one. Tell us about the concept for the book.
Yes, and I love this because a lot of people are like, all right, she's got little kids. Like, is she talking about slime? What's the deal? And trust me, we have had a unicorn slime explosion that I do not want to talk about on this podcast. But in my world, sticky floors are the limiting beliefs and toxic behaviors that keep you stuck. So they show up like perfectionism, imposter syndrome, fear, burnout, worrying about what other people will think of you. But they also show up in toxic behaviors such as too much wine on a Wednesday or staying in a toxic relationship or working with a toxic boss. So that's kind of how I've got it defined.
Amazing.
And I just finished reading it last night. It was fabulous.
First of all, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
It's always amazing to meet an author who's actually gotten to the point of publishing. We know how hard that is.
It's a big deal.
And a lot of what you wrote resonated. I think this would resonate with anybody who is human. A lot of the self-doubt that we have and some of the self-criticisms and negativity that we tell ourselves. But what we wanted to chat about today was the process of how you actually got the book published, how it's going. You were hybrid published. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about the decision to go hybrid. How did you decide that? How did you choose your hybrid publisher?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I never thought I would write a book. And I love to start it with that because I just thought I don't know, being an author was a full profession. That's what John Grisham did. And I wasn't John Grisham. And I had started a podcast. Back then it was called From Now to Next. And now it's the Glass Ceilings and Sticky Floor podcast named after the book. But I noticed all of these themes. And then those themes in the book or the themes in the podcast became the chapters in the book. And so I had this collection of plenty of stories and all these things put together. And I did what most authors don't. I went ahead and I wrote the entire book.
Wow.
And then I was like, okay, what am I going to do with this? So I wrote the entire thing, the intro, the chapters, all of it. And then I started saying, how am I going to get this out there? And then that's when a lot of my other speaker friends were like, well, you've got 3 routes. One is traditional publishing, which is, by the way, very difficult to do. They were like, and also you already wrote the book. That's not kind of how it works. You have to do an outline first. You have to get that approved. So you could go that route, but it's going to take you a while. They said on the other end of the spectrum is self-publishing. You can do that yourself. You can get it out quick on Amazon, but you're going to have to figure it out, do all the work. And back in those days, I was a full-time chief people officer. And I was like, I don't have that kind of time, nor do I really have the desire to figure all of that out. And that's when I decided to go hybrid publishing. And so I interviewed with a few different people. A lot of my friends had used Amplify Publishing and had a great experience with them. And I met with their CEO, Naren, who I just really connected with. I felt like he understood the reason for writing the book. He understood my mission behind the book. And yeah, it just felt like a great decision. And so I said, all right, we're going to go with them. And the beautiful thing about hybrishing is That's a new word, y'all. Hybrishing. Trademark that. Hybrishing is that it's kind of on your timeline. And so they really meet you where you're at. If you need help with writing some of the things, they'll give you a ghostwriter. If you need help editing, they give you that. They do cover design, and then they do all the compliance stuff behind the scenes. And so for me, that was the win.
So you mentioned that you talked to a lot of hybrid publishers. What were some of the things that you asked? Like if we're talking, our listeners are considering being a hybrid publisher, how do they go about picking the right one? What was that process like?
I mean, let's be real. The first thing I was worried about was the cost, right? Because that's a big cost when you go hybrid. And I'll be real clear. It could be anywhere from $35,000 to $65,000, $75,000. It can be very expensive depending on what you need. And so for me, it was like, who's going to give me the biggest bang for my buck? Like, where can I ebb and flow in this contract? And so we talked about price. A lot of it was, did they get the material that I was putting out there? I wanted to make sure that I had a publisher that really knew and understood me. There was another great hybrid publishing. It was called Page 2. They're out of Canada. It's a completely female-owned one. That was high up on my list. I really resonated and connected with them. But at the end of the day, I wanted to go with somebody that I knew a lot of people who had personally used them. They vouched for their credibility, and I felt really confident with them.
Got it.
That's great. So once you made the decision, how long did it take you from signing with them to actually getting the finished product? And what were some of the things that the hybrid publisher Amplify actually helped you do that you expected them to do? And what were some of the things you still had to do yourself?
Oh my gosh. Well. The original contract was like 12 months. We can get this done. It did not take 12 months. It took, I would say, at least 18 months, maybe 20. It took a lot longer. And that's not because of Amplify. A lot of it was because of me. I was working a full-time job. But they would say, hey, if you want to keep this deadline, you've got to get this to me by Friday. And then it would be another week for me. And so I would say that was more so on my end. But it definitely takes a lot longer than you think. And it is the most painful thing for me is like reading over your book for the 27th time. You're like, oh my God, I'm so tired of my own words. But some of the things that they really, really helped me with is they hooked me up with an incredible editor who was very focused on women's empowerment. And this is what I needed. I needed somebody who was a pro to be able to come in and say, you have too much here, not enough there. You need a strong transition here. Hey, a table would look good there. I mean, my editor came in and just she took what I had and she put the pretty wrapping paper on top of it. You know, she really helped me tie that bow with precision and make it the book that it is today. So that was where they really, really nailed it. And then in the place where I found I had to do most of the legwork was marketing, right? I mean, they offer you some marketing support and they do some. They'll do podcast reach outs. They'll do award things for you. Just stuff, industry stuff that they know. But you really have to lean on your network. I did a lot of reach out. So my book was featured in Success Magazine the month after it was published. That was by luck. That was because I reached out to an editor. I actually pitched something completely different. I think I pitched like a Mother's Day article. They were like, girl, we are so done with Mother's Day. Like, even though that's in 2 months, that was like six months ago. They said, but we have this space coming out in November. Like, do you have anything that would fit there? And I said, oh, well, actually, I've got a book coming out in October. I said, it's endorsed by Mel Robbins. As you know, that name carries a lot of weight. And so they were like, ears perked up. Oh, okay. And that's how I got a double spread in Success Magazine.
That's amazing. So you mentioned Mel Robbins. Like, talk to me about that a little bit. Like, how did that come about? Because a lot of authors are looking for endorsements, awards, these kinds of things to give their book credibility. It sounds like some of that, did that come from you or the hybrid publisher helped you?
So I'm actually really proud of all the endorsements I have on this book, right? Because I've got Mel Robbins on the front.
Amazing.
Natalie Ellis wrote the foreword of the book. A lot of people don't know her, but she is an entrepreneur, CEO of Boss Babe, which is an online digital community for women CEOs. She runs the world on Instagram. She's got this thing called CEO Mama. So she's a huge ceiling breaker. She wrote my foreword. Mm-hmm. Then I've also got Erin Gallagher, who is big time hype woman. If you've seen all of the stuff on LinkedIn where Jamie Lee Curtis is like, wow, and they coined the term hype woman, that's my girl, Erin Gallagher. And most of these people are all because I did networking. It's not because of anything else, right? I'll start with Mel Robbins because that's the big name ticket. Everybody's like, how did you get her? Negotiation. Negotiation. And this is one of the reasons I went with Amplify, but narrowed it down from the other top one is she was just joining the board of Amplify. And I said, if I can get her name on my book, my name will be on that dotted line.
Oh, wow. So you had that written into your contract with the hybrid publisher.
Yeah. So I was able, well, it was more of like that verbal email contract. It wasn't written into my actual contract, but like he was going to do it for me. He was going to do me a solid. And so that's how I got the Mel Robbins thing. And then the Boss Babe thing is I've joined Natalie's community. And then I asked her for a short blurb on the back. Somehow she missed it. And actually I was supposed to have Deb Liu, who is the CEO of Ancestry.com, write the forward, but she had some family issues going on and she couldn't do it. And then, you know, the universe conspires to work for you, I believe. And all of a sudden I got this email from Natalie that said, hey, I missed your email requesting this. Is there anything I can do? And I said, well, actually I need a forward and I need it today. And she said, no problem. Here you go.
Amazing. Wow.
But yeah, the marketing, the networking, all these endorsements, a lot of it came from me.
So I want to dig in there a little bit because it sounds so easy when you talk about it. But, you know, in your book, you talk about these sticky floors. So what gave you the confidence to join the group, email, you know, the founder of the group, negotiate that with Amplify? How did you actually feel really confident going in, or at least overcome some of the insecurities?
Girl, I had never, are you kidding me? Like, I love this. I tell people all the time, I'm never confident. My trick is I do the thing that can't be undone. And that sets it into motion for me. Let me explain.
Yeah, that's great.
I got a great analogy for you. I spent 6 months writing an entire book. I woke up at 4 a.m., sometimes 3 a.m. to get this done because I had little kids and I was working a full-time job. When I got the bill to see how much it would cost to produce that book, if I had known that, I would have never written the book, right? But now I had this book, right? My little baby, my third child. I was like, I can't just let it sit on my hard drive and die. Yeah. I was like, I know that I would get to the end of my life and be really regretful. So for me, it's doing the thing that can't be undone. I wrote the book, right? Now I had to get it published.
That's amazing. Yeah. Because, you know, when Ricky and I talk to authors, one of the pieces of advice we almost always give is keep writing, right? That's where a lot of writers actually get stuck. We help mostly with marketing, but it's really interesting to hear. Do the thing that can't be undone. I love that. That's a great
Well,
bit.
and turn in the trash, right? Like
Yeah.
there's so many iterations and things that you edit. Like that's one of the biggest misconceptions is you think like I have to turn in this perfect manuscript. And it's like, no, you get an editor and they pull out that stuff. And then guess what? I cannot tell you how many typos are in this book still when I read it. I know it happens. There are typos in there.
Of course, but you
Yeah.
don't want to let perfect be the enemy of good, right?
Hey, look,
Yes,
perfect.
yes.
And that is what this book is
out there in the
about.
world.
Yeah, it's out there and
exactly.
people are reading it and you're changing lives and you're really helping people. So that's what's important.
But I will say too, as an author or as a published author, aspiring published authors, they always ask me like, what do you do for marketing? Did your publisher do it for you? And the answer is no. Every single author that I've always talked about has always said you have to pull your weight when it comes to marketing or hire externally. It's the only way you can do it.
That's
yeah. So talk about when you had that spread in success. What happened in terms of, did you see a bunch of sales? Like that seems like a really big marketing coup. What did that translate into for you?
Business-wise, I mean, even more credibility, right? Like once I got that Mel Robbins name and then Success Magazine behind my name, it was like nothing could stop it. Like people were instantly gravitating towards it. And so my website started getting a lot more uptick. My social media started getting more uptick. I got more followers. And also, like, even though those things both happened back in 2024, I'm like, what year are we in? I got to think about it. 2024, like, I can still bring those things up. Hey, it's the 1 year anniversary of my book. Hey, it's the 1 year anniversary of when I was featured in Success Magazine. So that credibility continues on with you. And then big names like that, too, you incorporate into your biography, right? Everybody knows Mel Robbins. Everybody knows Success Magazine. And all I had to do was just do the thing that couldn't be undone 2 times to get that to happen.
So on the marketing, you said you really had to pull your weight, which we get, and you did outreach, you did, got in the magazine, all these things. Did you do any other kind of like digital marketing, like when the book was launching? Like what was the launch process like?
Oh, there's a lot of lead up. I did a lot of preparation, a lot of podcast marathons, kind of like this one, where I'm just always trying to promote the book. But I did a lot of assets. I did a lot of webinars. I asked people, to come do a Her Take Tuesday where we would talk about what was her take on working moms and different things like that to always bring in and incorporate the book. I would also say newsletters galore, trying to just get it out there on social media as much as possible, which is challenging because there's so much social media. And I still tell people today, like, I don't know the right mix because my book is just one piece of what I do. So how often do I promote that? Like, when do I plug it in with the podcast or my speaking? And how do I do all that? It's just a lot, right? And in the beginning, it is like all book all the time.
And so maybe we should have asked this right at the beginning, but when you actually decided to publish the book, what was your goal? What did success look like for you? And how do you feel about it today now that the book's been out for a while?
Yeah. Okay. So what I will tell you is, in my own little naive brain, I'm like, well, I'm going to make the money back that I spend on the book. Right. So I sit down and I'm talking with the CEO of Amplify, and he said, exact same question. What are your markers for success? And I was like, well, I'm going to make all my money back. And he's like, no, you're not. He's like, no, Erica, like, let me just stop you. He's like, you're not going to make your money back in book sales, but you will make your money back in all of the spin that you get from this. Mm-hmm. And he was absolutely correct. The number of stages that I've landed on, and then eventually the number of books that I've sold in conjunction with getting on stages. I'll often go to different companies. Kymanox was the podcast that we had right before here. I've went out and spoken to them and given them copies of my book. Mm-hmm. And so it just amplifies the message and the voice in a way that you can't do it in any other way in shape or form other than a book. People love to have something to hold on to. Yeah. They love something to take away with. And this is, exactly the thing.
So Erica, you do a lot of things, right? You're a C-level executive, you're a speaker, you got a podcast, you got the book. The book itself, like, what does that represent for you in terms of like the overall amount of attention and business that it drives for you? Is it like a very small piece or a very big piece, or how do you see it fitting into everything that you do?
It's very foundational for me, honestly. It's not the biggest revenue driver out there, but it is the big body of my work, right? Mm-hmm. It is the foundation. And then I speak on it, and then I do trainings on it, and then I do one-on-one coaching on it, right? It's kind of like this ladder up, but it really is the foundation, I would say, of everything that I do. And that's such an interesting question that I've never really thought of before, because I'm not always thinking about promoting the book. But that is that foundational thing that drives everything else I do.
Really interesting. And so, like, for a lot of nonfiction authors who are thinking about doing the book, right? And thinking about like, should I do this myself or should I go the hybrid route? When you made that decision, sort of backing up a little bit, like what about it was like, I don't want to go the indie route. Like I want to go the hybrid route. And like, what pushed you over the edge to make that decision?
I didn't want to go all the way to like having to submit proposals. I really didn't. I was like, girls already got the book written. Like, I don't want to go backwards and ask for permission to write this book. So for me, that was out.
Yep.
And then honestly, the other route is I was like, I have done all this work. Like, I just don't want to do any more of the figuring it out.
Yeah.
And I tell people all the time, it's kind of like, so my husband and I got married in Mexico and we legally got married in the US because I started doing the research and there were all these things that you had to do to get married in Mexico. And I just knew that if I got married in Mexico, I would come back here and find out 10 years later I was never really married. And I was like, okay, that kind of felt like the book. I knew that if I did all this work and I put it out there on Amazon and I'd sell like 5,000 copies, someone would come to me and they would be like, Erica, you don't have like the ISBN number or something. And I'd be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So for me, it was like, I wanted someone who knew what they were doing, that could carry me through the finish line and just make me feel like I had actually produced a professional book that would want to be in a library somewhere.
Yeah, you want all the details taken care of.
Yeah.
And
I don't want to worry about it.
You're worrying about a lot of other stuff.
I don't want to find out I'm not married in 10 years. You know, I mean, that was the deal for me.
That's great.
That's great.
And then, so you have the physical book, which is beautiful. Do you have an ebook format? Do you have an audiobook format?
Yeah, it is on Kindle. And I did do the audiobook, which was a whole different exercise, right? And what I love is Walk West does audiobooks here now. I wish I had that option back in the day, but I did not. And so I actually just cozied up in my daughter's little closet with a big cushy chair and all the pink tulle around me. And I had to tell anybody, like, you can't open the garage door because my daughter's room sits above the garage and you just hear every time. So the audiobook is really fun because it is read by me. There's also no typos in the audiobook.
Yep. That's the beauty of audio.
That is the
right?
beauty of audio.
Fix it in post. Yeah.
Absolutely. But I think it's important when you're doing the book to do all of those avenues, because as I've been promoting the book and, you know, getting out there, people ask for it. Like, they don't just always want the hardback. You know, sometimes different companies have an entire global audience and they want people all across the world to be able to get your book, but they don't want to ship it all the way to India. Okay, now we have an option.
Yeah. So the audio, it sounds like you recorded yourself. And then how did you do all the post-production? Did you do that yourself? Did Amplify help you? Did you hire someone else?
Yeah. So Amplify hired a third party. Okay. I believe they're called Twin Flames. And so they worked with me over a Zoom. It was very interesting because I just had to have the book on an iPad that I could just scroll, because you obviously can't turn pages. It will pick up the pages and you can't even like tap. Because if you tap the iPad, they'll hear it on the mic. They are whatever software they use, it is spot on, because I would have earphones on and I would be reading my book and the producer would come into my headphones and he'd be like, do you have a garbage truck out there? And I would be like, what? Sure enough, there'd be a garbage truck and we'd have to wait for it to pass.
Wow.
You know, or we'd get to funny words that I always really struggle to say, like, here we go. Anecdote. It's in the book, but it's one of those things where it's like I have to really write it down. But it was a fun thing to do, and I'm glad I did that. And it is kind of weird to think that like now there's this audiobook of me out there that That's like cool. One day my kids will hear. I don't know.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's amazing. It's an amazing legacy piece. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you have the option to have like an actor or somebody else read the book and you chose to do it yourself? Or?
Yeah. So they did. They said, you can read it or you can have somebody else read it. And it just felt too weird to have somebody else read my own words.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure that that was from my voice and, you know, that I could even kind of ad-lib it a little bit there. So it was fun.
So Erica, big question. Is there another book in here?
Oh my Lord. No. This is like when you just have a baby and people are like, so you're gonna have another baby? And you're like, can I breathe? I definitely want to do another book.
Okay.
But I don't know which way I want it, like what it's going to be about yet. So, I mean, I didn't know that I was going to write the first book. I had no idea what that was going to be. It just kind of organically came to me. And I think that's what's going to be what happens with this next one.
Got it. Yeah. Because whenever we talk to authors who they market their books with us, they always ask, oh, like, you know, what should I do next? And I'm like, you know, market your books and then write your next book. That's always the big thing. So we always try to find out, like, when's the next book coming out?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, like the shelf life of a book. I mean, unless you are Simon Sinek or something like that, it's a year, maybe 2, and it goes by so fast. And if you go back to thinking about, it took me a year and a half, you know, to write my book and do the publishing process and all of that. So it's just like, wow.
Yeah.
So if you had hired an actor to record the book, who would it have been?
Oh my gosh. If I had to hire somebody, okay. So a lot of people tell me that I look like Julia Roberts, or I remind them, but I think that's just because I have a big mouth and big teeth.
Big personality.
Yeah, I would say big personality. There you go.
But I like her, so maybe I would go with her. I'm like trying to think of all, like, I don't know. I'm not a huge TV person. I'm a very big, ever since I started writing the book, I also now really believe in supporting all the other authors that I know, because I'm like, I know what it takes to write this book. So in my house, I've got a couple different book piles. One is the pile of books that I've read, I've marked up, they're great. The other is the pile, and it's probably got about 10 books in it, of books I've in process of reading. I'm very bad about like reading one start to, I've got 10 going on. And then the other pile of books is the pile of books that I have not yet started, but they're authors I'm supporting, but my husband thinks I've read them, because I can't keep letting those books show up on my front doorstep if he knew how many I hadn't read yet.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's not watching right now.
With some of those books and authors you're supporting, have you been approached for doing blurbs and endorsements for them? And
oh yes, I'm so excited. Yeah. Yes. I actually just wrote the foreword for a new book that is coming out. It's being written by my friend Jenny, and Jenny was actually on my Glass Ceilings and Sticky Floor podcast, because she is one of the world's first in vitro babies. And so she has put her work together. I got to find out what the book name is, because I got to drop it for my girl here. But she had me write her forward, which was just such an honor because I know like who I was asking and how that process felt. And then so to hear it from her and have me do that, I was like, oh, I have arrived. But yeah, I did. I wrote one for her. It's called Open Up, Step into the Leader You're Meant to Be. So that'll be coming out soon. She is self-publishing.
Interesting.
It will be very interesting. So there's a path for everyone.
Yeah.
So back to the hybrid publishing bit, you said a lot of things that went well, and you kind of talked about how it break up. Were there any points of conflict where you were working with them and there was something where you had to kind of work it out with them? It didn't go how you planned?
I don't think there was anything that didn't go as planned. What I think was interesting is I told them what I wanted for a cover or what I thought was cool. And so they gave it to me and they were like, but we don't really like it. They were like, we really like this one. And I thought, well, that's kind of rude because this is my favorite cover.
Yeah.
So then I put it out on LinkedIn and my Instagram, and I was like, hey, I'm going through this journey. Pick your favorite color or cover. And of course I knew which one was the star of the show. Yeah, they all picked this one, this cover. And so then I was like, okay, that's kind of cute, I guess. And the more I looked at it, the more I fell in love with it. And now it's just on all my stuff. I love the shattering of the ceiling, but it's one of those things. I'm always that person that like, I really try to trust the professionals. Like if I go to the hair salon and I'm like, cut me that do like Jennifer Aniston from Friends, and they say, girl, that's not gonna work on you, I'll say, okay, give me something that will. And so I really leaned into their expertise. And I mean, that's what they do for a living. You know, this was my first time writing a book. What do I know? You know?
Yeah.
I love that you tested it though.
Amazing.
Because it is sometimes, you know, either it's emotional and you feel really like that your cover was right. And sometimes you're right, but sometimes you're wrong.
And
so
I was wrong.
And you're wrong. But it's so easy today to throw it up on LinkedIn or Instagram or Facebook and just say, hey, well, what do you think? Because those are the people who are going to be purchasing the book at the end of the day.
Well, and that's the thing.
You get to do consumer testing on
it's
the
like,
cheap.
Is this book made for me or is it made for the people? Right. And so it really was interesting to see. I was so sure of it. And then it was like, no, girl, you're wrong. But go ahead.
Did you just from like the comments, people like really preferred one or the other? Did you have them do a poll?
It was like a hands down poll for this shattering of the ceiling. Every single time it won. And so it was like I only had to ask one time because it was such a resounding pick that one that I just had to listen. I had to listen to the experts again. So
wow.
So as we're getting close to time, if you could tell aspiring authors out there one thing, whether it's something you learned or an affirmation or something you'd love them to take away from the pod today, what would that be?
Oh my gosh, there's so many things. Because my first piece would be we're all writers, right? That would be my first thing, because I never thought I was a writer. And that's why I never thought I would write a book or that I could write a book until someone planted that seed in my mind. And so the first piece would be, we're all writers. So just start writing, because everyone also has something really interesting to say. And then the second thing would be, keep writing, because it takes a really long time. It really does. And it's a process, and you want to give up sometimes, and you question yourself sometimes, but it's worth it. Right. And I would say too, though, this is the piece a lot of people don't talk about, and I'm still getting used to it, but this is a very personal book. Like, there's a lot of personal details in there. And when people come up to me and they're like, oh my God, I read your book, I'm like, oh no. Like, these carpool moms I'm with, they read my book. Like, these people at baseball, the baseball moms all read, they listened to my book. Like, I don't know them like that, but they know me like that. Yeah. And so one of the pieces of advice that I would give aspiring authors is, like, just be prepared for that. You know, I often find it easier that strangers read my book too than when people I know and care about and love, like my mother read the book. Y'all. I talk about her divorce in there. Like, I talk about some heavy stuff, but it was really interesting because she would call me or text me as she was reading, and she would say, you know what, that really validates what I thought, or that really validates my experience. But it does allow you to get a lot closer to the people in your life when you write like this, if you let it. But it's very fun. It's a very fun process. So start writing, keep writing.
I love that. That's a great place to end.
Yeah.
So Erica, if people want to learn more about you, learn more about the book, like, where can they go? How do they find out?
Absolutely. You can find me at my second permanent address, which is LinkedIn. I always say is the best place to reach me. I'm Erica Rooney on there. You can head to my website, ericaandersonrooney.com. You can listen to my podcast. I've got a few of them. There's AI Voice or Victim, which will be on this show live in a little bit, and then Glass Ceilings and Sticky Floors. And then, head to Amazon. You can buy this at Amazon. That's the best place. Give Jeff Bezos your money. I know we don't want to, but we're going to. Okay.
Yeah, definitely pick up the book. There's a lot of really great stuff in here for authors, whether you're writing or have written or you're marketing. I think you'd really find this valuable.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit RDU.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and it could have one guest, dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit RDU.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on to show our loved ones the way home.
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit rdu.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on to show our loved ones the way home.
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit rdu.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
Welcome back to the Walk West Podcast Marathon, brought to you by the Walk West Content Studio. And Erica, you were just interviewed by Written Word Media's Ferol Vernon and Ricci Wolman on the Written Word Podcast. That was incredible.
It was really fun because I've never been on a podcast just to talk about the book marketing aspect, but I will tell you that is the question that other authors always ask me about.
Yeah, I feel like they were looking deep into your soul and trying to figure out, why did you write the book? What has it done for you? And these are personal questions.
They are personal questions, but I think they're really great questions because I know I didn't have those answers when I started out, and I didn't know any other authors. There weren't podcasts out there that I knew of that really talked about this. And so I think it's interesting and insightful to hear about why other people start writing their book, how it kind of comes to be. I mean, I've told you, I didn't think I was going to be an author. I never thought I would have a book, let alone one endorsed by Mel Robbins, but it came from the podcast.
That's right.
And again, in that last podcast, I talked about doing the thing that can't be undone. That's exactly the story with my podcast. Is I wanted to host one for years, but as you know, there's a lot that goes into podcast production. You have to know how to upload it, what an RSS feed is. I mean, there's all this technical jargon that as someone who is not a technical person, I was like, that scares me. I can't do a podcast. So I put it off for so long until finally I did the thing that couldn't be undone. And I emailed my girlfriends and I said, I want to do this. I want to start this podcast. So I'm letting you know, because if I don't tell you and make you hold me accountable, it might never happen.
That's right. That's right. And so your podcast that you got started, let me talk about that for a little bit, or let's talk about that for a little bit. What's something that's memorable, whether it's somebody that you interviewed or a situation that happened during the podcast? What's something that stands out where you're like, this is something I'll remember for the rest of my life?
Oh my God. I have so many memories already from the podcast, but I think it's a twofold question for me, right? First is I got to talk to so many incredible guests, right? I had Kim Scott, the author of Radical Candor, on my podcast. I had Erin Gallagher, who's the Hype Woman movement creator. So I had these incredible people that I would have never thought, like little old Erica Rooney, would be able to talk to. I talked to Deb Liu from Ancestry.com. I mean, just incredible people. And I never would have had a reason to talk to them, or a reason for them to talk to me either, if I had not had the podcast. And then the other thing that has been really incredibly memorable for me are the milestones, right? The self-confidence milestones. So one of my very early on guests was Kelsey Pummel, who is like a TikTok star. She's got like 7 million followers, but she is a domestic violence survivor. And so when I nailed her as my first big guest, like it was just such a confidence boost, because I asked her to do it and she said yes. Right? I never thought I would get that yes. I thought for sure it would be a no. And that's happened time and time again. And it's like, wow. And those are the things that I think I'll just remember most, are like the confidence boost and the belief in myself.
Yeah. Let's manifest for a second.
Oh, let's manifest. This is what I do. What are we doing?
Who is a dream guest?
Ooh,
who will be on Glass Ceilings and Sticky Floors?
Mel Robbins, for sure, because as you know, she's on the book cover. So she definitely has to be the first one. Then I have to have the girl who wrote my foreword, which is Natalie Ellis. I think she is incredible. But if I'm going to go real big, Michelle Obama.
Oh, that is real
Michelle
big.
Obama. I saw her do her podcast live at South by Southwest. So she now has a one that she does with her brother, which is incredible. And she keeps it real. She's super honest, and it's just like you're having every time you hear it, it's like you're having breakfast with Michelle Obama or something, which is so cool.
Yeah. Well, y'all make sure you go to writtenwordmedia.com if you're looking to market your book. Ferol and Ricci were, like I said, peering into your soul. I'm going to ask you a question that peers into your soul also.
Let's do it.
We're going to get really personal here.
Oh, God.
Let's shift to reality TV.
Ooh.
What reality TV shows do you watch?
All right, my girl, Siri Shalazi, who co-authored the book Make Work Fair, who is also a guest on the podcast, really turned me on to Love is Blind, but all of the ones that are not in the US.
Oh.
So Love is Blind Argentina, Love is Blind Mexico, Love is Blind London, Love is Blind Sweden. Oh my God, y'all, if you watch Sweden, there's a baby in Barcelona. I can't.
What does that mean? A baby in Barcelona?
You've got to watch Love is Blind Sweden. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
But that is my reality spiral.
Okay.
Right
Gotcha.
now, at least.
I had heard you watch Real Housewives. Am I wrong?
I am a Housewives
Okay.
lover. I do that. You know what? Before I had kids, that was where I could spend a lot more of my time.
Yeah.
And I would love for there to be a Real Housewives of Raleigh, though. And then we could have a podcast marathon with all the Real Housewives. We could do all of their social media and their marketing, because if you're a Real Housewife, you got to have marketing, right? Because everybody needs a personal brand.
Yeah.
And you got to make sure that your personal brand, if you're a Real Housewife, looks expansive.
Well, the reason I ask is our next guest is Rob Cesternino, Rob has a podcast. He's a 2-time Survivor player. But more importantly, he built out this podcast network where there's 65 tiles, I think, that are podcasts on his website. I'm going to ask him about this, but 65 podcasts is incredible. So he's built this empire of reality TV. So I want to say he has Rob talks about Real Housewives. Rob talks about Big Brother. Rob talks about whatever else. So that's why I asked you about the reality TV.
Yeah, and Survivor was one of the first reality TV shows that was out there. I remember I was a kid when that came out because I remember watching that with my dad and my dad being like, I could do this, just have to walk around and fish. And I'm like, I don't think that's really it. So
I don't think I could do it.
I definitely could not.
I watch it with my family, and I'm always thinking about the bathroom breaks. I just don't know that I could get past that.
I tell all the time, I'm a little bit bougie, and camping for me is a Holiday Inn. I'm sorry.
Right.
Hate me for it, but that's my life.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that. Well, so one other thing that I want to talk about real quick, and you mentioned building your brand. And building your brand through podcasts, building your brand through a book. Our chairman, Donald Thompson, has started an offshoot website called execbrandauthority.com. So I want to make sure that we shout that out. Go to that if you want to build your brand, yes, through Walk West, but more strategic in terms of writing that book, in terms of being on podcasts, in terms of all these other things. So one offshoot, go to execbrandauthority.com. And then one final reminder is to go to go.walkwest.com/marathon if you're thinking about AI readiness, if you're trying to figure out, is my company, is my brand ready for AI or not? The first 50 to sign up will get a free AI readiness audit.
Yes. And I want to tell you, even if you don't think you're ready, that's the whole point. You need to see where you fall in this continuum, because we say it all the time in AI Voice or Victim. AI is here. AI is happening right now. So this is great for any organization, any size. It will assess how ready you are to really implement it all the way through. And wherever you are on that continuum is fine. We will get you across that finish line.
All right, Erica, you get a short break.
Woo!
Let's cut to commercial, and we'll be back with Rob Has a Podcast.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom, she passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right, I think that that would be amazing.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Her Chef!
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
If you're listening to Rob Has a Podcast, I am not Rob, obviously, but I am Jason Gillikin, and I get to interview Rob Cesternino, two-time Survivor player and creator, founder of the Rob Has a Podcast empire. Rob Cesternino, how are you today?
Wow, thank you for that introduction. So nice to be here. This looks great.
Yeah, I mean, it is fantastic to have you on. This is why we did this marathon, so we could invite celebrities who moved to Raleigh to come in to our studio here. Okay. So we'll get to your story here in a little bit. So Rob, just so you know, I watched Survivor with my family.
I love that for you. This it's great.
It's the best family show. You can root for so many different things with that, and root for the people, and hate the villains and whatever else.
Yeah. Was it easy to get your family into it? Because I have a challenge where I try to force it on my kids, and they're not that interested in it. So I have to bribe them that I make it, that I had the idea to do a draft. And I said, okay, the winner of the draft, I'm going to pay $20. And then all of a sudden, the last season of Survivor, people were very invested in, trying to win the family Survivor draft.
That is smart. We have not bribed them yet.
Yeah.
I can't remember what season we got them hooked on, but once they understood the concept, it was like, oh my gosh, this is incredible.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's just like I kind of want them involved in the family business, and this is the way that I'm trying to coerce them into it. Probably like regular families just enjoy it because it's a fun show, but I have to it's like homework for them.
Yeah, I've got a video of my girls watching Natalie come back to, she won some challenge to come back to the regular island.
Sure.
She was on Extinction Island or something
the edge
like
of Extinction,
that.
Winners at War.
And they are just on the edge of their seats, and then they jump out of their seats.
They love the challenges. Yeah. We on the podcast, we're talking to like the real super fans who are a lot more about the game, but the kids, they love the challenges and anything where somebody wins and somebody loses. It's always like really exciting.
Yeah. And I, through Cameo, I was able to share that with Natalie.
Oh.
And she sent a cameo to my oldest daughter for her birthday one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That was incredible. All right. So I've got a couple questions from them. And then we can talk about, building your podcast empire and why you chose Raleigh. So before the show.
Yeah.
And what's the place called? Ponderosa, is that right?
Ponderosa, yeah.
Okay.
Where the players go, when you're not in the game.
There you go.
You land in, now it's all in Fiji, and then when you're out of the game, that's where they take you back to.
That's right. So is there any interaction with Jeff, the host, prior to the show?
So I played quite some time ago, but there was then. I imagine there's a little bit still, and it's such a well-oiled machine now that they're set up in Fiji, and so they know exactly what they were doing. But when I went to go play, I played my first season in the Amazon, and there was like a few days where we got to go see Jeff, but you're not like hanging out with him, but a couple of times he'll give address the group, and then he was with the producers when we met with them one-on-one.
Okay. All right. So there was a little bit of interaction, probably not so much anymore.
But he also does the thing where you start the game and then he pretends like he doesn't know who everybody is. Like, okay, guy in the blazer.
Right.
What I'm gonna just I'm gonna pretend my name's not Jason when I'm out there.
Yeah, it is kind of ridiculous.
Woman in front. What's your deal?
As if he doesn't know their complete story.
Yeah, he hasn't been and they show in casting, he's on the phone with everybody going through the whole process. But for some reason, there's a facade of that. They've shown up and he doesn't know who these people, there are 18 people. They are complete strangers to Jeff Probst on the first day.
Yeah.
But very quickly, then they have a challenge right after that, and he knows everybody's name.
Yep. All right. The other question that we have is, do you get used to the bathroom situation pretty quickly?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, I don't know if you ever say, like, you get used to it, but like they say, like, when nature calls, you have to go. And so, you can be kind of like precious about it, but eventually, that there's like, you have to go.
Yeah.
I don't know how, how much you want to get into the weeds on this.
We're not live, don't worry.
But you don't like the one saving grace is that the beauty of not eating that much is you don't need to go to the bathroom as much. So at the time that you might actually have to go to the bathroom in that capacity, it's kind of a badge of honor. And there are some people that the game is so short now, it's 26 days, that some people they get pretty far and they may have never even had to deal with that situation.
Yeah.
And so it's not good for you. Ideally you wanted to, that you want to have a pretty like normal routine, but that you will, like, at that time, you'll just be so happy that it's happening more so than you're upset that, like, I'm in distress.
Yeah, I like my home comforts.
Sure.
Well, let's get to your story. So you were one of the original podcasters, and this is since
I don't know if I quite would say that. Like, I was early, but I feel like that there were real pioneers, that like back in like people podcasting in 2004, I did my first so back then in that early days, I was doing something like that, and we called it like internet radio more.
This is 2010, by the way.
No, even before that, when I first started the very like pre-podcast days was right after I did Survivor. I started working for a company and I was interviewing reality stars, and we called it internet radio, whereas I was doing an interview with a person in person usually, and then we would record it and put it up on a website, and then people had to go download it. But there was no iPod attached to it. It was just like interviews that were recorded on the internet. And I was doing that in like 2004, 2005, way back when. But when I started podcasting myself, it was around 2009 when I really started to figure out like my own operation.
Yeah. And so talk about building that operation. And if I understand it right, it was kind of a side hustle for a little while.
Oh, yes, you could definitely say that in that I was unemployed and I was making no money doing it. So in some ways it was my main hustle, but it was not a hustle in one that was actually producing any money. But I was out of work and I was living in Los Angeles, and I was just looking for a way to sort of just get my name out there so that somebody would find me, and please, somebody give me a job, like somebody employ me, please. And it just never happened. And that was during Survivor Heroes versus Villains, which was that we have season 50 coming up. This was season 20, which was a big, huge season of Survivor. And so I thought there was interest in that and maybe other things that were on television. I was really into the TV show Lost, which was also heading into its final stretch run. And so I'm like, okay, well, this will just be a place where I'll talk about what I see on television. And so that's where I started podcasting. And it wasn't like an instant phenomenon, but it was just something that just like steadily continued to build.
So was this something to do, or did you have any sort of, were there ads? Was there a monetization strategy?
No, there was no strategy in any way. The strategy was just like, okay, let me just keep doing this. And so I just kept adding to it. And eventually, as time went on, I would just figure out, like, after probably about a year, it was a year and a half before I even had like a Google ad on the website. And that was like the first thing that I did. And then eventually I got into having like affiliate ads on the podcast where we would tell people to use our links, our affiliate links for Amazon when they were going to buy things. And so that was like the show is sponsored by, Rob has a website.com/Amazon.
They didn't pay you.
Yeah. And we would get like a commission. It's like, hey, you don't pay any extra money, but we'll get a small commission. Sure. Think of us when you do your Amazon purchases. And so it was all like probably 3 or 4 years before I started having like any advertising like on the podcast that I was getting paid for.
Yeah. Okay. And so tell me about those first advertisers. Like, how did that happen? Were you calling people, or people calling you?
So I really had not done a lot of direct sales to advertisers on the podcast. That we always went through a podcast network. And so there was a podcast network who represented a lot of comedians, and the person who ran that network happened to be a Big Brother fan. And so I ended up getting involved with this one podcast network, which is now no longer exists.
Okay.
But they were getting podcast ads from Podcast One, and our ads were performing pretty well. And so Podcast One, reached out to us directly. And then Podcast One for a long time was doing all of our ad sales.
I've read that you built this community, and people are super into Survivor, into Lost, into other reality shows, and you built this community. And a lot of our audience, a lot of our clients are looking to build that community as well. So how did that work? How did you successfully build that community?
So there's a lot of different parts to that. So the great thing about this community, it's that there's a global fan base for the shows that we talk about. And so at the heart of Rob's podcast, there is a passion for these competition reality games. And there's just something about them that really speaks to people and the type of people who love these games. And so with Rob as a podcast, we sort of just like put up like a lighthouse that started to like attract these people from all over the world. And we were very early adopters on Patreon. And so we started our Patreon right at the end of 2013. And at the point that we started this community, like we had a private Facebook group. And because of the private Facebook group, for the very first time, there were so many people who love these things who never knew anybody else who also loved these things. So many people, because, it's so much, and this was over 10 years ago, that imagine, even now, there's so many people that you have such varied interests. It's hard to find somebody who cares about this thing as much as you do in real life. So now we found all these people who love this thing, who never knew anybody else who loved this thing. And then also they love this podcast that also is talking about the thing that also is about the thing that they're very passionate about. And we just started to build like this white hot like core of the fandom. And from there, just so many big things came out of that, where we started doing in-person events, and people like became like real life friends, and people found like relationships through this community. And there's just this amazing like parasocial relationship that we have with this audience of the people that are on our podcast network. We are like, in some ways, real life friends to the people that listen to the podcast. And so it's a really amazing thing that's grown out of this.
Yeah, you've done a phenomenal job with those events too. And we're gonna have to figure out, how do we do an event in Raleigh or in this area?
Yeah, we'd love to do another one here in North Carolina. Maybe Charlotte also is a possibility.
Yeah, there's some winners that are in Charlotte, right?
Yes, Kenzie just won, and she's in Charlotte. Yeah.
So getting back to your story, in 2010, it's kind of like a business card for you, or just having fun and employ me please type of thing. But then at some point, you're making some money from advertisers and from your Patreon. When did you realize, oh, this is my job?
So at the point when I started doing it full time, that was when I, went on Patreon. And my oldest son, Dominic, who was born in September of 2013, and the job that I had been working at, the department got laid off in December of 2013. And I really had a point where I was, in my early 30s, and I might have even been 35. And I was just really very down. I was like, I feel like such a loser. I'm a dad. I'm married. I have a family, and I've lost my job. Like, what do I do? But I had been doing so much podcasting. I was basically unemployable I could not continue to do the podcast and also like go interview for a full-time job. And so I wanted to take this swing at should I do this full time? Is this irresponsible? Like, is it irresponsible not to give this a shot? And my wife, who is, I always say, is like so amazingly understanding about the big things, sometimes not as understanding about the very small things. But the big things, she's like, yeah, do this. You should do this. And that was when I started the Patreon. And I came on the podcast and I basically said, I don't know if I can continue to do this without your support. And so many people came out and said, like, I don't want this thing to go away. I would love to help contribute to make this happen. I love that this exists so much. And I was really just blown away by how many people there were who felt that way about this thing that we were creating. And it was really like at that point where, okay, this is now my job. This is now, I will dedicate my professional life to this thing. And that was 2014. And so now it's like 11 years later. And, this is still the one thing that I do.
And spoiler alert, you just celebrated 15 years with your wife and went to Paris.
Yes.
And
2010 was a huge year that was my wedding. And then also the birth of the podcast.
And that support is critical because, you can take swings like this in your 20s. When you have kids, it's a lot harder to do that. But you have that support and you're able to do that. So shout out to her. So let's talk about the next steps. So I went on your website, robhasawebsite.com, and I see, I didn't know it was this many, but I see 60 something different tiles for different podcasts. These aren't 60 something episodes.
Is it too much?
Well, I don't know. You tell me, like you're the one managing all this.
So what we really try to do is cater to all the people who love these competition reality shows. And there is like a lot of internal discussion, like, okay, that here's a new show that's coming out. Do we cover that show? And it's a little bit of like a risk proposition each time, because it's like, okay, well, we don't know if people like that show, but if people do like that show, if that show's a hit, then we could really be in on the ground floor on something where that, we don't know necessarily what's going to be the Traders that might pop out. And we were actually, it was a really smart decision that we made to like be in on the ground floor covering a show like the Traders when it first comes on. But for every Traders, there's 100 reality shows that came on that were nothing. And so, some of those shows that we've like taken on and started a new podcast that, they're not all active. There's been, many swings that we have taken. And so we do try to like figure out, okay, well, maybe there's a little bit more of like a vertical of like, okay, this is the podcast that covers like this very specific type of show. And so that's like a little bit of a catch-all for the, like we have a show that we have one podcaster, Kirsten, who covers hot dummies on islands. And so it's a little bit of a catch-all of, but we also have a podcast called Nothing But Netflix. And sometimes then there's a little bit of a crossover of like, well, is this a Nothing But Netflix show, or is this a hot dummies on islands show?
That's amazing. But how did you go from Rob Has a Podcast to the second one to the third one, and talk about building your, what I call the empire, because it is.
Yeah. So the way that I look at it, and I really, think of like, Bill Simmons is like a great role model in terms of like what it is that we're trying to create. So Rob Has a Podcast is all of the podcasting that I do, my interviews, my recaps, my discussion and breakdowns of different things. But we felt like that there were more things. It didn't make sense for me to be covering everything. It didn't make sense for me to be watching The Bachelor every week and then doing podcast recaps of The Bachelor or The Challenge or any of the other things that we cover on the network. So we started to build up a team of different podcasters who, okay, it's going to be a similar sensibility to what I'm doing on the main podcast, but this is going to be RHAP. And I've talk about it like it's the ESPN of reality TV, where, you know, when I was a kid, like Chris Berman used to be like the face of ESPN, but there'd be like a million different people on SportsCenter, ESPN, to be covering all sorts of different shows, whether it was, Baseball Tonight or, you know, NFL Live. And so we have different podcasters on these different beats covering these other shows that would be part of other podcasts produced by RHAP.
Yeah. But talk about the leap. So you go from, you're probably comfortable, right, and making some money with Rob Has a Podcast. It becomes a different dynamic when you're bringing other people into the mix and other shows into the mix. And now all of a sudden you've got a team. Talk about that leap.
So it just happened, like, you know, slowly, that, you know, it wasn't like that we went from one podcast to 50. We went from one podcast to 2 into 3 into 4. And so we just very much like we're building the plane in the air. But it is something that I wrestle with now of, if I was going to start over today and try to do what we're doing now, I don't think that what I would build today would look like how it ultimately is today, because I think I would try to, you know, structure it very differently from the start if I was going to be, you know everything I know now.
What would you change?
I just think that there would be a lot more a very defined structure. And then the thing that what I do at Rob Has a Podcast, and it's the beauty of that, I get to do something that's so fun, and there's so many people that want to be involved, but sometimes it's a business, but it also can feel like it's also a club. And so it's a wonderful problem to have, that there's so many people that want to be involved with it. So there's a lot of like ownership that's felt around all these different parts of it. And it's very hard. Whereas if this was something that everybody was a mercenary, it was a boring business, it would actually be a lot easier to set up structure than for people who are in some ways doing what they are also love to be doing.
Yeah, but you've got to do those SOPs.
And also fans who care so much about, like, hey, I love this thing. Why would you get rid of it? It was like, well, doesn't do as well as this.
Oh.
And people are genuinely hurt of like, hey, I'm a big part of this community. Why would you get rid of something that I love?
Yeah. Let's talk stats. How many team members do you have now?
We have 6 employees.
6 employees, and then some freelancers that are hosting
a lot of contract freelancers. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And then they're all outside of Raleigh.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
You know, I am in the office every day. Everybody else is virtual, is what I say.
Yeah. And so how do you keep that cohesion? How do you bring that sense of community and that interaction, that culture with a bigger company now?
It's very hard. It's a great question. And it's something, you know, we spend a lot of time on Slack, a lot of time on Zoom. And so there's really, you know, there's 2 things. There's sort of like the internal company culture, and then there's the external culture around the podcast network that the audience feels.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me ask you some more fun questions here.
Okay.
All right. So favorite moment of being on Survivor, what was that for you?
I would say that my favorite moment was when I won the individual immunity in Survivor the Amazon. Now, it was a very long time ago, and it was a question challenge that I answered, and I won the necklace, and I was so proud of myself. And I ended up showing this moment to my kids, because they said, "Dad, did you ever win immunity on Survivor?" And I said, "You know what, kids, gather around." And I queued it up and I put it on. And so I showed them the challenge. And first off, they say, "Wait, it's questions? What is this, Big Brother?" I was like, no, this was a good challenge. And they start the challenge, and the first question they asked in the challenge was, which of the tribe members uses sex as a weapon? And they're like, "Dad, oh my God, why are they saying this?" I'm like, I don't know. I didn't write the questions.
Oh no.
Like, it's 2003.
Jeff, come on.
Yeah. And they asked the question, which person on the tribe would you want to see pose naked in a magazine? And they're like, oh my God, this is so cringe. Why are you doing this?
Oh my gosh. Survivor has evolved so much.
It's, we all have. And I said, well, like, did you guys see? I won the challenge. Like, no, that wasn't good at all.
Oh my gosh.
My shining moment. I feel like my kids just said, like, no, this is trash.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
They said it was cringe.
All right. Who's on your Survivor Mount Rushmore?
I think the Survivor Mount Rushmore to me is pretty straightforward. I think that it is in no particular order. I think you have the two-time winners in Tony and Sandra, and then two other people who are two-time finalists, each with a win, Boston, Rob, and Parvati. I think that is very clear cut to me. That's the four.
Yeah.
And now things can change with Survivor 50, but I think it's Tony, Sandra, Rob, Parvati.
Yeah. And is this because you don't like Tyson? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know you work with him.
I love Tyson, but my criteria are 2 appearances in the end game. I think if you had a next 4, I think Tyson would be there.
Yeah.
But all these people like had 2 seasons they really dominated, and Tyson has 1 incredible season that he dominated.
Yeah. What is a reality show that you like that is under the radar or got canceled and you're like, I don't understand, it should have?
Claim to Fame is a show that was on ABC. It was about the relatives of celebrities, and it was a really interesting show that combined a lot of different fun format elements where that there were 12 people in a house and they were all related to somebody famous, and they had to be both simultaneously figuring out who the other people were related to while also keeping the identity of who they're related to a secret. And it was hosted by 2 of the Jonas Brothers, and they would have like a guess off at the end, and they would have to then be thrown into the guess off, and either you were going to guess somebody correctly and you got to stay, or if you guessed incorrectly, you were out of the game.
Yeah. All right. I'd be remiss to ask you, because we're part of the Raleigh community here, Triangle community, North Carolina community. You're pretty new here.
I'm not going to get hazed, am I?
No.
Oh.
Come on. We don't do that in the South.
Okay.
Why Raleigh? Why'd you pick this?
We were in Los Angeles for 15 years, and my entire business is completely online and virtual. And so there were opportunities to potentially like do something, go to finales and stuff like that, and have guests in the studio. But during 2020, like none of that stuff was happening. And my wife and I, we had been renting a house in California, and for a long time we had wanted to buy something, and we just started thinking about it from like a strategic point of view. It's like, you know what, I could do this from anywhere. We could probably, set up a much nicer life for ourselves if we went somewhere else. And my wife, who was working as a nurse and she worked the night shift, she called me one day and she said, I've got it. I'm like, okay, what is it? She's like, we're going to Raleigh, North Carolina. I said, why? Like, should we do some more research? She's like, there's no place else. That's it. I'm like, there's no place else? And she had found a Facebook group that was all about relocating to Raleigh. And she became very close friends with the woman who ran that Facebook group. And it was a really great decision that she made.
Well, we love having you in this community here and having the show, Rob Has a Podcast, and your podcast empire located here. Everybody go to robhasawebsite.com for all the information about Rob Sesternino and what he's built. And of course, watch Survivor and maybe apply.
Wow.
Rob, thank you for coming on the show.
Are you going to apply for Survivor?
I'm not.
Why? Now, don't be a hypocrite. You just told everybody else to go apply for Survivor.
If you can handle the bathroom breaks, yes, go for it. I don't think I can.
Is that the only stumbling block, the bathroom?
I'm old now.
They need an old guy.
All right. Yeah, Joe did really well this past season.
They loved it. He was beloved.
He was.
Think about all of the awareness you could raise for the whole podcast network.
All right, my kids have been saying I should go on, so maybe I'll apply.
Okay.
All right, Rob, great to have you on.
All right, can't wait to see you play.
All right.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and it could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton, both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
any guest, I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom, she passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer, just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit rdu.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Welcome back to the Walk West Podcast Marathon. We are live in the content studio today. Myself, Erica Rooney, with Jason Gillikin. Jason, you just wrapped up with Rob Sesternino, the host of the podcast, Rob Has a Podcast, which This podcast has been around for 15 years. That's like bananas to me.
Yeah, he said he was doing interviews that were on internet radio since 2004, not 2010, 2004, and then started his podcast in 2010.
Oh, wow.
That is wild.
That is incredible, y'all. I was just starting college in 2004. Was I? Yeah, just starting college in 2004.
Yeah.
So to me, the fact that a podcast was even around back then is just, it's bananas to me.
It is. And you think like, well, he got lucky because he was able to start it early. But then he had to go through so many different things with trying to figure out how to do it. And from 2004, who's going to listen to the internet? Like nobody's going to listen to that. And yet he kept going into 2010, where it's an actual podcast. He had to explain, family, yes, this is internet radio. And he had to be unemployed for a while. And this was like his business card almost. And then it just kind of grew and grew. And so it was such an incredible story.
What I find really interesting about the fact that it's been going on for 15 years is how often his podcast must have had to iterate. And then I'm also really fascinated with the fact that you've been doing this for 15 years. Where do you get the content ideas? How do you keep it fresh and engaging? Like, that's just a long time.
Yeah. Fortunately for him, he's talking about reality TV, which does not stop.
It never stales. It never stales. But I'll be interested to see then how he infuses those pieces of AI, because we know AI is changing all podcasts and the way they go out today. So
and coming up next is AI Voice or Victim. So what a great segue there.
What an amazing podcast.
Yeah. What an amazing podcast hosted by you, Erica Rooney, and Greg Boone, CEO of Walk West. I do want to go back just one quick second, though, to reality TV. So I asked you, what do you watch?
Oh, yeah.
What reality TV show would you go on?
Oh, none of them?
None of them?
I don't need people all up in my business like that. Right?
Okay, let's say 20-year-old Erica then.
Oh, 20-year-old Erica would have been all up. I would have been the Bachelorette. I would never have gone on The Bachelor because I will not fight for any man, but I would have gladly let 50 other men fight for me.
Okay.
And then I just picked my favorite.
So Rob was kind of goading me to apply for Survivor. I don't know, maybe, but I would go on Deal or No Deal Island. Have you seen this one?
I have not seen Deal or No Deal Island.
Okay. It is luxury. I mean, you're familiar with Deal or No Deal?
Yeah.
So they stay on an island and play Deal or No Deal. And there's people that are voted off each week. Ultimately, I think the most recent season, somebody won like $9 million or something crazy like that.
Now, if I could walk away with $9 million, I'll do I'm out.
Yeah.
Almost anything.
All right. So 20-year-old Erica would go on.
20-year-old Erica was single, ready to mingle, would have been all up on The Bachelor. Now, again, Love is Blind. I don't think I would have done that. I think I would have much rather done The Bachelor.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to AI Voice or Victim.
Let's talk about the real stuff, y'all. The important stuff.
Tell me, what has it been like hosting this podcast in your AI journey? I know you're going to get into it, but you've got a lot of podcasts going on. And so, what's it been like with this second one?
This is really interesting because much like how we were talking about, I never thought I'd write a book. If you had ever told me that I would be having an AI podcast, I would have laughed at you in the face.
Yeah.
But we've got Greg Boone, who's pretty persuasive. He's pretty good at what he does. And he called me up one day. He's like, look, we're going to do it. And, I trust him. I think he knows what he's doing. And it's been a wild ride. I've learned so much. Just from my own curiosity, but also from talking to all of the guests who are using AI in ways I never would have imagined.
Yeah.
I mean, we had Stacey Olinger on the show who was talking about AI in healthcare and improving patient outcomes. That hadn't crossed my brain, right? We were talking about how we can improve content and how we can change lives in manufacturing and, customer satisfaction. It's just like, it's bananas. Again, bananas, how much AI is going to change the world and how we're all learning about it through the podcast. But it's been really fun.
Definitely. And everybody's using AI now. You've been a super user of AI. Our client, Ricci Wolman, who was on, has started a newsletter actually called The Flop, about how she's using AI and how parents especially can leverage AI to support what they're doing and kind of reduce the tension of those menial tasks. So that's one of their shout out. I forgot to put it in the ticker, but it's theflop.ai if you want to go to that. But yeah, AI is just so integral now in what we're doing. And like I mentioned at the top, we're marrying the content studio today with AI. So the first 50 people to sign up for our AI readiness audit, if you go to go.walkwest.com/marathon, you will get a free AI readiness audit.
Should I sign up? Should I go in there?
I think you're ready.
For my own business? Nah.
Yeah.
I know there's just so much to learn. And this is what I love about AI and why I'm so excited that we're getting the readiness assessment out there is because wherever you are on the continuum, like it's fine, but there's still more you can do.
Right.
And in ways that are going to help your employee base. Again, we'll get into that in the AI Voice for Victim podcast. This is not that podcast, but it will be in just a minute. But we're going to talk about things like the lead flow crisis. We're going to talk about how AI is changing every single aspect of your business. And so it's going to be a really great in-depth look.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to listen to that, to watch it. First, though, we're going to go to a commercial and talk about Hops for Hope. So Walk West, we are proud to support Hops for Hope. And join us September 13th at 2 p.m. in North Hills Midtown Park. We would love to see you there. A lot of beers to try. Walk West has partnered with Kimona in Cary, North Carolina, to build a beer there. And so there's going to be a lot of different beers to taste, but more importantly, we're supporting a great cause. So we're going to see that commercial right now.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kimona Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
Y'all, welcome to a special episode of AI Voice or Victim. And the reason why I am so hyped right now is because I'm in the driver's seat. It's because I'm the boss lady. It's because I got all the questions and he's going to have to give me all the answers. Today is my time to shine, y'all. Greg Boone, welcome to the show. Welcome to my AI Voice or Victim. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. It's very different. We're usually the two of us are interviewing someone else.
I know.
Now I'm in the hot seat.
I know. I like it.
I don't like it so much.
I like it. So if anybody has any burning questions, y'all just send them to the text real quick. I'll plug and play. But no, I want to get serious for a minute because you have been talking a lot about the lead flow crisis and you're dropping these gems all over town when we go speak. But I don't think that everybody really knows what it is when you're talking about this lead flow crisis. And that's where I want to start. I want to dive in. What is it? I want you to explain it to me like I'm 5. And why do we need to pay attention now?
So you're prompting me right now.
Yes, he's my chat.
Yes. I mean, I've been talking about the lead flow crisis for, I guess, at this point, 10 or 11 months. And basically what I was theorizing at the time, but I was, just paying attention to the market. And what I was seeing was that Google was making a radical shift in May of 2024, where they were going to more of AI overviews. And then now they're transitioned to AI mode, and that's slowly but surely rolling out to become the ultimate de facto experience for folks. And what I would say last year to folks, especially last November, December, I would ask the same fundamental question. I was talking to almost 70 executives. Let's say, hey, how often do you scroll past the AI overview or click through? And 98% of them said almost never. And I said, well, what do you think that's going to do to your organic traffic in your leads? And everybody took a step back and they're like, oh, I don't know. I haven't seen that big of an issue yet. And what I was trying to describe, I said, look, the ocean that was Google that we all fished in dried up in May of 2024 when they started to go to these overviews. And I said, and I'm also not surprised that you're not experiencing that level of decrease in lead flow just yet. I said, because in marketing, a lot of times there's a 6 to 9 month lag between your actions and your results. So if you run the calendar out from May, going into the end of the year, going into January, February, and I got to a point where I was like, all right, if that's not going to get you, how about this? I said, you will never convert me with cold email because there's only 2 forms of cold email, scam and spam, right? And so if you combine these 2 things, it's like, hey, there's a serious lead flow crisis that is coming that's already here. Some folks are feeling it more so than others, whether you're in B2B or media publications, they were feeling it a lot earlier than, say, retail. But at times people were looking at me like I had 2 heads and they were like, I don't know, you're an alarmist. I was like, okay, whatever, right? And so I stopped and I started focusing on Walk West. It's like, all right, well, how do we mitigate the lead flow crisis? But then something happened, and I think around February timeframe, HubSpot goes viral, right? Their blog traffic drops 80% year over year. Everyone's talking about it. HubSpot was already well positioned. They had already diversified all their channels. They bought The Hustle years back, so they had their own podcast and newsletter, right? And so people started to like openly talk about this lead flow crisis. You know, they were calling it different names, right? People were debating GEO, AEO. I registered the domain last November. What is AEO? And then I kind of moved away from that. But the point I was trying to get across is, you know, the large language models are, in particular, are picking the winners now, right? And so you need to understand not just what you can do with AI and the tools that you can use to grow your business. All the things are great, but people need to understand the impact that it has on our business, right? And so you got to understand the rules to be able to play the game.
What I think was so interesting is because you and I met, I don't know, maybe a year ago for breakfast, and you started explaining this to me, and you point blank asked me, like, Erica, when you go to Google and you type in your question, do you actually go and search the results, or do you just look at what's at the top? And that was the light bulb moment for me where I was like, oh. And so I don't even think people are recognizing it. So they're not even seeing the change unless it is being pointed out to them. But you talked about LLMs are going to pick the winners now. Yeah. I totally agree. I totally see that. How do I make sure I'm a winner?
That is a very deep and philosophical question, right? We're all winners.
We are all. I don't want everybody gets a trophy here. I'm taking that gold home.
No participation trophies?
No participation trophies. I'm going to be the LLM winner, okay?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we've done here at Walk West is we develop what I call our 4P strategy, right? Which is podcast, partnerships, paid media, and public relations, right? And what I tell people all the time, there's 2 forms of growth that are going to help your organization, right? I think there's personality-led growth from one side, right? What we're doing, being on camera, because it used to be what you know, then it was who you know, now it's who knows you, right? And then the other side, you have community-led growth, right? So what are the ponds you're going to fish in? If the ocean that was Google has dried up, I always ask people, well, where are you going to fish? And so what we're trying to do is to say, like, hey, the first P is podcast. That's all around personality-led growth. The second P is around partnerships. That's around community-led growth. Go find partnerships, go find ambassadors, go find other ponds to fish in where there's some level of synergy. The third thing is paid media, right? I do think that people will naturally gravitate more to the thing that they know and recognize, but even it has its own challenges, right? If you think about the things that are contributing to the lead flow crisis, right? That's going to drive everybody to one kind of path, which then is going to drive up the cost for paid media, which then is going to create its own challenges for smaller organizations that may not have the budget. And then the last P is around PR. Right. What people don't seem to understand at the beginning of this year, I said to the employees here at Walk West, we're going to do 3 things really well. We're going to make sure that companies, our clients and ourselves are going to be seen, heard, and cited, CITED, by humans and machines alike for maximum results. It sounded confusing early when I was telling people, I said, trust me, it's not going to be just the humans that are going to be interacting with your brand. There is going to be a path for the machines. And the better that we can understand how to talk to the machines, the better we are about growing our business, combating the lead flow crisis, et cetera. And I said, but the only way that you're going to have a fighting chance to end up in AI search is to do all of these things across this unified comms platform, but you have to be cited. You can't go say, I'm the authority on the topic. Someone else has to tell the market or the machine that you are an authority. Right. So seen, heard, and cited was the point I was trying to get at. And we used the 4P strategy to get there.
I love that. And I love that it starts with podcasts. That's where my journey started, just by chance, though. So I think it's an incredible incredible case study for it, and partnerships alike. I mean, that is what I'm seeing more and more out there in the community, is just people who are like-minded individuals who have the same core values grouping together and amplifying their voices together. So awesome. One other thing you've been talking about a lot, this is what's top of mind for me because I'm your chief people officer over here. How do we balance AI with this human element? How do we continue to make sure that people are always at the center of what we do and who we are?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we wrote this manifesto, you know, the human edge. And the whole point of what I was trying to get across is that your competitive advantage actually is your people, right? It's not just the machines, right? And there's always this kind of battle that people are debating, human versus machine. It's like, no, it's human plus machine. And the faster that you can understand that, you know, the faster you'll start to understand the times that we're in right now, right? We are in the greatest upskilling in, you know, in everyone's lifetime across the entire planet, right? AI is impacting and affecting every business, every person. It doesn't matter.
Every function.
I was at my son's soccer practice last night, and literally the coach was asking some question. He was saying, "Hey, if any parent can come help out, whatever." He said, "If you don't know, he's only 6 years old, right?" And they're like, "Hey, you don't have to be an expert in soccer." He said, "You can go search it on Google, go on YouTube." He said, "Hell, use ChatGPT." He said, "It may say some wild things, but but the point of it is it's everywhere, right? It doesn't mean that everyone's using it, and I get that, but it is, you know, all encompassing around us." But I think that people, if they can net back to what are the things that our humans do, right? How do we leverage not just the human in the loop, but use that as your competitive advantage, right? Not just a machine. Someone is going to have to help you navigate. You're going to need experts. You're going to need generalists, right? You didn't ask this directly, but I think people need to understand that we are in an era of, some people call it the Renaissance era. We're an era of generalists. And I think the organizations that are built around these people that can do more than one or two things and not these silos. Now, going back to the human component, you know, when you and I first started doing the podcast and when I was trying to recruit you in, I was like, hey, look, this is an upskilling. We need employee experience. We need HR professionals. And we started doing this. And then we had a guest earlier this year, Alec Coughlin, who's deep in the space. And he said, oh, like the Moderna case. And you and I were like, I don't know what you're talking about, right? But it turns out in May that Moderna combined their HR and IT departments, and they put the head of HR over top of it all. Because what they recognized was this was a great upskilling. This was a reorg. This is a reimagining of how we work in the future of the workplace. And I think people need to understand that it's not just drop some tools and everything's going to work out. So I said a lot.
You did, but I think it's important that you talk about, you know, how you go about doing this, because I think people hear it, they know they need to do it, but then they just get absolutely stalled with what is that very first step that they need to take. I'm going to do a plug, which is take our readiness assessments. Okay. Y'all, first 50 signups today with the podcast marathon can get it for free. High value here, so make sure you do it. But aside from a readiness assessment, we know where we are, but we don't know what to do next. What is that first step outside of the assessment?
I mean, taking a big step back, you and I do this a lot when we're talking to organizations, but one of the first things we almost always say is, first of all, let's work on the story. Stop talking about just your business outcomes and the things you want to happen when you haven't told all of your employee base where they fit in the story arc. I keep explaining to CEOs and other executives and calling them out for this. I'm like, look, you've not even made them a part of the story. So of course they're not going along. Right? You have to be able to scale the human spirit. They have to believe in where you want to go with this organization, right? And so you have to tell them where do they play a role. So what we always say is, look, you got to do three things when it comes to AI adoption out the gate. You got to make it personal, you got to make it fun, and you got to make it safe, right? They're not going to care about your business outcomes till they understand how it's going to improve their quality of life, their quality of work, right? Their growth within the organization. So be transparent. Like if you have a path for them, talk about that, then talk about your business goals, not the other way around. Because what they're hearing as humans, in the absence of information, we almost always go to the negative. And so when we just talk about our outcomes and what we want to do from a business perspective, what comes across is, oh, AI is going to replace me. But that was never the intent for many of these organizations. But what they missed was this is the greatest upskilling of all humanity, which means all of your employees. So historically, when you've done any type of digital transformation, you only had to worry about 1 or 2 potential saboteurs in this department or that. Now you got a third or more of your organization rowing against you. And there's actual data on this. CIO.com put out data and said that, the folks that they surveyed, over 30-something% of them admitted that they were actively sabotaging their AI initiatives and adoption. Of course, you didn't make them a part of the story.
Absolutely. And that's why HR will always have a job.
That is a fair point.
But what I want to talk about too is you often say the hardest thing, is ensuring that those people who are the saboteurs, what do we do with them next? How do we bring them along? How do we encourage them? And I'll be real transparent. Like, we had some people who questioned what we were doing, and we've been able to make it safe, personal, and fun. How do we do that here at Walk West?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of what we did here is first, we didn't just throw them into the deep end. We had a lot of conversations, right? And I'm always the type of person that wants to start with the problem set. And what I was trying to get across is we have to change if we want to survive as a business. We have to lean in to where the times are going, right? The whole point of our podcast, AI Voice of Victim, we always say is you either ride the wave or get crushed by it. It is very binary, right? I'm literally wearing this black and white shirt that says just do it for that purpose. It is very black and white, right? And so we've started to help people understand this is the problem. This is what we need to grow your careers, to grow our businesses, et cetera, right? And to help our clients, for sure. And so what we did was like, all right, we're going to do some general primers. We're going to have some conversations. And then we broke the teams. We broke the overall company into multiple teams, right? And we created a leaderboard. We created a great hashtag, Certified the Walk West Way. We made a whole competition out of it because what we're trying to get people to do is to have their own aha moments, their own unlocks, right? How is it improving them, whether it's personally or professionally? And what we said is we don't care what certification you get, right? We don't care which product. Right, because at the end of the day, I always say natural language processing and prompting and talking to the machine is the new form of typing. It doesn't matter what application, right? Those that know how to type are going to be able to blaze through any application. Those that know how to talk to the machine are going to be able to leverage what application they need. And so we did this, and so step 2 is we're going to announce the winning team. We're going to see how people are unlocking. We have office hours. We also made it so we made it personal, then we made it fun, and we made it safe, right? We don't care. Go use these tools. Go try to do something, right? There are guardrails, right? We're not going to put,
client data,
but things like that. But whether you choose to use Figma in some of their AI capabilities, or someone chooses to use Jasper, for copywriting, right? It's not just using, hey, how do I use ChatGPT or Gemini? We're a Google Workspace company, so we have Gemini. It's trying to showcase to folks what you can do with this, right? Whether it's Midjourney for creating images or VO3, doing some quirky commercials, and I showed a duck video at our last company meeting, right? Just trying to get people to play around with these things, and then it starts to spark innovation.
How can companies figure out their tech stacks? Because there is millions and millions of AI platforms out there, and I'm getting sold left and right. As a chief people officer, those people hit me up every day in the LinkedIn DMs. And I know that if I'm feeling overwhelmed, how do other leaders make the decision on what tech stack to implement?
Yeah, I mean, that's a deeper question. I think first and foremost, I always tell people it's people, process, platforms in that order always. I've been saying it for the last 15 years in digital transformation. It doesn't really matter what the platform or the technology is. If you haven't addressed your people, you haven't redefined or reimagined the processes, right? So you start there. Don't start with the technology. If you want to have a baseline of technology, again, going back to the typing analogy, I always advise folks, if you're a Microsoft shop, then it makes a lot of sense to use Microsoft and use Copilot, right, as a starting point. We're a Google Workspace company, so using Gemini makes a lot of sense for us. It's not the end all be all, but it's a good, place to start. Also, a lot of these companies, it's the guardrails that they put around their organization, right? But as you get more comfortable, and what you'll realize is that AI is going to be a part of every technology, every platform, every piece of software that comes out for the foreseeable future, right? And so you need to understand these basics, but then you start to net down on this group may have a different tech stack, right, than the other group, right? Our copywriting team may have a different, overall stack versus the folks that are doing some of the branding and some of the visuals versus some of the folks like myself and others that are doing consulting that may be using a different set of tools. But at the end of the day, I would say that a lot of these, especially from a foundation model perspective, they're all kind of netting down to be within 5% of the, same level of capabilities, right? So it's good to be able to be grounded there. Also, I think the switching costs are going to be pretty significant if you start bouncing around tools because they won't get to know you, right? Part of the added advantage of AI is it starts to personalize the experience, right? It starts to know more about you, which makes it easier for you to communicate with the machine and easier for it to learn and know how you like to do things.
I got to tell you a little story about making it personal, safe, and fun.
Uh-oh.
I have learned how to make my chat call me whatever I want it to call me. So I tell it to call me Queen sometimes. She's calling me Baddie right now. But I also learned...
Just right now?
Just right. I changed it today.
Okay.
I was inspired. Okay. But I also learned how to make it talk to me as if it were Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, my God.
So it now says, all right, every time. So it just makes it a little bit more fun. And I think if you have people who are like, I don't like these robotic answers, it's too AI, like, okay, have fun with it. It is a robot. Like, when does someone have Matthew McConaughey talk to me all day?
I'm learning so much about you right now.
I'm just
But
revealing
hopefully
all
you
the
do this
things.
so like with headphones on or something.
I mean, I'll let anybody so many people would benefit from hearing my conversations with chat. I just let it go.
Okay.
But let's take a left turn.
Okay.
I want to talk about something a lot of people have spent a lot of time and money on, and now we're like, what the heck are we supposed to do? SEO, right? SEO. We've all heard you got to have the hashtags. You have to do this. You have to do that. But they're not producing the same kind of results. And so it's like, do I just totally give up on it? How do I even go about it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should give up on it. I think that the point, though, is that it can't be your dominant channel, right? Going back to the lead flow crisis piece of it, right? You still need to do, good traditional SEO. Then you also, in technical SEO and GEO or AEO, whatever you want to call it from that perspective, right? But what I'm trying to get across and going back to the 4 Ps again is that it's not as easy today to simply say, I'm going to grow my business through organic search or through email, right? Cloudflare put out some data, I don't know how long ago, it was a month or two ago at this point, where they said it used to be Google was, for every six scrapes, you would get 1 visit. Then it's more recently, it was like 18 to 20 scrapes. And then they say from a AI search perspective, from a ChatGPT, it was like 1,500 scrapes for every 1 visit. And then from Claude, I think it was 6,000 scrapes for every 1 visit. The reason why I'm kind of give those metrics is like, part of the problem as marketers, we've attached ourselves to these vanity metrics that probably we should have never attached ourselves to.
Absolutely.
Right. But at the same time, those metrics now have evaporated, right? Your ability to get, to track clicks, right? Attribution is going to be a significant pain point, right? And so what I tell folks is like, look, I can't solve the attribution challenge for you, but what I can say is that if you diversify the channels, if you do things on YouTube, short form video is huge right now. Part of the reason why we do the 3-camera setup with the podcast is so that we can have both the long form, the short form, so that we can post across different channels, social media. We can use LinkedIn and others. You have to have a unified comms play. We put out press releases. People should use these things to their advantage. Like a lot of times people use PR just in times of crisis. Start talking about all the good things that you're doing because you got to show up everywhere. Right. And the other thing that I tell people all the time is I say, look, in the world of endless content that can be created at the push of a button, the difference between you and I is I can be on camera, on point, on stage all the time. Right. Like that's just, you're going to have to get that point across. Right. People aren't going to be trusting a lot of abstract brands. Right. We're in this age of taste and trust. And if you can't break through and show up in all the places. Right. That's the other thing about AI that people don't give it credit for. I learned so much through a different set of modalities, whether it be audio, video, text. You can meet people where they want to learn about you, how they want to learn about you, how they want to learn about your product, right? But if you're only focused on your website, and I don't know what the future of a website even means, right? At the end of the day, I think that's going to be the most challenging and jarring thing for folks is that the construct that we've created has radically changed so fast. Right. And then there's so many tools. And so what I tell people is like abstract out the thousands of tools, net down on the things that matter most, right? That can help you, but you got to diversify the channels and you cannot focus just on SEO. Everybody wants to talk about SEO, like that's cool.
They pay a lot of money for some good SEO too.
And absolutely. And I called out a lot of folks in SEO space late last year. I was like, you guys are being disingenuous with what this AI search and this AI mode and what Google changes are what it's going to do. Like you cannot credibly tell these folks that you're just going to help them show up in AI search. It is not that simple, right? One other data point, you didn't specifically ask this, but all these large language models, especially ChatGPT, for instance, they have some level of memory or context. It's going to create a filter bubble, right? And what I mean by that is I wear a lot of Nike. I got Air Jordans, got my Nike t-shirt on. I talk a lot to ChatGPT about it, or Gemini and others. Adidas is going to have a really hard time breaking through my search because I talk to it about Nike so much, right? And people don't understand all these different pieces of context that matter in SEO. And then going back to what I was saying before about being seen, heard, and cited, if there are other publications, use PR to get cited somewhere else to then elevate your relevance and hopefully your authority, right, when these searches are happening. So long-winded way to say you got to do a lot of different things to give yourself a shot in AI search.
I like that. And one thing I think that has been so interesting for me to watch of you is the Greg Boone I knew of 6-7 years ago
Okay.
was the quiet CEO Greg Boone, right? Like you were on camera on point anytime, but it wasn't all the time. And you've really evolved yourself, your brand, and you've recognized how the world is changing and you have leaned in faster than most, let's just say. So I think it's a really cool evolution to see. But what's been the most surprising thing for you?
I think the most surprising thing for me is the I guess the lack of awareness to what is happening to businesses, right? I never imagined, because I sit on the board of multiple smaller companies, and I never would have imagined that it would have required so much pain for some business leaders, right? I'm not just talking about the companies that I work with or I advise, but even from a client perspective, and I get it, right? Like I always tell people that my parents were both farmers, right? Or their parents were farmers, and especially my mom's side growing up in Durham, North Carolina here, they were tobacco farmers, and they had 10 years to see the change, right? And for them to upskill, right? Folks don't have that love, you don't have that time. You don't have that window or horizon, right? And that's challenging for folks, right? Because they're fighting against it. And I'm like, look, man, you don't have the same 10 years that the tobacco industry had to switch and pivot. It's like right now, this thing is moving so fast. And so for me, it's just that not recognizing, like I get it in previous generations, or like if we go back, take a step back to 2006-07 with the iPhone coming out, right? Even that had a little bit of a lag time as to how people were going to, evolve and change. But it was more about opportunity, the opportunity costs. This is radically different. There's opportunity costs for not leaning in, but then there's also this stark reality. I always tell people, I'm like, if you lean into AI, you'll likely make more money in your career. If you don't lean into AI, you likely won't have a job. It is that polarizing right now. And that is the thing that I think is very challenging. And so that's why for me, it's just like either ride the wave or get crushed by it. It's so interesting to me that people are choosing to stand still. They're like staring at the tsunami coming on the beach. And I get the inherent kind of feeling to run. I get some of the crazy folks like me that are like, oh man, that's a big wave. I want to see if I can go ride that. That might be awesome. What I don't get is just standing there and waiting to get crushed. And that's the thing that's been very challenging for me.
It makes me think of the parenting saying, the days are long, but the years are short. You think you have the time, you don't think it's going to go by that fast. But what we have seen is the rapid change. And when I was thinking about what we were going to talk today, I started thinking about when did I first start using AI kind of as we know it today? And I realized that I started when I was writing my book a couple years ago, but I was using it only for like a thesaurus, give me a different word or help me write a stronger transition. And, now it's evolved into my COO and my board and all of that. So, we have got to end this session with my favorite game though, because we're coming up on time, and that is last chat.
Oh boy.
You know it. Tell us what it is, Greg.
Last chat. That's when we ask, typically we ask our guests to whip out their phones and tell us what is the last thing that you chatted with your large language model of choice, whether that's ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever you use, right? And a lot of times you tell some very deeply personal chats. I'm waiting for the professional ones as well. And so, I'll start with mine. Usually I go last. Would you like for me to go last?
I would like for you to go first because I've got a fun one.
Oh my gosh. I was trying to not. All right. So what was my last chat? There's a lot. Well, it was actually very much on this topic. I use a lot of deep research, and I used to always joke folks, it's like, well, you can tell when someone uses ChatGPT to write an email. And I'm like, I almost never use it to write an email. And I tell people all the time, I don't AI search, I AI research. I've learned more in the last 6 months. I've learned in the last 5 years, right? And so in that kind of vein, as you can guess, I was doing the same thing that I was just talking about, which I was asking like, hey, you know, do the large language models, this is my chat. It's not a very exciting one. Okay.
I'm listening.
Hey, so I was doing deep research chat in GPT-5 and I said, do LLMs do semantic relevance on my historical blog content to compare to new content when deciding if my content should show up in AI search? Then I gave it some examples. The point I was trying to do some research on was, hey, if an organization just automatically starts talking about AI today, but they've only been talking about cats or recipes for the last 10 years, is that going to downrank them in any way or whatever the equivalent is from an AI search perspective? So what I was trying to do research on was understanding, one, how are you going to combat that? But two, you know, what are other areas or angles that we need to be thinking about as it relates to AI search? So it wasn't a fun one, but it was one that was going to help me in our work. So.
Well, I may have told you this, but I completely cleared my entire cache from my chat GPT.
Okay.
I wanted to start fresh with her. And so, because I was a little disorganized, people who know me, my filing system is not very clean. And so I said, I'm going to start over. And so I gave myself folders, and I just want you to know, sir, that you have your own folder in my chat GPT, but we're not going to divulge what's in the Greg Boone folder. I'm going to tell you the fun one that I did, because I love when we talk about making it fun. And this is also personal, but every year we go to the mountains with another family, and every year I do a scavenger hunt for the kids because it keeps them busy. And I can also put in things like winner of the quiet game. They get a point, right? Try something new at dinner. They get a point. So those are my parenting wins, but I wanted to elevate my game this year. So I made every scavenger hunt thing first a riddle, and then they have to go find the thing. So I used it for like 16 riddles, answers, writing the clues, all the things. It was so fun.
Oh my gosh.
So again, AI, you can make it super professional for your work. You can make it for your home life. Like, that's what I love about it. It's so functional. It goes everywhere with me, everywhere with you.
Well, that's why people, like,
everything.
when we're speaking, people say that I'm the robot and you're the human. In the loop, so.
I'm the personality hire.
Oh, fair.
I'm the personality hire. But y'all, this has been an amazing, fun episode. I didn't kill you on the personal questions
I appreciate
too hard. I just threw you one little fun one about your evolution. But, you know, at Walk West, we are here doing all things AI. Please remember that AI assessment. It is out there. If you are one of the first 50 to sign up, I think there's only a few out there left. So please make sure you go grab that AI readiness assessment. Greg, any last pieces of advice or words of wisdom?
When it comes to AI, you have to keep learning. Constantly learning. I have 25 Gen AI certifications, not because I'm addicted to Gen AI, but because these things keep evolving. And the more that you go back to it and learn how to do different things, the better off you're going to be for the future.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus-infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on to show our loved ones the way home.
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit RDU.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Welcome back to the Walk West Podcast Marathon, brought to you by the Walk West Content Studio. We're inviting you in, showcasing our new content studio, and we've had 4 or 5 podcasts so far. I don't even know, but it's been a lot, and we've got a great lineup coming up as well, so stick around with us. One piece of warning, though, we understand that there's only 4 hours on LinkedIn. So if you're watching us on LinkedIn, we may cut off here in a second. We're not sure, though. So follow us on YouTube if that's the case. And we'll be sure to put the YouTube link in LinkedIn if we get cut off. So Erica's been pretty busy. She hosted the last episode. She's hosting the next episode as well. So I'm trying to give her a bit of a break. But one thing I noticed in that interview is that Greg mentioned HubSpot quite a bit, right? And we are actually, Walk West is actually a certified HubSpot partner. So one thing I didn't mention before is follow me on LinkedIn. And on LinkedIn, I posted something about what's your preferred CRM. And 80% chose HubSpot over Salesforce, which was super interesting to me. And HubSpot or any CRM can be tough to figure out, how to use it initially. But once you get it, it's so helpful to a lot of different teams within your organization. So we are a HubSpot certified partner. If you want information about that, go to go.walkwest.com/HubSpot, and we'll be able to take care of you there. Okay. Erica, you're doing phenomenal, by the way.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you have been on a lot of shows already, and you're about to host this next show. Talk about AI voice or victim. Anything interesting that you learned in that one?
I always learn something new because, I said it in the last show, I like to call myself the personality hire because I'm AI curious. I still don't identify as someone who is super into it, but I also recognize that I'm probably more into AI than I realize, I suppose.
Yeah.
Or that I give myself credit for. But there's so much to learn. And Greg talked about it at the end. Like, you can't ever stop learning. And that's the truth, is because it is changing so rapidly. It's like by the time we finished one podcast episode, the next episode, it's something new and cutting edge, or the next chat GPT model has come out. And it's like, okay, what's new now? So I mean, it's interesting how much there is to learn.
It so is. And I think for a lot of the time with AI, it got to a point where it's like, this is good, but not quite usable. And now we're getting to that point where like, oh, this is actually usable. I was messing around with video a little bit. Have you messed around with any AI video?
I did. And I had posted one on my Instagram just to see if people would notice. And this was like, I don't know, 6 months ago. So before it was even really that great.
Yeah.
And most people thought it was real. And I was like, I think I have 6 fingers, but most people thought it was real.
I tried to do one. It wasn't successful, but we had the opportunity working with the city of Raleigh to go to the City of Raleigh Museum one time. And in there is a bronze statue of Sir Walter Raleigh.
Yes.
And so in the podcast that we had set up were the 2 hosts, and the bronze statue was right behind them. I asked Gemini, didn't quite do it, but one of these days I want to see that statue come to life as we're recording the podcast.
I think you can do that. I think that'll be here sooner than you think. I'm gonna give you 6 months, and then let's check back on that.
Yeah, that's not practical. There's no real use for it, but it's just fun.
Oh my gosh. Well, that actually leads me into what I want to talk about, which is the 30 and 30, because you talk about making this cool video with Sir Walter Raleigh. And like, I love that idea. I think that's so cool. But then I freeze up because I have no idea how to actually edit good videos. Is 30 by 30 going to give me that kind of video that I want for my social?
Oh yeah, a lot of short form videos, both horizontal and vertical videos. So you come into the studio and we'll give you all the short form videos that you could possibly want for LinkedIn, for YouTube Shorts, for Reels, for all those things, professionally edited.
I love it, because if you're giving me 30 pieces of content, that means I'm set for the entire month if I want it to be.
Yeah.
And that's posting every day.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So our clients will come in once a month, once a quarter, and just come in to record and have them set up for a month or however long it is. And like you mentioned before, you can have those outfit changes as well. So yeah, if you go to go.walkwest.com/content studio, I think.
Yes. Marathon.
Go.walkwest.com/marathon. We're not live. Everybody cut that out.
No, listen, when you're running a real marathon, we're going to take a sidestep. When you're running a real marathon, there's a point in the marathon where you get a little delirious.
Have you done this
could
before?
be that point. I have run a marathon before, right?
Yeah.
And this is my bridge, because we're going to go talk to a really amazing guest, and it's going to be right up my alley with some nutrition, with some fitness, with some health and holisticness.
But also brand building. Right. And so Dr. Deepti Sharma is a physician at Wake Med, and she's looking to build her brand to help so many other people. There's only so many people that she can help one-on-one in practice. But if she can take that knowledge and expand it out, if she can amplify that knowledge, all of a sudden she's able to help so many other people. And that's exactly what this podcast is the start of being able to do.
Well, I'm really inspired to talk to her because my background is in health and fitness, and I've always been such a big proponent of that. One of my core values is health and wellness, but I'm very interested in how a physician actually has the time to do all this.
Right.
Like, is she 10 people? Has she cloned herself? Is this something we don't know? We'll ask her, y'all. Don't worry. I'll find out the good details. But I'm really excited to dig in and find out how we can, keep our health top of mind while building our brands.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. We're going to get to Dr. Sharma's podcast, Weight and Metabolism, right after this break.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and it could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on to show our loved ones the way home.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Welcome back to the podcast marathon with Walk West. We are here, and today's episode right now is Weight and Metabolism with Dr. Deepti Sharma. Y'all, I am so excited that she is here. First of all, I've got to draw a little bit of attention to this girl's shoes because they are just chef's kiss gorgeous. If you can't see them, we'll get a picture of them up on social media. But Dr. Sharma, thanks for joining us. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Good. Thanks for being here. I want to kick it off with, what sparked your initial interest in weight loss and medicine?
Medicine, because it helps me combine science and human connection. Medicine makes you learn constantly. You're constantly learning and evolving, and it helps combine the knowledge that you gain and make a real impact to the patients and their lives. So I chose medicine, and then I chose to do obesity and lifestyle medicine because I just didn't want to be a physician who treats illness. I wanted also to empower my patients to prevent it and also live healthier lives.
I love this. One of my core values is health and wellness. And my very first job while I was still in college was as a personal trainer. And so I'm super excited to talk to you today about it. And I'd love to know, like, do you have a particular patient story or a defining moment in your career that really shifted your perspective in the importance of addressing like the root cause instead of just treating the symptom?
Yes, I have a lot of stories, but the one that I would like to share is of that 30-year-old patient I had. Before I started practicing obesity and lifestyle medicine full-time, I was doing primary care. So my lens is always of that, a primary care physician. So I had this 30-year-old patient who came in with a non-healing ulcer and an infection on his foot. He did not know that he was a diabetic. We ran some blood work and he was diabetic. And then while we were controlling his diabetes and working on it, and he was so diligent and followed everything that I recommended to him. And then he had sudden cardiac arrest and he passed away. And that still haunts me. He had young children and he had a very smiling face, always very grateful and respectful for the care we provided to him. I can never forget.
Yeah, that's a very touching story. And so that was that pivotal moment for you that really said, this is where I'm meant to be. This is what I want to be doing.
Yes, that made me realize that I need to do more work in preventive medicine.
Absolutely.
And education and empowering my patients.
Absolutely. Okay, so this might answer the question that I have for you, but as I was looking over our show flow and I'm like, okay, I'm talking to a real life doctor. This woman's been to med school. She's done residency. She's done all the things. Dr. Sharma, where do you find time to have a podcast?
It is very hard. It is. I'm not going to lie. I have also a family and 2 young children. I have a kid who's going to high school.
Oh my goodness.
And a 4th grader. So to balance it all, it is hard.
That is hard. I've got a 10 and a 7-year-old, so I'm right there with you with some of that elementary school craziness, but
yes.
Bless you. Okay. And so as a doctor though, what led you to start the podcast? Because you're already changing lives in the hospital. What led you to that decision?
Yeah, the podcast just helps me have a greater reach beyond the walls of my clinic. The goal stays the same, is to educate, empower, and help my patients live healthier lives. In the clinic setting, like the support is one-on-one and limited to the panel that you have, whereas podcast helps you reach millions of people anywhere in the world. We are thankful that we are, in the social media where we can reach so many people.
Yeah, I do think it's very interesting that people can now get really solid medical advice, but I think that it's great that you find the time because there's also so much bogus stuff out there or, I tried this and they're not actually thinking through the repercussions. And so when you're going directly to the source of someone who's done the med school, who's done the residency, who was a primary care physician, like that to me is huge and it gives you such credibility.
Absolutely. I see it as an extension of my work as a physician, just beyond the walls of my clinic.
Oh my gosh, I wish more doctors did that. Okay, let's talk about this root cause thing, because I think there might be some people out there who are like, but what does that mean? Does it mean that it's something wrong with me? So tell me, what do you mean when you're talking about focusing on the root cause of a chronic disease?
So I think it will be understandable if we use a relevant clinical example.
Absolutely.
So if you had high blood pressure or diabetes, I could give you medicine and just treat the symptom. But if I help you understand what's causing your blood pressure to be high or what's causing your blood sugars to be high and what are the real changes you could make on everyday basis, I think I'm empowering you to prevent the complications, thereby reducing the cost of procedures that would have on your health, the medication cost and hospitalizations. So we are helping people live healthier lives, stay out of the hospital, prevent complications, prevent death, and then also help reduce healthcare burden. The chronic diseases derive majority of the healthcare costs, and the current system, the sick care model that we have, is necessary, but it's not sustainable. So just addressing the root causes, making our communities healthier will help with both the causes.
Yeah. And I hear you say prevent, which of course makes me think about things like nutrition and sleep and proper diet and exercise and, drinking the green juices and doing all of the things. Is there one that you would say, hey, focus on this first before all others? Or what would be your approach if you were giving someone, advice on, helping with this root cause by attacking some of those preventative measures?
Yeah. All the things that you listed, nutrition, physical activity, stress, sleep, social connection, purpose, all of them are important. But the most critical, I think, is mental health. Mental health drives your biology, your habits, your resilience, your coping skills. And I could give you the best plan for your nutrition, best plan for your exercise and medications, but if you're not feeling good inside, you won't be able to make the changes. So addressing the mental health helps be resilient, strengthen the coping skills.
It's your starter packet. And I'm so glad that you said that because I used to be a personal trainer and I remember thinking through those things. And a lot of times I would say, like, let's just start with walking because it's easy because everybody could do it. But you saying that really kind of gave me this aha moment of like, actually take it back even further.
Yes.
Because if they are not feeling good enough to get out of bed to go walk, they're never going to do that.
Right. So weight, nutrition, metabolism, all of them are like the starting point is mental health and helps address habits, also helps address chronic stress can raise your cortisol levels, which raises blood sugars, blood pressures. It causes inflammation, which is again the root cause of all chronic diseases.
Absolutely. And I'm very interested in bariatrics and when it comes to mental health as well, because in my opinion, that you need to have that as the root cause, right? What happened in your life that we got to this place, right? And how can we make sure that we don't get to that place again, right? Whether we were using food as a coping mechanism or alcohol or something like that. And so I think that always needs to be the first step. Do you find in your work that you involve the mental health therapist in the beginning, especially when you're dealing with like weight loss surgery and stuff like that?
Definitely. Absolutely. For every patient.
Oh, I love that. Is there ongoing treatment as well?
Yes.
Oh, incredible. Oh my gosh. Okay. I want to talk about all the stuff we read online because I'm, a millennial. I'm scrolling TikTok every day. I'm looking at the Instagram. What is one of those foundational principles for nutrition? Because I love to go on there and see good, healthy recipes, but I don't know. Are these all fad diets? Like, what should we hold on to as a core nutritional principle?
Two things.
I love it. We're going to get 2 things. I'm writing 1 and 2 down.
Okay. First, a balanced diet with a variety of whole foods that provides you the nutrients and you use that as your source of energy and fuel for your body. Number 2, limit the processed foods. That's it. Like those are the 2 core principles I would like everybody to learn more about.
I'm a little feeling called out because all my snacks for today are processed foods. But y'all, that's just a podcast marathon day.
Yes, the goal is 80-20.
Okay.
Like the perfect life, it doesn't have to be perfect. It has to. Don't let perfection be the enemy of progress.
Yeah.
So 80-20 rule, and then always recognize foods as food for your body, a nutrition, and food for your soul. So no food is good or bad. It is.
That is so great. Food for the body or food for the soul.
Yes.
I love it because I do love me some treats and some ice cream, and that's my soul
and
food.
you should totally enjoy them guilt-free. The goal is to not associate food with any feelings.
I love that. That's such good advice. Can we talk about sleep?
Yes.
Can we talk about sleep? Because I feel like we're in this era and I feel like I'm living this where it's like sleep is this beautiful thing that I would love to have, but I don't see nearly enough of it. And I think that there's a lot of people out there that struggle with sleep. So what are some of those common sleep mistakes you see people like me making?
So I think the root cause again of that is that you're bombarded by information from all different directions, whether you're work or you're at home, and it does not stop. The information from media, information from TV, information from your work, the emails, the texts, and the schools, it just does not stop. And it's hard to shut off your brain at night. So the one thing that I I really feel commonly we could do is have a bedtime routine, a set regular sleep schedule, and avoid screen time before bedtime.
Oh, that's the hardest though.
It
That
is.
is really the hardest because I have a routine down pat and I tell myself every night, Erica, we're going to read our book. But you know what my biggest barrier is? This is going to be real. The lamp on my bedside is too far away to turn off when I'm tired. So I'd
Mhm.
rather turn it off ahead, which means I can't read a book. So that means I get to scroll TikTok.
No, so the solution to that is to put your phone outside your bedroom and you don't bring it in. No TV and no phones in the bedroom.
Oh, I knew the doctor would give me a solution I didn't want to hear, but I know I don't do the TV, but I don't want to get into this whole melatonin, the medication thing. I hear a lot about that. Do you think that people should be looking for sleep aids for help, or do you think that there's other things that they can do that are more holistic?
Sleep aids are a great tool, but I think if the first thing is sleep hygiene, like just making sure that you have addressed everything that's affecting your sleep, whether it's your stress levels, your to-do list. And there are practices, just like we have a bedtime routine for children, we need to have a bedtime routine for us, like self-care. Take care of your skin, take a hot shower or bath, and then have a sleepy time tea, a ritual, right? That just puts your mind into the phase that it's time to relax, unwind, and end the day. The problem with modern day living is our lives are all just so intertwined, and it just doesn't stop even at bedtime.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that in my own home. And it's like we're constantly on the go until it's time to go to bed. And it's almost like we're forcing this hard shut off.
Yeah.
And I think if your stress levels are already elevated, it's really hard to turn that down. So you mentioned the sleepy time tea. What are some other things that people can do to kind of help get into that, effective sleep routine?
Yes, having a set schedule, avoiding screen time before going to bed, avoiding caffeine after 3 p.m. Magnesium at bedtime really helps relax your muscles and also your brain. All of these are just natural ways to having a balanced diet, exercising, getting some daytime, like outside time would really help. All of that would help with sleep.
All right. You said a word I want to touch on. Exercise, which
Okay.
again, so my first job in college was a personal trainer. Fitness has always been such a big part of my life. But how do you recommend for people to get started if they haven't been exercising in a while?
Yes. Exercising is intimidating for a lot of people. And if we treat it as a separate chore, an additional thing on your to-do list, it's going to be hard to do it. So making it a part of your day, making it just a part of your routine, move throughout the day. And then most of our jobs are also on screens. So breaking it down, taking some mental health breaks and stretches throughout the day, walks and dancing, yard work, gardening, like make it part of your life, not as a separate chore. And having an accountability partner or a friend or a neighbor or your spouse, like they can go on walks with you, all of that, like make it as a part of your day, not like a separate chore. I think would be my best
I love
advice.
this. We're going to have like a patient doctor session here, okay? Because where I struggle with this and the mindset for me is as an old personal trainer, like it has to be 30 minutes and it has to be vigorous activity. But you're telling me I can garden.
You can.
And that's part of my exercise and part of my life, and it works.
Yes. And, walking, just simple walking, making sure that you are having some outside time, getting your vitamin D while you're doing it. Nature time also helps with relaxation and your stress levels. If you combine it with walking with a friend, then you get the social connection part of it too.
Ooh, we're killing two birds with one stone here, girl. We're going to have to go for a walk after this podcast
I would love
marathon so I
that.
can get some more tips and tricks like this.
I would love that.
I love the idea of incorporating it into your day. And I think that what we really need to do is work on educating people that it doesn't have to be this huge, intense, grueling, sweaty thing that nobody likes to do. And I think that that's a big misconception.
Yes, I always recommend to my patients who are sedentary or have jobs that are desk jobs that, walking desk, not the walking desk, a standing desk or walking pad, or taking breaks throughout the day where you stretch and do some like quick squats, or do every time you go to the bathroom, do some stretches, like, bring it in your day.
Yeah.
Dance while you cook.
Oh my gosh, dance while you cook. Okay. All right. You're a busy working mom. You're a doctor. How do you fit exercise into your day? What does your routine look like?
I do it every time I get a chance throughout my day.
Oh, wow. So you schedule walking breaks. You make sure you get up, you move. Do you have any of
I'm
the
often dancing even while seeing my patients through telehealth.
Okay, so she's going to be a fun one on the telehealth. I
Yes.
love it.
I make my patients move and I move too.
Oh, that is so good. You incorporate it. Oh, I could have a walking doctor's appointment. That would be
Yes.
really great with my next one.
Yeah.
Okay, as a physician in this RTP area, have you seen some prevalent health challenges in our community that, maybe you're concerned with?
Yes. I would answer this question with three perspectives. So number one, with children and youth, I think we need to target that age group if we want our community to be healthier. There is unrestricted, unregulated, and unlimited screen time that our kids are exposed to with all the devices that they have. A lot of schoolwork is on screen anyway. And then on top of that, they're socializing, the video games, the TikToks, the Snapchat, all of that, their connection is also all through screens. And then that compounded by the landscape of processed foods, that is the food in the schools that is served. And then we are with the inflation, parents have difficulty affording all
Right.
the extracurricular activities. So they're not moving as much. They're eating processed food. They're having excessive screen time. That compounded with vaping and substance abuse in the schools. Vaping is a big problem starting right at the middle school. So addictive substances like affecting their mental health, all of that is causing a big, I think, epidemic in our community. Now, coming to adults, I think everybody can relate. We have long work hours.
Mhm.
We don't have time to balance it all. How would you prioritize time to meal plan and prep? How do you find time to exercise? How do you find time to connect with your friends? How do you contribute more to the community? Like, you're just busy paying your bills. And then on top of that, you have responsibilities with the family.
Mhm.
So it's not that everybody knows what to do to live a healthier life. It's just prioritizing and making the time to do it.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, like, we know we're supposed to eat the salad and not the burger and the fries, but we still go for the burger and the fries anyways.
Yes, but you can relate, like, after a long, stressful day, drive-through is the easiest way to feed myself and my family.
It is.
And then we do have Raleigh. We have great parks and rec centers, and farmers markets
Mhm.
too. But then prioritizing it in your daily routine, because like after my work, I'm busy driving my kids to extracurricular activities, and so are other parents. How would you find a time to go walk in the park?
Yep. And we had this same struggle, and I'm a cheer mom, and we've got cheer on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And so what we've started to do is we walk together, the moms do, while the girls are practicing. And so that gives us the connection time.
Mhm.
And we've formed some really strong bonds, which, when you're a mom with little kids, that's already hard to do.
Yes, but I'm sure you had to prioritize it.
You
and then
do.
also put intentional effort into it.
You do. You
Yes.
really have to, because I would say for the first few months, we just all sat there and click-clacked away on our computer like, oh, good, we have more time to work.
Yes.
And now none of us bring our computers unless somebody has something big that's blowing up. And now we all just kind of come together. We walk, we talk about our problems, what's going on. And it's been a really great way to form community, but also get that intentional movement in.
Right. That's perfect.
I love it. Now, here's the only thing. We do bring snacks, though, and they are usually processed food snacks. So, we do have a little, that's the soul food, though, that you were talking
Maybe
about.
I can suggest some nuts, some unsalted, unroasted nuts, though. The raw nuts.
Unsalted, unroasted nuts, she said.
Because if they have M&Ms in it, then I know they're good, but that they fall in our 20% category.
They fall
not-
in our 20%, she said. Oh my gosh. Okay. I want to talk just a little bit about your vision for this podcast, because I'm so inspired that you're finding the time as a busy working mom, and not just a busy working mom, but a busy working mom who is a physician.
Mhm.
I'm very inspired that you're getting this out there. What is your vision for this podcast?
Yes, I want healthcare to be accessible. I want to break down very complicated, complex topics like obesity and make it understandable. And I want to empower my listeners to have tangible tools that they can apply after listening to the podcast. So, where evidence-based medicine meets applicability to your life is what my vision is for the podcast.
Oh, I love evidence-based medicine. All the things I talk about, I root them in science, because to me, understanding that why and understanding the data is so much more power. And some of the information you shared today, like, hey, incorporating exercise into your life is gardening, and that works and that counts. It's like, oh. That's real.
Yeah, I'll share my own example. I love dancing, but I just don't have time to go to a dance class.
What kind of dance do you do?
Indian Bollywood.
Oh, Bollywood. I love it. That'll be so fun.
Yes.
And they have classes you can do that? And you do it with your girlfriends or your family?
No, there's classes, but I don't have time to do it. I'll just do it at home while cooking.
Or when she's telehealthing with her patients. So that's my favorite part. Oh my gosh. What would be the one thing that you want your listeners to walk away with after they hear you on today's podcast marathon?
Yes. Start wherever you are and do whatever you can.
Mm-hmm.
Change is hard, and you don't have to do it all at once or do it alone. There is support, educate first of all, and then baby steps. It doesn't have to be overwhelming. Change is very overwhelming, and the information out there is overwhelming too. You have to cancel the noise, cut out the chaos, and align yourself with your priorities. Yes, do the research, educate yourself, empower yourself, and then make those changes into your daily habits, daily patterns.
I love all that. And it's very empowering, but I want to ask a couple more questions on obesity and weight management, because this is a health topic that nobody likes to talk about, right? It's so much easier to get out there and say, oh, I have high cholesterol or I have high blood pressure, and act like, you know, I can't help it. I can't help that happened to me, but nobody can go out there and say, oh, I have obesity. I mean, they could, but nobody does. They carry a lot of shame with that. When you're working with your patients, how do you guide them through this process? Because I imagine that shame could stop a lot of people.
It does. Obesity is one of the chronic diseases and unique in a way where you see it. You don't look at a person and know that they have diabetes or high blood pressure, but obesity, you see it.
Good point.
So that obviously brings stigma and shame with it, and bias. So my first step when I address obesity is creating a safe environment where my patient feels understood. Weight is more than a number on the scale. It brings out a lot of emotions, and it is a very vulnerable conversation. I feel if I am able to create that safe environment where they feel okay to share their deepest worries, their abuse, the trauma, the things that they have gone through, their weight loss journey. That's my role as a physician. And once we have addressed that, then we go on to empowering them with the tools that can change the trajectory. Obesity is a chronic neurohormonal disease, and it is based in genetics, biology, and influenced by lifestyle. So if we shift the focus from what it looks like to the cause of the disease, we can shift it from blame, shame, and bias to empathy, compassion, and finding tools to help these people.
Well, and I think it's important to really point out that it is a chronic disease, because I don't think a lot of people categorize it that way.
And that is why I started this podcast, and I'm trying to reach my patients outside my clinic so that to reach people outside the clinic is because so that I can educate that this is a disease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the generations that are coming up now? Because I think there's a lot more body positivity. I mean, I know when I was a kid, it was a supermodel looked one way, right? We were tall, we were thin, we were blonde, and a size 000.
Yes.
And I think that we see, I mean, Dove started it with their whole body, but we're seeing all the body positivity movements, and I love this. So what is your thought about the future generations and obesity and body positivity?
I'm loving the conversations around this, and then health at every size conversation. And my focus and lens is always from the perspective of health, like how to make you healthier. And so combining that vision and explaining and educating everybody about it being a disease also helps educate the community at large about body positivity and all that. I think that all is combined together.
Yeah.
Yeah. It goes hand in hand. And I'm glad that these conversations are happening.
No, I mean, I ask partially, selfishly, because I've got these two young kids and they're at that age where they are starting to notice that other kids, and they pick up the language, that they hear at school, like fat and this and that. And so we do a lot of conversations about how there's all different shapes and sizes. And I don't know, I think you've given me a lot of little tidbits about how I can talk about exercise and nutrition in a way that might help them shape a more positive, I guess, understanding of different body types and different sizes.
Right. Yes, we have to make that shift.
Yeah. But I'm glad that the generations coming down are not having the like one vision of a supermodel and all of that. I want to go back real quick to all of the pillars that we talked about. We talked about sleep. We talked about exercise. We talked about nutrition. Are there any that I'm leaving out?
Stress management.
Stress management. Yes, ma'am. And that's why I couldn't remember it, because stress has got me forgetting all the things. What are we going to do about stress management?
It is very hard. We are just the environment that we are living in.
Yeah.
Yes. We have to, again, put an intentional effort to manage our stress. That comes from time management, prioritizing what is important to you, aligning yourself with what truly matters, and not mindlessly eating, mindlessly sitting on the computer desk, or mindlessly watching OTT, because we just have access to all these comfort zones where we can just be, eating mindlessly and not moving at all and not connecting.
But I'm so glad that you said this, and I wrote it down and I put a big old square around it, because you said focus on your priorities, do a bit of time management. You didn't tell me to go do yoga. You didn't tell me to go meditate. And I was like, if this woman tells me I need to go meditate, I'm going to lose it right here on this podcast marathon.
My goal is to decrease your to-do list and not to increase it.
Oh
You
my
already
gosh.
have a big one.
I do want to get better at meditating, because I do think there's a lot of
It
benefits to meditation, but I also do think it is an add to the to-do list. And I know that so many busy professionals out there are like, I just can't add one more thing.
Again, there are so many nice apps and resources now, like sometimes even just playing that video on your drive to work. I use Calm app during my morning commute, and that just helps me set a tone for the day.
But to go back to your point, what really decreases my stress is when I don't take meetings after 2:00. What really decreases my stress is when I don't have things to do before 9 a.m. What really decreases my stress is when I don't say, yes, I can pick up every kid at every carpool every day this week, no problem. And it's when I protect my time and my boundaries with what really matters to me is when I'm not stressed.
Yes, there's a learning curve to that. I think when we initially start working, we go into the workforce, we are trying to be perfect and work hard and give our best, and we forget ourselves. Like that and same with family. Like when you have a family, you dedicate yourself to the kids and the family, and you can be depleted just because of all the asks from a person.
Absolutely. I mean, I got 2 of them. Whew, the number of times they
aging
said
parents.
mom. Oh,
Yes.
Lord, I got them too. Oh, my
Yes.
goodness.
Yeah.
All right. As we close out, there's a wonderful podcast marathon session for anyone who is listening who maybe feels overwhelmed, they feel stuck, they don't know where to start with their health journey. What words of encouragement would you offer them?
It's normal to feel overwhelmed. We have to normalize the overwhelm that comes with just because of the amount of information that's out there. And again, you have to trust the source and do your research, find what resonates with you, what makes sense to you, and then start wherever you can and start wherever you are and do whatever you can.
Yes, I love this. Find a credible source. And you know who is a credible source? Right here, Dr. Deepti Sharma with the podcast for weight and metabolism.
Thank you.
So Dr. Deepti Sharma, thank you so much for being here today, talking about all things holistic health and the root cause. It was so fascinating and really eye-opening. So I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit RDU.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on to show our loved ones the way home.
Welcome back to the Walk West Podcast Marathon, brought to you by the Walk West Content Studio. We're inviting everybody in to our studio for our podcast, and we've had some awesome content so far. We got cut off on LinkedIn. We reached the 4-hour max. That is incredible. But everybody watching this can go to YouTube, and we'll reshare it all on LinkedIn and cut up all the videos and everything else. But we've got some awesome afternoon content lined up for you. Erica, you just had a chance to talk to Dr. Sharma about building her brand and some advice for health. How did things go?
It went really well. And what I loved about talking with her is it really showcases that everybody needs a brand. Everybody needs a brand. And I mean, this is a real life physician here. That is probably one of the last people that I'd be like, yeah, she'd have a podcast.
Yeah.
I mean, I see physicians go on podcasts, but I've never seen a physician have a podcast.
Yeah.
So number one, she's incredible for being a mom, a doctor, and a podcast host. But number two, I think it's incredible that she's doing it because there's so much medical BS out there these days. And the fact that you can go and listen to somebody who's been to medical school, she's done the thing, she knows what she's talking about. It's data you can trust.
It's so true. And if you want help building your brand, we can help. If you go to execbrandauthority.com, we can help you out with so many things, from your podcast to your book to amplifying everything, even your audiobook. And I'll talk about that more here in just a second. But building your brand, you've been an expert at that. And that's something that we're building along with everybody here, all of our clients.
I love it. You know, they used to say you could build your brand, you could borrow your brand, or you could buy your brand.
Ooh.
Right? So those are the three things. And buying it is easy, but expensive, and also never leads to sales because they're always bots, you know, out of who knows where. Borrowing sometimes works, sometimes gets you followers because you can partner with somebody. Few people may like you, but building it is really where you get the people who are going to know, like, and trust you, invest in you, and really like attach themselves to your brand. So what we're doing with Executive Brand Authority is so key right now.
Yeah, you have the expertise, and it's just a matter of monetizing that expertise.
That's right. Got to monetize that expertise.
Yep. I mentioned audiobooks. You mentioned audiobooks. We do produce audiobooks here as well, and we've had some awesome ones. I mentioned John Samuel's book before. I mentioned David Gardner's book before. Another one that we produced recently was called Ninja Entrepreneurs. Ninja Entrepreneurs. What a great name. And that was from Dennis Stearns. So it's for those people that are looking for inspiration from other entrepreneurs that have done it before. He interviewed, I think, something like 20 different entrepreneurs and put that into chapters and shared their lessons learned about the failings and lessons and everything else that went into them becoming what he deems as a ninja entrepreneur.
Can I tell you why I also think it's so key to have an audiobook as a speaker and an author? This is like my little side thing is it doesn't cost you money to produce it more than once, right? You've done it, then you can put it in any deal you have. So I will often do deals with companies where I will say, yeah, I'll put in 15 audiobooks or I'll put in 25 audiobooks. And they're like,
wow.
okay, great. Because then they can give that audiobook to their employee population or their ERGs, and it's no cost to me. I'm just making money, but they're getting something that they can hand their people.
That is brilliant.
I'm telling you, I saw those dollar signs going off in your head. You were like, man, that's a good ROI.
Well, you don't have to remember to bring physical books either.
No, and you just get these codes, and people have different codes, and you hand them out. Now, some people love to have a good hard book in their hand, and I do too. It just depends on the type of book. But for people who really want to think about incorporating it into their business, it really is a great one-time investment that you can make money with continuously.
It's really smart. Wow. And part of your brand now is your AI content, right?
Yes.
Who would have thought that?
Not me.
6
I'll
months
tell
ago?
you that. And I think it still really perplexes my husband that I'm out here talking about AI because he's a technical project manager. And so I'm like over here and I'm telling him what I did with my chatbot, this and that. And it still surprises me how much I am leaning into AI, but it's such a fascinating thing.
Was there any hesitation in getting into it at first?
Oh, well, absolutely. But those were more my sticky floors.
Yeah.
You see what I did there with
I
my
do,
little
I do,
drop?
yeah.
But it was like, who am I to talk about AI? Who's
Yeah.
going to believe me? I even had speaker friends like text me, be like, oh, you're talking about AI now? Like thinking I'm just hopping on the next big thing. But for me, it's really about making sure that women are leaning into AI and making sure that they are closing what I'm calling the AI gap, because we've got the pay gap, we've got the leadership gap, we've got the confidence gap. We will have an AI gap if we don't lean in and start adopting at the same rates of men.
Go through those gaps
Oh,
again.
I know so many. Pay gap, leadership gap, confidence gap. I mean, equity gap, everything, but we're going to have an AI gap as well.
Yeah.
And so women really need to lean in. And one thing that Greg and I love doing is going to a lot of VACO HR meetings and working with their teams there, because who are a lot of HR professionals? Women.
Mhm.
And so we teach AI to non-technical folk, which is really funny.
That's great. And that leads into what we're pitching in this event is our AI readiness audit, right? So if you are not feeling like you're quite ready for AI, or if your business or brand could use some help, go to go.walkwest.com/marathon and get a free AI readiness audit. Actually, for the first 50. I don't know how many have signed up so far. But
I know we might be selling you something that you can't have anymore, but that's okay because you can still come and work with us. But the key thing here is knowing where you're at in this assessment, because you always have to know where you start before you can take the next step.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go to the next episode. I want to talk about this real quick because the host of this podcast, Triangle Tweener Talks, has built a brand for himself as well. And he has built Triangle Tweener Fund, but before that, he built Channel Advisor, a previous company, and then he built Spiffy. I mean, these are huge companies, and now he's got his 4th, 5th, 6th startup. I don't know, but he's working on a company called Refi Buy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. All the while building Triangle Tweener Fund, which has, get this, Erica, they've invested in over 150 local companies.
Oh my gosh. Well, tell me more. What is Triangle Tweener? That's like a lot of alliteration for me this far in the day. What is Triangle Tweeners?
Triangle Tweeners are those in-betweens. Okay. So those companies that are not pre-revenue yet, there's a lot of investment funds that will invest in companies that are pre-revenue. And there are a lot of companies that will invest in companies that are over, I can't remember the exact metrics, but that are over 5 million. But he gets
that nice little middle chunk there, the tweeners.
Yes. What is in between? And so he always tells a story of he had a teenager or a tweenager.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
that's where my brain goes.
Right. Right. And so he's like, wait a minute, there's a lot of companies that are like my daughter here around this area. And I want to be able to give back to them and share what I learned in growing from, yes, some revenue, but growing to a much bigger company. So they've invested in over 150 companies.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he's got a tweener list as well. So the tweener list is the list of all the companies in this area that meet that tweener criteria.
I love it. And he's using the podcast to get the message out there. He's using it as part of his branding, right?
Correct.
Amazing. How's that going for him?
Amazing. So we did something fun a few months ago. You're familiar with March Madness?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah. So we did a Tweener Madness special.
Tweener Madness?
Yes. Where we had 8 companies that were going head to head, vying for an investment, a $25,000 investment with the Triangle Tweener
Oh,
Fund.
man, he's bringing out the big guns.
Yes. And so we had judges, investors from the area. And so there was a panel of 3 judges with every single event, every single battle, every single competition. And so we had some awesome companies that were vying for this money. And you'll have to go check out Tweener Madness on the Triangle Tweener Talks podcast. But it ended up being an AI logistics company versus a calendar invitation company. That's what I'll say.
I love it. And we're going to have our very own CEO, Greg Boone, interviewing Scott Wingo.
Yes.
So it'll be a little break for me, but we'll get that AI serious talk in there, which I think is going to be really insightful.
Yes. All right. So let's get to that episode of the Triangle Tweener Talks podcast with guest Greg Boone and host Scott Wingo.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and it could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton, both of them.
I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom, she passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile in her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on to show our loved ones the way home.
Hey everybody, welcome to this live edition to the Triangle Tweener Talks. I'm Scott Wingo, your host, and I'm joined by Greg Boone, CEO of Walk West, also a fellow entrepreneur.
Absolutely. Thanks, Scott.
Absolutely. It's good to have you. So you kind of did a drive-by when we had a drive-by podcast appearance when we had our podcast in February, when you had announced that you were going to be the incoming CEO at Walk West and that you guys had acquired Earfluence. Let's get an update on that. How's it going so far?
It's
Obviously, you've invested in the studio.
100%. Yeah, it's been going very well, right? We've reimagined it more so than just a podcast, but more of a content studio is what we call this team, right? It's all about creating a lot of visual content and things that really kind of cut through a lot of the noise, but also really elevates personal brands, corporate brands. So it's been really well, been a great kind of a marketing lens for us too, to really break out. Because I always tell folks in the age of AI, it's all about taste and trust, right? And we use this for trust and use this to get our voices out and see how people can really see, like, we're not just some abstract company. There are real people that are behind this and that are driving this. And then for our clients and our partners, right, we give them a spot and some rich content to go online. So
excellent. Yeah. And when I remember in that conversation, you and I, I was just starting to write about this drop off in traffic people had experienced. And you had said that was one of your theories of why this needed to happen. Both you very interested in this model and then also bringing in the podcast part. We're 6 months into it. Has that played out? Like, are you hearing from clients that this is what they need? Are they seeing that organic drop of, like, everything that worked for the last 15 years has just kind of stopped working and they're coming to you guys for, what do we do? What's happening here? Is that what you're hearing out there?
Yeah, I think the market sophistication is getting to a point where people have felt, they felt it. And I think that while folks were trying to, like, say, maybe it's something else, or maybe it's not that, it can't be this, right? And I think that was just kind of hopes and dreams, right? You wanted the nostalgia of the world of how it worked for the last 15 years is very challenging for folks. And what I tell folks all the time, it's like, proof is in the pudding. We're growing 30-40% year over year in some very challenging times, right? In spite of some of the challenges from, AI search or email not converting the same way, right? And so the theory that you were describing was, I was very heavily leaning into, hey, if Google were to go away, so I kept asking the large language models late last year. I had I was an early adopter to Gemini's deep research beta late last year. And I said, hey, if Google goes away, what are people going to do? Mm-hmm. And the same things kept coming up with short form video, podcasts, things like Reddit, and, just a diversified set of channels for folks. But one of the things that really resonated for me was the idea of this personality-led growth. And being on camera, being out front and talking about your brand and your products and the things that you're doing. And that really seems to resonate both with our clients, our partners, and our customers, alike.
Very cool. So I've been writing a series around, so the first part of it ended up being like a 6-part series because it was so well received. The first part was like, here's what's going on and why, so AI is soaking all the oxygen out of the room and all the clicks because people are getting answers. Search engines are becoming answer engines. And then as they do that, as ChatGPT did that, Google had to react. So now they have their AI overview. They've got like 6 different flavors. I'm sure you've played it. So they got Gemini, you mentioned. They've got AI overviews, and now they have AI mode. So you have to kind of like look in 3 places to see what all they're up to. But they're clearly reacting to ChatGPT stealing customers from them, and then that's causing an acceleration of this trend. A lot of that's newer since the February time we chatted. And then, you inspired one of the, so my thing is I've been talking about 9 different strategies. Right. You guys were instrumental in helping me. One of them is basically inspired by that conversation. And you have a framework that you guys think about. What's that framework? And
it's our 4P strategy. Yeah. I always I use a lot of alliteration, right? I find it's easier for people to consume it that way. Yeah. Right. But it's podcast, partnerships, paid media, and public relations. Mm-hmm. Right. And I say the same thing all the time. I say, look, at Walk West, you commented, when we were talking back in February, he's like, all right, what does Walk West do? I said, we do 3 things really well. Make sure you're seen, heard, and cited, CITED, by humans and machines alike for maximum results. Yeah. Right. The whole point of that was to lead into that 4P strategy was the audience is not just going to be the human, which is thing 1, right? It's also how do you speak to the machine? How do you show up in the right places? How are you cited by other folks? I tell people all the time, you can't just say you're the authority because you wrote a blog on something, right? You write a blog, but then you also have you have your newsletter, you have your podcast, you have all these other places and channels that all kind of come together, right? And so
in my world, you got to be active on LinkedIn. It's oddly, it's like the worst worst social media network out there from a like structural search, and all that stuff is always broken. And the messaging infrastructure is just like a dumpster fire, but that's where you get a lot of engagement. It's crazy.
Yeah, 100%. Right. And I tell folks all the time, you have to show up in the places where people expect you to show up, or you have to find them, or they have to find you where they expect to find you. Right. And so if you don't have a YouTube channel, if you don't have a, if you're not active on Reddit, if you don't have a Substack, if you don't have all these other things, and do it in a unified way. Right. We also leverage heavily PR. Right. So we have a PR arm to post a lot of things and press releases and make sure that we are talking about the right relevant things and getting access to show up in the right places. Again, being seen, heard, and cited is critical to our 4P strategy.
So your strategy, works for a wide, like a horizontal kind of thing. So it could work for a barber shop. We just had someone in here that was like a doctor doing metabolism. And that's a great way for her to build a local brand. My audience is much more vertical in this kind of largely, entrepreneurial startup, usually high tech of some angle. Now within there, it goes wide from ag tech to AI to traditional software as a service and all these, and cybersecurity, all these things. But let's say you're a founder of a company like that, and in our tweener world, they start with an idea, they build up, and they get to like this $1 million run rate, and at that point, they're through product market fit. I know you know all this, but I'm changing it over the audience. I start talking to them about this strategy, and they're always like, "I don't have time for that." Like, what do you say to the entrepreneur that says, number one, does it have to be the CEO and founder? Number two, if they don't have time for it, what are some things you say to convince them?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. So I'm glad that you said that. Just like with your six-part series, you started with the problem, right? What I've been trying to talk to folks about for a year is like, how are you going to get awareness? How are you going to get visibility, right? And so when I ask folks this all the time, or basically what the comment I would make is like, it used to be if you build it, they will come. Right. There was a lot of product-led growth. It's like, okay, well, that's not how the large language models work. It's not how AI search works, right? You have to figure out a way to break through that because you're not an incumbent. You are a challenger. And what I always would say to them too, I think it was in a Forbes article, there's a bunch of studies on this, but they said 49% of your brand's reputation is directly tied to your reputation. So if you're doing nothing online, not great. If you're doing something negative, even worse, right? And so what I do is I start with a problem like, hey, do you want people to know about your product? Right? Do you want people to know about your brand? But then also I realized, and I've talked to a lot of founders that they're like, I'm not comfortable being the face of this. I said, all right, well, find an evangelist, find someone on your board, create an ambassador network. It doesn't mean that you have to personally always be front and center, right? But you absolutely should. If you look at folks like, I was just listening to a podcast with the Lovable CEO was on, Anton was listening to the Figma CEO, right? People have seen the almost hostage video like Sam Altman kind of takes, right? It's clear he doesn't want to do that, right? But he knows it is very necessary because people aren't going to gravitate anymore to abstract brands or ideas or products. And there's so much optionality out there. Again, it goes back to taste and trust, right? And so I do tell these founders, one, unless you got a better path, right, in the age of AI, someone has to be front and center with your business. And then we try to lessen that. Even at Walk West, we'll do things like we have a package we call 30 and 30 because we realize not everybody like you and I can feel comfortable being in front of a camera all day, every day. So what we would do is, hey, just drop in and sit with us for 30 minutes. We'll interview you, have some great conversation, learn a lot about your brand, get you to talk about stuff. Then we'll chop it up and we'll make you look professional, right? And so it lowers the friction. It lowers a lot of the angst. They don't have to worry about show flow and all these other things that we have to focus on when we're running these things. So, but the first thing I do is I start with the problem, right? Yeah. Don't you want to be found?
Yeah. Yeah. And in startups, we call that the go-to-market motion or the GTM motion. And, you can previously you could also pay your way, right? So you could kind of say, I'm gonna go buy a ton of Google, or even LinkedIn has a decent ad system and so on and so forth. But the efficacy of those is because of AI is also dropping kind of dramatically. So it is, I think it's a required thing to do more inbound marketing here, where you've got this unearned coming in after you've planted all these seeds of content along the way.
100%.
Yeah. I've been doing it forever. So I didn't start out comfortable at all. But we all use a whole new vocabulary for it now, but it is definitely something that you have to do for sure.
100%.
Yeah. And then you had let's go back. I always thought I wanted to ask more questions about your entrepreneurial journey. So you came to this through software yourself. So run us through the highlights of your software entrepreneurship career.
Yeah. So my background is so my degree is in computer science. Like folks always say, well, why a marketing company? Right. And I actually invested in Walk West 10 years ago when it was a 2-person company because I saw, I just loved the way that the founder, Brian Honorio, was doing things back then. But even before then, I've always been into like my college career started. I played a little bit of basketball and baseball at Howard University, and I was a business major. Right. Not really by choice, basically just everyone. That's what the coaches said that you're going to take.
Yeah.
Right.
I know the guys over there. They'll help you out.
Right. And so I really enjoyed business, and then I transferred to North Carolina A&T, and I was trying to get into computer-based information systems, which was a part of the B school at Howard. The folks at A&T said, well, we have something close. It's called computer science. I was like, okay, let me try this out. And I realized very quickly it was not close, but I fell in love with it. Right.
Yeah. At that time, there was a lot of math and computer science, less so than now. And it was like, all right, when do I get to computer science? Like, oh, you got to take 6 more math classes. And then you'll get to it when you're like late junior and you're like, wait a minute.
100%. I literally
switched.
Last Friday morning, I was on a panel speaking to Wake Tech Community College locally. And I made that exact point. I said, I did not need 8 math classes.
Yeah.
Right. To get my computer science degree.
Necessary.
Right.
I'm glad they retooled that.
Yeah. So I started in tech, and then I had a couple of failed startups. I wanted to have my own ISP back in 2000.
Nice.
Right. It was called Genuine Digital. It did not work out very well. It did not last very long. Had no idea. At the time I started my career at IBM in 1998. And and that's where I kind of fell in love with, like, okay.
Here in the Triangle, or were you up in
No, I was here. I'm born and raised in Durham, North Carolina. So I had
may have taken a detour up north or something.
No, as my wife says, you're never going to leave this place, are you? Yeah, I said probably not. It's too much opportunity here.
Yeah.
But so I got the bug a little bit on trying to start different things. Then I went to a smaller company, and like a lot of folks, I got caught in the .com era, where it worked out for some of the folks up top. And then I got asked, hey, you want to move to Spokane, Washington, or take this severance? I said, I'll take the severance. I'm not leaving Durham.
What about my equity? Oh, you didn't get anything.
Right.
Yeah.
And so
you learned about waterfalls. That's a
I did learn. I learned a lot.
Yeah.
Right. On where, trying to get positioned on the cap table, right. Trying to understand options and things of that nature. So, or phantom equity, a lot of different terms I didn't know, but then, I started to get into doing a lot of different things. I've been in the bar industry. I've been in the restaurant industry. I've tried a lot of different things, but everything was always centered around technology and marketing.
Startup's hard. Let me go find the one thing hard.
Yeah, like let me see. Oh, I didn't know
you could
that.
Do grocery stores. That's
right.
that's up there on
the margins are very thin.
Yeah.
But I realized, okay, this has a 95% failure rate in restaurants. I should probably get out of that. Let me focus more on tech. And so I came back and got into more of the tech space from a digital marketing, e-commerce perspective, then start to layering on analytics and data. And that brought me on my journey into AI several years ago. And I was like, okay, this is very interesting where things are going. Right. And so I fast forward to today, and now I'm running was a marketing company. Now I call it a growth management consulting company, right? Where we're really helping folks use AI and technology in general to both grow their revenue as well as to increase their profitability. So
let's talk about e-commerce. What'd you do in e-commerce? I noticed you're wearing good shoes. Are you a sneakerhead?
I am a sneakerhead. These are my Jordans.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, my Jordan 3s.
Nice.
J3s. Yeah. So it's on the e-commerce side, we were 2 companies ago. I was running a company. I was co-CEO of Blue Acorn ICI, and we were focusing on the services side of Adobe. We were doing Adobe Experience Manager on the CMS side, but then when they acquired Magento, we were already a big partner on the Magento side of the house. We're also Salesforce Commerce. We were doing Shopify work. So really helping larger organizations leverage e-commerce the right way, or what we perceive to be the right way.
Yeah.
Right. And then 2020, we sold that company to Infosys.
Nice. That's the Indian outsourcing.
Yeah. So we sold it to
BPO,
Infosys.
they call it
the BPO, which A16Z podcast had a podcast earlier this year, and May 17th. I'll never forget the day, right? Because I remember talking to some of my colleagues at Infosys a couple of years ago, and I said, this is going to be highly disruptive for the BPO business. And as I tell folks, they kind of the proverbial, they balled it up and say, threw it over their shoulders. We're never going to talk about that again, right? And then May 17th of this year, A16Z's podcast was the BPO business will be disrupted by Gen AI in particular, and they even called out Infosys along with a handful of others.
They're kind of like the Kleenex of BPO. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's the And it's no, I have a lot of great colleagues at Infosys. They do a lot of great work. It's just a reality of
everyone's got to reinvent themselves.
Everyone has to reinvent themselves. No one can escape this tsunami.
Yeah, got to add 30% more value every year, or you're going to get wiped out by an AI that can do the mundane, commoditized stuff.
Yeah, I say that all the time. I said, let the machines handle the routine and let the humans handle the remarkable, right?
You always have a little saying for everything.
That's why I run a marketing company.
I'm always just like teeing you up for like the next little soundbite.
Look, it makes it easy if I just use alliteration, right? That's how my brain works now.
Okay, so again, let the machine do the mundane.
Yeah, I say let the machine handle the routine and let the humans handle remarkable. But I did used to say, let the machines handle the mundane, right?
Okay, gotcha.
So
yeah, and then. Do you have a sneaker website? Like on the side, do you run like a little sneaker store, or like?
No,
do you buy on Goat? Like, where do you?
I was about to say,
serious collector. Or?
All right, so look, we're live, so you got me. Look, we can't cut this out.
Myself first. I'm not a sneakerhead, but I collect. This is super nerdy, but comic book art, and I'm a Star Wars fan, so I've got a lot of Star Wars stuff.
Yeah,
it's hard to collect in Star Wars because there's like so much of it. It's hard to find anything rare. But I discovered I was a comic book collector. If I wasn't nerdy enough. And then I realized that that's kind of like fake scarcity. Like you would buy something for $100, and if you ever sold it, they'd pay you $25. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm the greater fool on the table. But then I discovered they actually you can buy the art, the actual pages of art that the artists do. And that's one of a kind. And that's super scarce. So that's my odd nerdy hobby.
Yeah.
Not that shoes is not nerdy in any way.
No, but but to your question, my wife said, if you bring in any more shoes, you have to also then ship out.
Do you have a sneaker wall?
She's trying to get me to build one, but I have about 30 something pair of Air Jordans in particular. But
nice. So that's your jam.
That's my go-to. And I always
do you have any Jordan worn? Or do you go into
no,
like,
I don't go do that.
Worn?
Like I buy them to actually wear them.
Okay.
Right. I don't buy them to collect them.
Yeah, because usually I see them like those like wrapped up in this, they're in the cellophane. I'm sure you've seen them.
Oh yeah.
Wrap them up. Yeah.
Yeah, but at size 14, I struggle to go to the mall to just find my shoes. So I do end up on Goat or StockX or some of the other sites.
So within Air Jordan, educate me on Air Jordan. Is there a certain era you like? Like what is it about the, so you've got, you can't see it on the camera, but your upper has like a cool, like orange reddish area.
Well, yes,
then
the
you've
cement.
got like a really cool cement thing. Is that, yeah. And then your heel has got a combo of that, and it's got like a dimpling on the leather. This is the kind of stuff that I'm sure that you get your collectors think about all these little nuances.
Oh yeah, you don't want to crease the J's, right?
Yeah.
So if you crease them, then it devalues them. But as I said, I wear them, right?
Yeah.
That was my intent. But
yeah,
I grew up wearing
West employees don't step on Greg's shoes. looking at you guys. Career limiting move.
Yeah, but for me, right, like Jordans are I don't know. I grew up obviously I grew up loving Michael Jordan and what he was doing for basketball, right? And for the state of North Carolina in general. But I used to wear them. Like I was a kid. I remember wearing them to play basketball, not to just go out places.
Yeah, so there's nostalgia and like an homage to MJ.
Right. 100%. And, and then as a business person, he's been crushing it. I listened to Jay Will on, he had a little video. Jay Will, they used to play at Duke, Jason Williams. And he was talking about Jordan and how much he grew the Hornets brand and how much as much as maybe they're not winning a lot of games, but man, from a business transformation and an exit strategy.
Yeah, you got in on the NBA when it was like a great time to get in, and the teams are going for the Portland Trailblazers. They're just trading right now.
Yes,
for $5 or $6 billion.
Yes,
something like that. And that's probably like a good equivalent.
Massive, which I think is going to impact locally here. I was reading something.
Oh yes, the Darden
the baseball.
Hang out with those people.
I do not hang out with those people, Scott. Okay. I would love to hang out with those people.
I'm sure you do. You're being modest. Talk more about Michael Jordan. What from a business perspective? I mean, so I'm not as dialed in on it as you are, but even from an outsider, it seemed like he went from kind of a player making a big salary, and then at some point people wake up and say, wait a minute, I'm building, he's had, just like thinking about the Bulls when he had his run there. He probably increased that brand 2-3x, right? So it seems like now, and you see this with Messi and other people, they're kind of starting to get an equity piece of the entity they're playing with down their career as they kind of get into the middle or back half of their career. And it seems like, unfortunately, MJ was of an era where you really couldn't do that as a player, but then he kind of came out and then put a lot of his money into equity. So he owns like car dealerships.
Right.
That's a good investment. That's nice because it's got a cash stream and it's also got a lot of land.
It's a real estate play.
Yeah, it's a real estate play. And then he bought obviously a sports team, and then I think he owns like a golf course or something. Does he own either?
I have no idea,
Okay.
but I know that he is come to terms with the fact that he has massive brand effects, right? And the idea that if he puts his name on a lot of different things, right, it's going to help.
He was the first player to get his own sub brand within the Nike,
right?
family.
And he got an actual cut of the sales and of the overall ownership.
Yeah, okay, I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
So either he or he had a smart advisor. They're like, you need to get equity, but
I don't know. It depends on if you like the movie that was at Affleck and Matt Damon. The Air movie where he talks. It sounds like his mom was.
I haven't seen that one, but yeah.
Right.
Oh, was it his mom? That was
his mom was like, "Hey, this." At least that's what they say in the movie, right? This is how the negotiation went down. But I think that position is the same thing. Taking it back to like some of the founders and entrepreneurs. That's what I'm trying to get across. Like at the end of the day, there's going to be so many options out there, and folks are going to go for the folks with the brand, right? It's the taste and trust. Jordan provide a level of taste and trust for folks, right? And it really blew up in the Charlotte area, right? The brand, he bought it when it was the Bobcats, turned it back into the Hornets, grew it significantly, his exit strategy, all of that, it all played out well. And so, as great as he was as a basketball player, he's just as damn good as an entrepreneur and as a business person.
Yeah, and then he's so multi-talented because during his career he did baseball as well, which you know that. And then he's an excellent golfer. I don't know his actual. I think he's like relatively competitive for his age group. And then I'm always surprised to see him. He has this huge boat, and he goes out and does like some kind of sport fishing.
Yeah. I remember.
What's that all about?
I don't know, but I remember seeing
we got to get you an invite to go out on that.
I mean,
I
absolutely.
get seasick, so I can't go. But you guys
fair.
go.
You got Dramamine, right? But,
yeah, it doesn't work. I've tried it.
But yeah, when I was at Blue Acorn ICI, we had an office in Charleston. I remember the team talking about how I think his team won some fishing competition down there, and I didn't even know he did that.
Yeah.
So he's everywhere.
There's a big one. It's like the people that do the Salt Life shirt or something. There's a big one in North Carolina, and he's always in the top 2 or 3 of that. Yeah. Think about that, to be able to compete in so many, diverse things. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
From
man.
fishing to golf to baseball to basketball.
I mean, a couple years ago, there were some folks who got in trouble for rigging it.
Yeah.
So
did they? Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's what he did.
And threw them on.
Well, I think they were weighing the fish and they put some weights inside of the fish. So when they got to weigh them,
yeah. What else? Do you have a favorite quote from MJ that's inspiring to you?
I don't know about the quote, but his idea that he will always figure out an enemy or create an enemy, regardless of whether the one existed or not.
To go at him.
Yeah, because everyone needs a certain level of motivation, right? A lot of companies, I remember when I was doing a lot in the Adobe space, and Adobe hated Salesforce. I remember when I worked at IBM, and IBM hated Microsoft in the late 90s. They used to call it micro squish.
Yeah.
Like when I was on the campus, they were always like, oh, micro squish. It's like people need to have that competitive tension, right? Because you get to a point where some of these companies have gotten so big, it felt like there wasn't a lot of competition, right? And I felt like that's kind of like, Google. I'm sure they felt like they had no competition and then all of a sudden these things come along, these large language models, and they, like, wait, we've been doing the research. It was like OpenAI and everything else is coming out. And in Perplexity, you're the one that convinced me to get a comment. I was reading something that you posted.
Yeah.
I was like, now I got to go pay the $200 a month to see what Scott's talking about.
It was worth. Have you enjoyed it?
I enjoyed it, but I go back and forth. Like I have my own. I still am. Loyalty is not the right word. What I'm trying to figure out is the difference with Google versus some of the AI search and keep playing around. Like my theory is that they're playing around AI mode and these other things because they're trying to figure out what is the ultimate experience going to be.
Yeah,
I think
at some
everyone
point
is.
They'll switch them, but
right.
They're going to have to wait as long as possible because they got to get the ads in there, or else they can't show you a no ad page because that's not good for business.
Yeah, but they, like you were saying earlier, I always tell folks, I'm like, Google had their Blockbuster meets Netflix moment, right? And they could have either taken the Blockbuster path, or they can say, look, I got to lean into this and figure this out, right?
Yeah.
Some of the founders came out of retirement. That's how you know that,
it's getting serious.
It's getting real serious.
So do you predict Google's going to make it through this?
100%.
Kind of get out of the innovator's dilemma?
Yeah, I mean, they have no choice, but also they have the distribution, they have a disadvantage. I mean, a competitive advantage when it comes to distribution that others didn't, right? When I kept hearing a lot of the naysayers saying that Google's so behind, I'm like, yeah, but the moment they turn it on, they're everywhere, right? They still own 90-some% of search. Now, that's only going to be a lasting moment if they don't make this pivot, right? And they had to cannibalize their own kind of business model and structure. but what were their choices, right?
Yeah.
As market sophistication grew, right, and as people got used to, because I always say, folks, we as humans, we don't search for answers. We don't search for links. We search for answers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the idea that you were just going to give that away, which with it comes all the data that's always been the play at Google.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had no choice.
Yeah, got to do it.
You have to do it.
Yeah. Okay, so you think they're going to make it? So we got.
Well, what do you think?
I think they're going to have to. I don't think they'll be able to do it without a big disruption. I think they're going to have to go to
100%.
Wall Street and say, we're going to take a 20% haircut on EBITDA for a while because we're going to lose some ads. We're going to have to kind of like go down and then to come back up. And that'll be interesting to see what Wall's done.
And in a parallel track, I see a lot of publicly traded companies that are going to have to figure out, right, what is their, you got folks that are saying, look, we're not going to be able to grow at the same extent, right, or the same kind of trajectory or rate that we have been historically, but our profits are going to be better. And Wall Street is like, nah, I want both. I'm used to you going up to the right like this. Now you're telling me that you're going to plateau some, but your profit is going to grow. I don't believe you just yet. And I think a lot of that sophistication is going to have to happen over the next several years.
Yeah,
attribution is going to be terrible for marketers and for just companies.
Attribution's dead. Yeah, you just got to look at engagement. Yeah, engagement's the new attribution. There you go.
There you go. There you got it.
It's not as rhymey as what you usually play. Let's talk about, we got 4 minutes left. Let's talk about the future. So you kind of threw in there that you guys are growing 40%. So congrats on that. Is that like in client count or like dollars? I don't want to know the dollars, but like when you say you're growing that much, what's that mean?
In revenue, people ask me that. They said in people, I said, oh, no, you don't measure growth anymore in people.
All right.
Like that's a bad metric.
Some Silicon Valley people do. Yeah.
Yeah. But that might be a bad metric.
You're privately held, so it's not money raised or any other of those weird metrics. Okay. How do you keep this entity growing that fast?
I mean, a lot of it, again, it's personality-led growth. The reason why we're doing some of the things we're doing here, and it's not just me. We have other personalities. It's through our ambassador networks. It's through our communities of partners, right? We didn't talk about the second P, which is partnerships. And the whole point of that, I try to tell folks all the time, I said, the ocean that was Google, that we all fished in, has dried up. Mm-hmm. What ponds are you fishing in? And so creating allegiances with alliances with people that have bigger ponds, right? They have curated newsletters and figuring out how we can scratch each other's backs and create the right level of partnerships. I say all the time, partnership is the new survival skill, if not growth skill, right? And folks that want to keep going at it by themselves, I wish them luck, but it's going to be some challenging times to figure out what pond you're going to fish in.
Yep.
And so we do a lot of that. And then the personality-led growth. It was what you know, then who you know, now it's who knows you, right? In the era of taste and trust, if you're not known, it's going to be very hard to grow significantly.
Got it. And you guys, do you know the special you have on as part of the live stream? I just heard about it at the end of the other podcast.
I'm sorry, the what?
You guys have a special going on.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what that is? Tell folks about the special if they want to learn more.
Well, we got our AI readiness assessment.
You knew it. I didn't prep you. I was making sure you knew about it.
Look, Scott, you trying to make sure I'm paying attention here, right? But no, I mean, for the first 50 folks that sign up, it's going to be a free AI readiness assessment, right? Really trying to help folks understand where are they realistically, right? You hear in the news, like 78% of companies are using AI. Okay, does that mean the two people in the corner using ChatGPT to send emails, right? That's different. So really helping folks figure out from a culture perspective, how they're doing and how they're leveraging it. I always tell folks I trademarked AI serious. And so my co-host Erica, she's AI curious, but we always tell folks we want to move you from anxious to curious to serious, right? That's kind of the trajectory we're trying to take to.
Cool. And when you do this assessment, are you looking at the executive team, like a team approach, or like as a company? Like walk me through.
We do want to take a holistic approach, but I always tell folks I look at in a horizontal kind of office of the CHRO, office of the CMO, office of the CFO, et cetera. I want to understand how leadership is thinking about it. But then I want to take a middle management perspective, see how they're looking at it. And then if we can get some subset, depending on the size of the organization, from the everyday employees, because what we always say is that you got to make it personal, you got to make it fun, you got to make it safe, right? And I tell business leaders all the time, I'm not shocked at the sabotage or the lack of adoption if you're not talking about how the everyday employee can have a better quality of life leveraging AI. Right? Once you start doing that, then you can start to have these aha moments and these unlocks to then start talking about your business outcomes or your goals.
Awesome. That's great. And I'm sure after the assessment, you guys have a whole thing you can go deploy to help them get caught up. But
100%.
we're out of time. We can't go into it. But
But we do
I've
want to
used
help
our
them from a
ability.
training and adoption, because that does matter, right?
Yeah.
No more of this, hey, just go be curious and figure this out on your own. People need structured training in adoption, and we help them in those areas.
Yeah, I think this new AI leg is how you're going to get your next 40%.
100%.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks,
And
buddy. Good to see you.
Congrats on being CEO and increasing your ownership. And be fun to see what you do with Walk West over the next couple of years.
Thanks. We're excited. It's going to be amazing.
Thanks. And thanks for joining us for this first ever live stream of Triangle Tweener Talks.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is like...
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them.
I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom, she passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right, I think that that would be amazing.
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on to show our loved ones the way home.
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Welcome back to the Walk West Podcast Marathon, brought to you by the Walk West Content Studio. We are in the middle of the afternoon, and we've got some episodes still left to go. We just heard from the Triangle Tweener Talks podcast with Scott Wingo and Greg Boone. Scott put Greg on the spot about our AI assessment. So if you want to check that out, check it out at go.walkwest.com/marathon and get your free AI assessment to see how your brand, how your business is doing with AI, and see how we can help you out. All right, Erica, we've got an upcoming show called Founder Shares, and I'll take you on a little journey about Founder Shares. They've been with us for over 5 years now.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, they were one of our very first clients.
Oh my gosh. Talk about the OG client.
Yep. So they've been doing monthly episodes, and they repurpose their content for WRL TechWire articles, for JD Supra, which is a law magazine articles, and for so many different social media posts. So they are early adopters of taking the podcast content and repurposing it to all the different platforms.
Ooh, I love this. And I also love that you pointed out that they do monthly podcast episodes, because so many people think they have to do this every week or twice a week and they have to have so many shows, but you can do what works for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It can be weekly, it can be monthly, whatever works for you, and depends on your goals.
But it still adds to that credibility. It still builds the brand. It still helps you get seen, heard, and cited. CITED, as our CEO, Greg Boone, loves to say.
Yeah, definitely. And the person that Trevor, the host, is talking to today, his name is Artis Cadu. Now, Artis started a company called Element 451, and they'll get into all of this. But Element 451 recently, this is in the past 6 months or so, recently had a $175 million strategic investment. $175 million.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. So I had an acquisition recently. It wasn't $175 million. So I want to learn from Artis.
Right? How do we get to that level? Let's go.
Yes. But it's a phenomenal story. And there were a lot of investment companies involved in this as well, including the Triangle Tweener Fund.
Incredible. And again, why I love podcasting, because where else would I be able to hear a story like that?
Yeah, we were actually on the roof of American Underground. So we did another live episode on the roof of American Underground.
The roof of the Underground. Okay.
Yeah. It's great. It's in downtown Durham. You can sometimes hear the train. It's okay. It's great. But we heard about that exit from the lead lawyer that was in that, and the lead investor, Tim McLaughlin, on that. So we got to hear this story already. Now we get to hear it from the founder.
I love that.
Right?
There'll be so many good tidbits in that place. All right. Tell me about these unique gift ideas, because I know that Christmas is still seemingly a far way away, but y'all, if you are not already planning, you're late. I hate to say it. I'm that mom. I've already been buying Christmas presents and things because I just don't want to get slapped with December next week.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it'll come up fast.
So what's a unique gift idea?
All right. So one of our clients at Walk West is Josh Sellers from Deutsch Wines, and they have custom wine labels, which I feel like I need to get for all the crew members that are working on this today.
Absolutely.
Their custom wine labels. And I've got the URL for you. So you can get whatever you want on a bottle of wine.
Yeah. The URL is actually joshsellers.com. Is it a backward slash or forward slash? I never know which week. / custom - labels. So
yeah, I think it's a great gift for corporate clients, for family that drinks wine. Probably not for your kids right now, but
it could be a memory bottle.
Right.
All right, that's joshsellers.com / custom - labels with an S.
Yes.
So absolutely get that unique gift idea, y'all. Don't be mad when December comes and you're wishing you had that unique gift. Go ahead and get it now.
Yeah, I think that's a great one. Also want to make sure that we talk about the 30 and 30 content.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so 30 and 30, if for those of you who haven't been watching us the whole time, and I don't know how you're sticking around with us for 5-6 hours at a time, so you probably haven't heard this, but the 30 and 30 concept is give us 30 minutes of your time and we'll give you 30 pieces of content. So there's busy professionals. All of us are super busy, but no, we need that content. And you get that professionally done content, the short form videos, blog posts, articles, pictures, all those different things. And you can have your content for 30 days, 60 days, however long you want it, but those 30 professionally produced pieces of content.
I mean, what I love about that is if you're posting every other day, this is going to carry you through 2 months worth of content, and it only takes 30 minutes of your time. And I promise you, as someone who really struggles to create content and think that my videos are any good, this really helps. It takes that anxiety off, because I know I just have to show up, do the fun part, which is talking and about the things that I love. And then I hand it over to the professionals, and then they just hand me back a great product.
Right. Yes, that's exactly what we do. We've actually had a few Tweener Tweener Fund founders come on in and
Oh,
get that done.
incredible. I love it when we've got that little cross-pollination.
Look at that collaboration.
I'm telling you, but I do find, especially with speakers and authors, that is, and people in corporate America, honestly, because they know they need it, but they also feel like everything they're doing feels so manufactured.
Right.
And it is. Every piece of content is manufactured, but when you're doing it with a studio that knows what good content is, it knows how the videos are capturing attention, it knows what type of text and font to use, like all those little things that I have no clue about or really no interest to figure out.
Right.
It's all done for you. So it's just an incredible opportunity.
Yeah. And I'm very fortunate to have a great team behind me and behind us. So I don't have to figure all those things out.
I know. Let's give like 2 snaps real quick to all the behind the scenes people. You can't see them because they are literally behind the cameras, but they have been busting their butts for, I don't even know how long, months, trying to get this entire show up and running, making sure that our guests are highlighted, that they look good, they sound good, they feel good, and that everybody loves their time in the studio today. So thank you, team. Thank you, crew at Walk West. Y'all are really the best.
Yeah. Javier, Taylor, Kaylee, Carson, all the people behind the scenes as well. Thank you for all that you've done so far. And we'll drink a bottle of bourbon here in a second.
At the end of the day.
Right. Yeah. Not in a second. Not in a second. Erica, so let's go to something that's more health conscious than bourbon.
Fine. We just talked to Dr. Sharma not too long ago, so we should probably be talking about healthier things.
So how are you doing? You mentioned that you've actually run marathons before. Are we at like mile 20 delirious level?
I think, okay, so I also have to think about how much we have left to go. We've got 4 podcasts left to go. So we've still got about, a quarter of a marathon to do. So, we're probably feeling pretty good. We did just eat, when I say we, I mean me, 2 of those macadamia nut cookies. So I got a little bit of sugar going on, which will carry me through the next bit. But you just have to remember, like, one thing at a time, one foot in front of the other. If you say the wrong thing, which Jason does a lot, I never mess it up, but he does it a lot. You just have to keep going, right? Keep moving forward.
Cut that part out. Don't embarrass me like that. I'm just kidding.
This is why I love live TV, guys, because I can just go and just live my dream life.
Yes. Yeah. I've run a couple marathons. I've done more than a couple marathons, but about mile 20, you're like, what am I doing? Why did I do this?
A lot of life decisions get questioned, which also happened to me today. A lot of life decisions about this podcast marathon. But at the end of the day, when you cross that finish line, you are so glad you did it. I mean, I will say it's been super fun so far because we've had such a wide variety of really cool people coming in. We've also got a lot of really cool episodes coming up. We've got Jess Ekstrom coming in. We've got Trevor Schmidt here. Who else? Hutch Law. I mean, Craig Stone. So many. So stay tuned. We got a lot of great things coming up.
Yep. And with that, let's take you to the next episode, Founder Shares, with Element 451's Artist Kadu.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them.
I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator of Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right, I think that that would be amazing.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer, just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
In November 2024, Element 451, a Raleigh-based company providing a higher ed CRM and student engagement platform, received a $175 million strategic investment from the private equity group PSG. We're thrilled today to have on Artis Kadu, the founder of the company, and on the Founder Shares podcast. Artis, thanks so much for coming on and being a part of this Walk West podcast marathon.
Thanks, Trevor. It's great being here.
So Artis, take me back to the very beginning. Tell me, what was the motivation for starting Element 451?
So Element was actually a spin-off. Prior, had a marketing agency, which we were trying to solve this problem of student recruiting for a lot of schools. If you remember, I don't know if you had anybody go to college or a friend or anybody, but back in the day, I used to get all this mail and it's all very generic, right? It just had the name of the school. So we were trying to make it more personal, and we're trying to bring the school's brand out there to engage those students better. So we started building the software inside of the marketing agency, and then I was one of the partners there. Then I spun it off into the product. So it was kind of a continuation of solving that problem: student personalization or student engagement at scale, more personalized.
And so was your background with the marketing primarily, or did you have that background in education, or how did you kind of?
So I'm an engineer by trade. So I have a computer engineering degree, but then I did digital media, and then I actually went and got an MBA after that, and worked on the university side for a number of years while doing that, and then founded the agency. That was the path. So I saw the problem, and then founded the agency, and then services businesses don't scale, so you got to do software.
Okay.
So I moved to software after that.
So at what point in time did you realize that, that the idea that the service isn't going to scale like you wanted it to?
I mean, when my partners were saying, all right, we just need to take some profits out of this, we're putting everything under software. So there was that friction between, how much margin do we want to take out of the business in terms of, or how much do we want to invest in it? And then we needed external money, so that was the impetus for kind of spinning it off and kind of building a separate company.
Yeah, and I'm always interested in the question. It's one thing to identify the problem and realize it's there. Another thing to identify that you have some skills but what led you to believe no, this is a problem that I can really tackle, that I could create a business around?
Yeah, I mean, we essentially had a lot of demand for that, right? So we saw the problem firsthand, and when you're in it every single day, and there's really nothing out there at the time, there was nothing. So the HubSpots of the world or the marketing sales clouds of the world didn't exist. So it was a really underserved industry. And we thought we could do it, really, really well. So we started building. We actually built for ourselves. So that's how we started. And then we saw, okay, this can be used now by a lot more people and can be self-service. So building for yourselves is actually a really, really good way to see if that problem actually has market fit.
And how did you take that process of when you're building for yourself, it's kind of obvious what the problems are or where you need to iterate. But how do you then take that out and kind of learn from your customers, I guess, or learn from the potential customers? Yeah,
that was the toughest part, spinning out the company, going after customers when you didn't really have a pipeline already. And now starting to learn, it's oh, this feature that we thought was going to be really useful, and we used it as power users. Now to a regular user, it seems very complicated. So we need to rethink that. But it was tough in the beginning. Our first year it was a slow grind because we had to kind of pivot and try to figure out, okay, how do we build this thing so we can market it better, so we can, actually have end users come in and start adopting it. So that was the learning process in that first year.
So think back to your first customer. How did that kind of come about, and how did that relationship get started?
So we had a few customers from the agency. So the agency was still a big customer of ours. But I remember in the early days, we used to respond to a lot of what are RFPs, or what are called requests for proposals. And these are like huge documents. And this, as finalists, you actually need to go to campuses. And I remember going to one of the first ones. It was in I had to fly to St. Louis, and then I had to fly down to Southeast Missouri State University in Cape Girardeau, and it was it was an interesting one. So I went there. I was the only one as the founder. Obviously, we didn't have a lot of resources to fly a whole team or anything like that. And I walk in, and there's a classroom style, and there must have been like 30 people in this presentation. So I walk in, and I'm really excited about the product. And so I showed them all these things. And they asked me some questions. I'm like, no, that's not the way you're supposed to do it. This is the way you do it. I walk out of there. I was like, oh, wow, this people probably think I'm crazy. I don't think I'm going to get this account. Turns out that's today has been our best account and some of the best relationships that I've had with the people on the other side. So it was, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And so any other kind of fond memories from those early days of the company?
So when we started, our offices were actually in Dumbo, Brooklyn. And so Dumbo stands for Down Under Brooklyn Manhattan Bridge Overpass, which is like a mouthful, but it was literally right on the water. You see the Brooklyn Bridge on one side, you see the Manhattan Bridge on the other side. It's actually very picturesque. Our building was right next to this, very picturesque. Like everybody takes pictures with the bridge in the background. So we had an office there, and the early days were really, really intense because I had a young my daughter. So I had two young kids, so I had to go back and forth, but it was really great because we were surrounded by this amazing agencies. So like Big Spaceship was there, and a whole bunch of other agencies that were building really cool stuff. So the early days were like we thought we were a real startup, right? Even though so it was pretty cool. And then you walk in and you're kind of seeing people from all kinds of different places, but it's all in that tech scene.
And how big was the team at that time?
We were small, like we're under 10 people.
Yeah. And so as you think back, is there something kind of in those early days that you would have done differently now, kind of looking at it, or what did you learn from that time?
Yeah, it would have been more, I would have been more intense around kind of the go-to-market side and the marketing side. I think that's an area where we did spend some time, most of the time on our product. And because I was a product focused, founder, I could have just done a lot more on the marketing and sales. I feel like that could have accelerated our timeline by at least 2 years in terms of where we were. But, again, the product is very, very strong now. So, you don't know.
I was going to say, you invested on one side and it turned out pretty well for you.
Yeah, exactly.
So what were some keys to successfully growing the company? Where would you kind of stake that?
I think it was a grind in the beginning, and we didn't hit our first milestone where we got our seed round. So I moved down here to the Raleigh area, up in Wake Forest. We had a small engineering team here, so I moved down here in late 2018, and it took us about a year to find our seed round. So, but once we did that, we partnered with Co-Founders Capital with David Gardner there, and he kind of gave me a little bit more direction around the things we were focusing on, focusing on the problem, focusing on the customer. And it's like, hey, focus on the value that you're delivering. Is like this one thing that I still remember is like, hey, artists, is like, you don't give somebody, like, they don't care about your features or anything like that. Just like, if you have a green pill and you give it to them, like that's what they're going to buy, right? If it gets the same outcome as all your features. So think about it as the outcome. So that kind of stuck out with me. So the process, like, of going through that seed round, I feel was really enlightening, because I had talked to almost 100+ different funds from all over the place, and they didn't really see the product, or even ed tech was a little bit of a weird market back then. Not a lot of people. But then once COVID hit, ed tech became a really, really hot space. So.
Well,
So
I mean,
pre-2020 it wasn't that hot.
Yeah, well, I mean, talk to a little bit about that, because I mean, as an ed tech company, or as a company that's serving college campuses and all of that, and all of a sudden the transitions that happened around COVID, talk to me a little bit about how you navigated that and kind of what that process was like.
Yeah, well, everybody at the time, it was all of the campuses shut down, right? So all the campuses shut down. Our clients were in panic mode. Some of them had transitioned a lot of their processes online, so they were actually really in a really good spot. But then we were getting inbound customers saying, hey, we just have paper processes, so we need to kind of adopt something so we can digitally communicate with our students, we can engage them better. So things started to accelerate for us. But there was a period of time where we thought, hey, the things were going to get a lot worse. And during that time, it was basically, I went without a salary for about 6 months. So we had to make some tough decisions. We kind of laid off about 40% of the team. So the team wasn't that big to start with. So the numbers were impactful. And that was kind of from the advice on the board side. Hindsight right now, we came out pretty, like, a lot stronger. So that was I would say a plus. It kind of gave us an excuse to say, okay, who do we really need at this time? So that was really good. But COVID was really an accelerant for us. So it was an accelerant, obviously. But from a management perspective and a cash flow perspective, like, it was a good 6 months plus lagging effect.
And do you think that kind of the accelerant process that you mentioned, that just expanded the adoption of the product? I mean,
it gave us a lot of speed. Yeah, exactly. So we saw basically the timeline of adopting an engagement system like Element, and even some of the AI tools they were using, and so on and so forth, we started to build. We saw a huge accelerant. So if COVID wouldn't have happened, that would have been, universities would have, it would have taken another 5 years to be where we are today in terms of their mindset shift and how they're thinking about student engagement and how they're thinking about the digital transformation part of it. So it definitely accelerated.
Now, tell me a little bit how you thought about that process as the CEO, because you have customer relationships you have to manage. You have to think about how you're building a product and how you delivered that at the time. But then you're also a people manager. So how did you address that as a CEO?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, as a people manager, I didn't think too much about it, right? It was, one of those things where I just focused on, execute. And I just really cared about, like, the product. I cared about what we were delivering to our customers. I cared a lot about the customer, right? What they thought, how they got the value, because I was actually in their shoes working on the university side before. And that kind of translated into people feeling a sense of kind of, this mission that they had to. So it was very mission driven, right? So the people management, I've always had to work at it. Like, I don't have the biggest EQ. So, I'm pretty direct and I'm pretty to the point. I like to be challenged and I like to talk things through. So that can be intimidating for a lot of people. So my team has been, the people who have been with me, they've been with me for the longest time, because like, we work really well together. But yeah, I had to bring in additional people on board. And that was one of the areas where I've kind of, knowing what I know now, I could have made better decisions back then, especially in like go-to-market leaders, for example. So very early on, I brought in sales leaders, and I just didn't know what to look for, right? I basically said, hey, experience over kind of grit or experience over. So they're coming from a different perspective, and that didn't really jive really well. and the results were just not there.
Yeah. Well, it's always a tough process, trying to get the right team in place.
Yeah, exactly.
But you had mentioned something about kind of the AI aspects of the software kind of on an early on basis. Do you think that was key to kind of some of the success of the product?
Oh, 100%. So one of the things that, when you're dealing with kind of student engagement, a lot of schools have to, they have thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of students that they're trying to recruit, and knowing where to pay the attention to was really, really important. So personalization became important, but also prioritization. So we did a lot of early on, we used predictive modeling quite a bit. So a lot of early ML. So this was, 2005, 6, 7, like even in the agency world, but then in the product, we had built this ML AI, early AI stuff. What happened was we needed to produce a lot of content. So very early on, we kind of latched on to some of the big large language models.
Right.
This was even pre-GPT, pre-Chat GPT, when they started to work with, this was like the BERT models, and like GPT-3 just had an API, but there was no product yet. So we started to explore those pretty early because we needed to generate content, and that's the only way you can scale. So we started very early on with that process. It played a huge role in terms of how early we brought products like AI products. Like our chatbot came in the market as soon as GPT-4 was there, 2023. That March, we already had a product on the market with our chatbot, which was a large language model based chatbot with GPT or GPT-4 at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, 3.5, and then we moved to 4. So yeah, I think that played a big role, and we were learning quite a bit, as part of that process. And none of us had worked with those models before, so so we were learning really, really quickly. And what we found was a lot of different ways and patterns and techniques that now you go back and you say, oh wow, you're like, that's known right now, right? So like you do RAG and you do this and you do that, but back in the day, like we're talking years, it's actually 2 years ago, we had to kind of invent a lot of that.
Well, and talk to me a little bit about kind of getting customers comfortable with that, because even now with some of the big name AI, people are just uncomfortable with the idea of having it generate content. So you were kind of at the forefront of that.
Yeah, one of the things that I realized very, very early on is we needed to educate the market really, really fast. So we went all in on AI, not just on the product, but also Elements specifically. We decided to actually lead with training. So I started to do a lot of webinars. I started to do a lot of training. I had prompt engineering courses out there. I was actually speaking to dozens of conferences, and the conferences that I talked about prompt engineering and how to use ChatGPT and how to use these large language models, they were packed. They were always packed. This was the early days, like late 2023, early 2024. And a lot of people didn't really understand how these things work. Right. So part of it was for me to demystify and talk to them about, okay, this is how they're built, and this is why they hallucinate, and this is, you got to put the right context in place, and you got to put the right guardrails, and this is how we build our product to kind of eliminate that. And that helped us a lot, right? And right now, that's been one of the things that Element is known for, is kind of that AI innovation. And then you talk to a lot of higher ed practitioners, and that's the thing that comes up, right? But it was intentional because the market didn't know anything.
Right. Well, it sounds like a lot of education had to go into it.
A lot of education, yeah.
So tell me a little bit about, I want to move to the transaction now. Yep. So what made you decide it was time to really kind of pursue a big transaction, or what was the thought process behind that?
Yeah. So I'm very goal oriented, right? And I always had the goal in my mind. I'm like, as soon as we get to this ARR, we're going to go through a transaction. So we're going to go through an acquisition or an exit. I guess that's what we're calling, and we're going to call it an exit. And then we didn't know exactly what that was going to be, but we're monitoring the market pretty closely in terms of, hey, at which point do we go out in the market? So we hit that 10 million mark, and then we were beyond that 10 million mark, and there was just a lot of market demand. So at the time, of course, this was last year. This was 2024. I had been talking to people in late 23, 24, just because of the AI, what we were doing in AI. A lot of people were really interested. And then we started a process, right? So at that time we hit our mark and we're like, okay, let's go in the market now and let's start our process.
Well, tell me a little bit about that process. What was your role kind of as the CEO, and what was your involvement with it?
So we started the process, and I was like, you know what, I have a lot of demand, so I'm going to do it myself. Okay. And so we enter into the process. I pick about 10 different parties, and we start the process, and pretty soon I get inundated. I actually talked to Justin Hutch, and I'm like, and he's like, Artis, that's going to be a lot of work for you to actually manage all of this. He's like, we certainly can help from our side, but and I get all these meeting requests. It's like, okay, due diligence for this, and we have our data rooms and so on and so forth. And very soon I realized, you know what, I can't handle this by myself. I need a banker. And the other part was I didn't want to be the person responsible for like leaving money on the table, so to speak. Right. So that's another thing. So I wanted to be a good fiduciary. And so we hired a banker, and then we started in the middle. They helped us with a little bit of the process, which we decided to kind of pull back and say, okay, you know what, we're not going to finish it. So let's kind of go another quarter and go in the market again the right way. So that's what happened. So the banker put together obviously what they do best, which is the demand and the SIP and all that. And then we go in the market. Meanwhile, our revenue keeps growing. We had our best quarter, and things are just going really, really well. Yeah. So that's
great timing.
That's awesome timing. Exactly.
So how did you end up working with PSG? What was the?
So PSG had been interested before as part of the very early on. So we had those conversations, but what ended up happening was it was a very competitive process. When it came to the end, we had about 4 different parties that were very interested. And one of the things that the banker did is basically run everything in parallel, all the diligence in parallel, all of the different diligence tracks, including kind of purchase agreements, having everything marked up. So PSG was there was a connection with our prior one of our prior board members, but they were part of the party that submitted an LOI, and they were like, we can close within 48 hours. So, and they were early, and it was great. But then when it came to the end of it, it was just a very competitive process going back and forth, and the bankers do what they do best. And, it was a board decision that ultimately at the end, but they had a really good thesis around growth and kind of what Element could be. They had done work in NetTech before, and that was part of the reason why we went with them.
Yeah. Well, tell me about the actual process itself, because it wasn't 48 hours, but it was a pretty condensed kind of closing process once you start working with PSG, right?
It was actually 24 hours.
Okay, so there we go.
So
did it even faster.
We went into exclusivity with them, and we closed within 24 hours.
Right, which is just insane.
It was crazy. So we went to exclusivity, 7 or 8 at night, and then by the next day, it was the day before Thanksgiving. So we go into exclusivity on Tuesday. On Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern, we have all the documents and everything all signed, and we hop on a Zoom call, which is supposed to be the closing meeting. And it was so anticlimactic, which the lawyer, you guys, the Hutch on one side, and then the PSG lawyers on one side, and it's like, do you release the signatures? And everything is like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I'm like, is that it? We did it?
Right. All done. That's it.
Yeah. It was very anticlimactic. But
well, I mean, so like, I mean, after the closing, though, did you do anything to celebrate?
It was great because I had my family coming in from New York, and we were hosting Thanksgiving the day after. So it was a good one, and
that's
getting
good.
to tell them in person that this thing happened.
That's amazing to be able to celebrate with family.
Yeah, it was really great. It was really great.
So is there anything that you learned kind of through that process that you kind of wished you knew before you'd gone into the transaction process?
Yeah, it's very intense. One of the things that we did really well was we had everything kind of in order from prior, from the seed round to A round to B round. We essentially were building the business in a way that we had all those different tracks and diligence, and everything was tied up. So one of the things that I wish I would have known a little bit more about is the different components that are like how the different buyers are valuing your different metrics, right? Are they valuing the technology track more? Are they valuing your ARR, or are they valuing your growth or their retention? So we had to have a lot of conversations to explain to people how the business actually worked, or the industry, but also in terms of things like churn. And so those things we spent quite a bit of time. Whereas in my mind, I thought, okay, there's the growth path here. You can talk to all of our customers, and the market, you can basically tell you, but they couldn't get their head around some of the, retention components. And that was something that if I go back, I would have done a better job earlier on doing the explaining rather than
so
wait
you
later.
Felt like it was something that you could have kind of laid the groundwork for earlier?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we looked at, we had really high retention, but it wasn't the traditional SaaS because we had really long kind of contracts, and they thought, well, most of your customers are not coming up for renewal because you're growing so fast. They're not due for renewal for another year or two. Like, we just don't have any retention data. And we're like, no, wait a minute. Like, we let our customers out of our contracts, even though they're longer contracts. So we had to go back and forth and kind of, figure that out. But if I would have known a little bit earlier, we could have done a better job of it.
Yeah. Well, I understand you recently announced that you're actually going to be stepping away from your involvement with Element 451. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So, remember, that was the goal for me.
Yeah,
it's like the
you had your goal, you made it.
So I made the exit. One of the things that got me really excited about over the last couple of years as we were working on Element is how important AI and agents. So Element is now transformed completely from a platform of engagement to now being an agent platform for higher education. So we're building agents for higher ed, for serving students, for doing marketing, recruiting, engagement, student success. So agents to do a lot of different application management. So building agents and looking at how powerful they can be in any vertical was something that sparked, something else. And I'm like, I can now take what I've learned, and I don't want to miss this opportunity to build something a lot bigger and to go back to builder mode, right? Element is in a really good spot where the growth trajectory is there, the market opportunity is there. We're a leader in our space, and just not now it needs the scaling part. But I really missed like the early days of like getting into and the building more. So that's the reason why I'm like, hey, I need to get back to that.
Yeah, well, it sounds like an exciting opportunity, but I imagine it's got to be hard to kind of hand your baby over to somebody else.
It is, yeah. It is, because I had my hands in everything, and now we're going through the process. I'm like, oh man, remember that account that I had about this and that? Now I need to hand that over. I don't even know how to do that. Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty. I think I'm going to still be on the board, so that's one of the things that worked with PHG on. So I'm going to be on the board, and I'm going to drive a lot of the innovation, or at least I'll be there to kind of be a year for sure.
Okay, well, it's handing off the baby, but still in the room to see what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be like the grandfather who's like, gets to play with the baby a little while.
That's right,
and then just hand it off. Yeah,
that's great. So we are the Founder Shares podcast, and so I like to ask all of our guests, if there's one piece of advice that you could give to somebody who's thinking about starting a company, what would that advice be?
I think there's a lot of grind, and people from the outside don't really see that longevity and that grind. There's a lot of hard work. They only see the successes. So sometimes every founder or every success story that you see out there, it's really just a sliver of the work that those people have done before, and you're just seeing that end result. You're just seeing that finishing line. So everybody's going through the same exact pain and the same exact process. So just go with it and deal with that, because the wins are very, they last very, very little, and then you're back to the grind. Yeah,
But it's worth it though.
Absolutely, 100%.
That's amazing. Artist, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for coming on and participating in the Founder Shares and the Walk West podcast marathon.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit rdu.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
Hey, Stephanie. If you had a podcast and it could have one guest, dead or alive, who would it be? Creed Bratton. Both of them.
I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator of Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hey, y'all. Welcome back to the Walk West podcast marathon that we are hosting here live in our content studio. The whole purpose here is to showcase what an incredible podcast studio that we have built and also all of the incredible guests that we have here at Walk West. Y'all, we just wrapped up the Founder Shares podcast with Trevor Schmidt and Artist Cadu, and that conversation was incredible. So if you missed it, make sure you go back and watch the replay, but I do want to let you know that Founder Shares is presented by HutchLaw.com.
Yeah, so Hutchison Law Firm, you'll see them everywhere in Raleigh. They support founders. They sponsor all these different events around this area. They provide amazing education for if you're thinking of starting a business. So if you are thinking of starting a business, I would definitely check out HutchLaw.com, specifically contact Trevor Schmidt, who's been the host of the Founder Shares podcast for the past 5 years.
My goodness. And I want to pick his brain on AI. And yes, that is my lead magnet that I'm leading into, because if you have not been paying attention, y'all, we have an AI readiness assessment that we offer here at Walk West. We are doing something super special today, and that is for the first 50 people who sign up. They get that assessment for free. And the most important thing you can do when assessing or when starting your AI journey is assessing where you're starting. That way you know exactly what you need to do, and we're here to help you get there.
It's awesome. So Founder Shares, which we just talked about, is one of our oldest podcasts that we've worked with. One of our newer podcasts is actually from Pendo. So y'all check out, and if you don't know Pendo, they're a billion-dollar company, unicorn company.
It's like the tallest building in downtown Raleigh.
Right.
Got the big pink branding on the side.
Yeah. All right. What am I talking about? You know Pendo. But we just launched their new podcast called Hard Calls with Trisha Price. They've got another one coming out soon as well. But we're very excited to work with them and produce their podcast, which the content has been amazing. How you make these hard calls with what Pendo software can provide.
Okay, well, can I tell you what I'm really excited about?
Yes.
I'm really excited about what's coming up next, which is our next podcast guest. And can you guess why I'm super pumped about this?
Yes, I can. It's called.
He says, yes, I can. Tell me
It's
more.
called Recruiting on the Rocks. And it's not so much on the rocks part that you're excited about. You're excited about the recruiting part.
Yes. As y'all know, I'm a chief people officer by trade. Recruiting usually falls under that wheelhouse. So when there are people out there talking about what's going on in the recruiting world, I am here for it.
Yeah. So from your perspective, what's going on in the recruiting world?
Lord, it's a dumpster fire out there. That's what's going on. I mean, the market is insane. You've got AI bots everywhere. I just talked to somebody who did 2 interviews with an AI chatbot, which y'all know I'm here for the AI and I'm here for the recruiting piece, but she said it was so awkward because you're talking to this AI agent and you're like, am I supposed to respond like I'm talking to the agent? Am I supposed to respond like I'm talking to the person? And so I was really kind of nerding out listening to that because I get to think about like, where are we today and where are we going to be in several months? But for everyone out there who's job hunting, it's hard. There's a lot of people that have been forced to go back to office or, have these crazy mandates and they haven't been in 5-6 years.
I can't understand why somebody would use AI bots when you can analyze a resume, you can analyze somebody's LinkedIn using AI. And isn't the interview a chance to showcase personality, and discover it's a fit?
I know. And that's what I said. I think it'll be really great for some of the initial questions that you want to break through. And I think they're using it for sentiment analysis. I mean, who really knows? But it's cutting edge. It's where the future's headed. So it could be that very last step is when you actually get to meet a hiring manager, but who knows?
Wow. When did you get into HR?
Oh gosh, 15 something years ago. And I will tell you, the very first thing that I had to do in this HRBP role was recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
And I was recruiting for a call center, but not just any call center. It was a debt collection medical call center.
Ooh.
So we were calling people to collect medical debt money. So very tough line of work. I would have to do 15 random phone calls to get enough people to come in for an interview. It's like a butts in the seat numbers game. You work that backwards. And then of those people, only a certain amount would make it past the first round.
Oh my gosh.
Very high volume, very, high turnover. But that's the name of the game.
Right. Yeah. I imagine it's evolved quite a bit over the last 15 years.
It has, but I will tell people it is such a great job to have in any company because once you've done it for long enough, and if you've stayed at a company long enough, you get to look around the room and be like, wow, I've brought in all these people. How cool is that? I'm the first touch point that they have with the organization. And it's a cool responsibility to have.
And we can touch on this more at another time because we are pressed for time, but I would love to know, there are certain jobs where you're kind of part therapist.
Oh,
I imagine HR director
always
is part therapist. Yes.
Always. I mean, somebody asked me earlier today, what's my second book about? It could be about all the stories I hear in HR because you can't make them up.
No.
And I mean, we know in today's world, you cannot leave your baggage at home and you cannot leave your work baggage at work. It all comes with us. We're a whole person. And so if there's drama or something going on at home, it often bleeds into the workplace.
All right. Well, we're going to talk about recruiting on the rocks here in a second with Craig Stone. Right after this commercial.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and it could have one guest, dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom. Passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean, I'm the head brewer, just one title. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
Welcome to Recruiting on the Rocks, the podcast where we talk real talk about recruiting, hiring, and building a workforce that thrives. I'm your guest host today, Jason Gillikin, VP of Audience Growth at Walk West. And with me is the normal host of the show, Craig Stone, CEO of Hire Networks. What's happening, Craig?
Not much. It's a wonderful day. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
I'm so excited to be here because I understand that typically we drink bourbon on the show. Is that correct?
We do. It is open to all types of drinks.
Okay.
It just so happens so far it's been bourbon.
Okay.
Which works for me.
Okay, great. Yeah. Well, on the show, typically with podcasting in general, you podcasters have the tendency to give to the guest and let them showcase their expertise. Mm-hmm. And so in this situation where you have a guest host, all of a sudden you, the normal host of the show, get to be the expert and showcase what you know about recruiting and hiring and building a workforce that thrives.
Well, I've been doing it long enough that I hope I have some value to add.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Should we pour some bourbon?
I would love to do that. You want me to pour?
Yeah, please.
All right. I'm very excited. I'm trying not to show it. Pour yours first.
Thank you.
All right. We'll keep it tame. We'll keep it tame.
Nice. All right. Cheers. All right. Oh, that's good.
I heard something recently that when you taste bourbon, you should have your mouth open.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true, but
all right.
It works.
I'll take it however. Man, I haven't drank on a podcast in a long time. It used to be that we would need to drink to kind of be loosened up.
Yeah.
And now I've done it so many times, or, to settle the nerves, but now I've done it so many times. It's like, no, I'm not going to drink, but it's nice to get back to that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I like it.
So Craig, I want to talk about a few things on the show today.
Okay.
All right. Recruiting in a world of AI.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about culture in a world of remote work. Like, how do we build that? Mm-hmm. And then maybe if we have time, we can get into some disaster stories that you've heard.
Okay.
But first, tell me about Hire Networks and what specifically you're doing.
Okay. So we've been around a long time, almost 25 years coming up on an anniversary. And we kind of started as a normal tech recruiting firm. And as we've grown over the years, we've expanded into sales and marketing and HR and ops and accounting and finance. And we've also gone upscale. So, we were doing individual contributors and now we're doing retained searches for CTOs or CFOs or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And we're doing that across the country for a bunch of cool companies. We do it with some really cool big companies, but we do a lot of work in startups and medium-sized companies, and we kind of live vicariously through them, building building companies.
So is the companies you're working with, or is it the executives that you're working with, or both?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely try to be an extension of that company as much as they'll let us. Obviously the executives are the ones making the decisions and who we're working with to figure out what they need.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
both.
But it's not the people that are looking for the jobs. It's the people that are hiring.
Well, it's both.
Oh, okay.
So we have part of the team that works directly with the client and part that works directly with the candidates.
Got it.
It's almost, I hate to say matchmaking, but there's an element of that for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's like a marketplace almost. Yeah. And that's hard work, making sure that there's the right fit.
Yeah.
Now, theoretically, AI makes things easier, but elephant in the room is the world of AI. Does it make things easier for what you're doing?
I think we're getting there. I think people forget that AI is not new. It's been around. I was at IBM 100 years ago, and we were doing AI back then. It has matured, obviously, and become mainstream. But yes, the tools are there. The tools are getting there. The tools will get better. And there are things that we're doing, that we have some clients that are doing, that other firms like us are doing, that definitely make it easier. Or, there's some efficiencies in there. There's some more effective ways to do it. So yeah, it's a good time.
Okay. So how are things changing then? Like, how are things changing from companies that are looking to hire executives? Is it, as simple as they can filter resumes faster? Like, what are some of the tools that you're using?
Yeah, I mean, there's the entire life cycle of recruiting where I think it'll affect it. But I think recruiters will still be valuable for the foreseeable future because, it's kind of like this podcast. You can't, it's just not the same if you don't do it like this.
Right.
And so those relationships, and there's things that AI can't know that I may know about you, Jason, that, it will never know. And that can help in the hiring process, whether you're a candidate or a hiring manager. But, some of the things like sourcing tools and filters and all of those types of things, AI can definitely have an impact there.
Yeah.
So we think of it as a tool to make our recruiters better. So we're definitely kind of early adopters.
Yeah. I was talking to our chief people officer at Walk West, Erica Rooney, right before this conversation. And she was telling me that some of her friends have been interviewed by AI chatbots. So the first 2 rounds of interviews with AI chatbots. And to me, that sounded nuts. And maybe it's just, I need to, get used to these things. But is that something that you're seeing as well? AI chatbots doing initial rounds of interviews?
Yeah. And I'm probably old school like you, where that makes me cringe. I think it's a reality. And I think, we had our first client that called us and said, hey, we need to hire another salesperson through you. And the next day he called back. He said, actually, wait, we're going to try it with an AI salesperson. And of course, we had a long conversation that I won't go into here, but, cringeworthy. But the discussion we had was similar to what you're saying, whereas right now it seems almost ridiculous. But so did, when we started having trees that we had to call into companies, and you had to go and you hated it, and you had outsourced stuff that you hated. But then over time, just like chatbots in general on websites, they couldn't go very far and they got frustrating real quick, but they've continued to get better. And plus we've been conditioned to use them to where now you just use them and you're okay with it. And so I think we're in the early stages, but we'll get there to where it's just part of the reality and we accept it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I don't love it today, but maybe I'll get there.
Yeah. So for people who are recruiting right now, what are some easy, low-hanging fruit types of ways that they can leverage AI effectively?
Yeah. And I think it depends on the type of role you're recruiting for. If you're recruiting for a CFO, that's a lot different than a maintenance technician or a salesperson or whatever it may be. I think sourcing is kind of the easiest place to start.
What do you mean?
Well, and so if you have a recruiter, the recruiter's got to go out and find the candidates, find the resumes, find the profiles. You can automate a lot of that now to where the recruiter is just delivered daily, an automated, hey, here are the right people that match. And those engines are getting better and better to deliver better and better candidates to them. So that's a big time savings for them.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And then it becomes filtering out those candidates.
Yeah. They're still doing their screens. They're still doing what makes them really good recruiters, but they're kind of the back end stuff is happening for them.
Yeah, gosh, I would say about a year ago, before I really got into using AI on a day-to-day basis, we were recruiting for a project manager role. And in 2 days, I had, I think, 2,500 resumes come through from all over the place. And I'm just like, what am I going to do with this? I cannot, there's no way I can go through all this.
Yeah.
And I think having, some sort of AI or whatever it is, ChatGPT or Gemini, analyze that for me and pick out the best ones would have been so helpful.
Yeah. And I think, so you have that on the back end. On the front end, you change up the prompts and continue to change up the prompts to where you're getting 250, not 2,500.
Yeah.
That is a good commercial for using us to not have to do all that. But
yes.
Yeah. And, I think where I thought you were going and where a lot of people, if you talk about low hanging fruit, I mean, if you're writing your own job descriptions anymore, you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
The best thing I saw kind of description of AI, this was a couple of years ago. And the guy said, the beauty now is you just start at the editing stage. So for people in your business and writers and coders, you don't have to do all that stuff. Now, you're never going to get a job description and say, hey, it's perfect for us. But you start at the editing stage, which is nice.
Yeah, definitely. Any other tools that recruiters or hiring managers should be using?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to say here are the 3 tools I would use, but some of those are still early. I mean, we're evaluating daily, and in our, in the HR tech world or recruit tech world, those things are still evolving and changing daily. So we don't even have ours fully rolled out, implement our AI strategy. So
yeah.
I mean, I can tell you, but I'd have to kill you, kind of thing. So, yeah, no, we don't have any secrets yet.
Yeah, but you can't necessarily teach AI the soft skills, right? And and that's what you're doing and making sure that there is that match. But when you think about the connection that you need to have with with a company and with an employee, how do you help out? And where AI cannot, there's just no way.
Yeah, I think once again, creating that relationship about, and I shouldn't say knowing things that they wouldn't know about you, but the ability to, you talk about soft skills, for example, right? I'm not sure it's ready to figure out your emotional intelligence, right? Where my recruiters may be better at that right now than AI is. Maybe that changes one day. And of course, emotional intelligence is big and broad. But that's an example that I think of. I mean, there's just, we place a number of people that we've known for a long, long time. So we know how they did. We know what that hiring manager thinks of, and we know about that reference. We know a lot of things that it'll be a long time before it can paint that whole picture.
Yeah. Yeah. And so it seems like you're developing relationships with both the executives looking for the next thing and the hiring managers.
It's amazing how many times they're both, just depending on the stage, right?
Right.
They're a candidate and a client, Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that's why you're out at all these networking events.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And
you're wise.
I haven't been able to send AI to those networking events yet.
Not yet. No.
Maybe one day.
Oh, that'd be sad.
Yeah. That would be terrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think AI is drinking bourbon either. So
probably not.
There's that.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's talk about, the challenge of remote work, because, ever since COVID times, there's been a lot of remote work, and, companies are trying to figure out what's the right balance of, coming into the office versus staying at home and, getting that head down work done. How do you think about building a company culture, a positive company culture in a world that's oftentimes remote?
Yeah, I think you can imagine I have these conversations daily with executives at companies, and it's a challenge. I think it's an opportunity too. I think at the end of the day, you can't demand things. You can't say, hey, we're going to be back in 5 days. I know companies are doing that. I know many companies are doing that, but then there's exceptions and pullbacks and all of that. And I think it's a little scary for companies. I believe in being on site. I believe there's value in collaboration, and especially for younger employees. My son's up in New York City and works for a great tech company up there. And the reason he took that job, it was in office. And he knew, he was struggling remotely. And so I think there's value in being in there. From a culture standpoint, you got to be a little creative. It is different. I mean, I remind executives, hey, your sales team has been remote for 25 years. So it's not like you can't do it. You got to retool and figure out how to manage remotely and lead remotely, but it can be done, and it can be done well. The culture is tougher. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to truly, genuinely caring about your people. And everybody says that, but I think that has sometimes been, shielded by the fact that, hey, we have a cool office and we have happy hours and we have a gym on site and all these wonderful benefits. When you have remote employees, some of that stuff doesn't matter. And it comes down to if you're, sometimes it still comes down to if you're caring for your employees, but what can I do to help their situation? Is it student loan payback that I can help them with? Is it, you got to be a little creative. So it's different. Culture is different. If you can afford it, getting them together here and there, going to them, I think is powerful. I mean, there's no one silver bullet, but
yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
What have you seen to be as the most effective? Is it that hybrid model that you talked about where it's a choice or like a 2-3 day a week type of thing?
Yeah, I think flexibility is key. It's funny. It's kind of hurt us in our industry because we've been hybrid since we started.
Huh.
So I've had employees that work for me for 15 years that have never been in the office. I mean, they've been into the office, but they don't work out. They've never worked out of the office. So I think that flexibility. So hybrid, yes. And I think hybrid to me means some people are going to be in 5 days a week. Some people are never going to be in. When we have meetings and reasons they need to be there, of course they come in and that's a requirement. But I think flexibility is key.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's because I'm old or what, but I don't feel the same energy being on a Zoom call versus being in person. And I don't feel like I learn nearly as much when I'm on a Zoom call versus in person. And so I think, like you mentioned, for especially younger team members who need to learn those things and need to have that mentorship, that's just critical in their development.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it's better than the phone, but it's not as good as in person.
No, definitely not. And I mean, it's nice that we have that advancement where we can do those things in Zoom, but yeah, I mean, it's just there's so much more that you can generate from being in person. Yeah.
I think it did help in the fact that, there was people flying around all over the country and, maybe you can do that and save some money and save some time by doing it on the Zoom. And I think we've proved that out to see that, hey, you don't always have to be in person, but there is no substitute to me.
What mistakes do you see companies making when trying to force a company culture together?
Well, I think going back to that flexibility, I don't know that you can force the culture. I mean, the culture comes from the top. I'm writing an article about this right now.
Yeah.
And it's not, big companies are different, right? You have the culture on the website that they preach and all that, but in a big company, you've got a bunch of cultures, geography, department, all these different reasons why you have different cultures, and that's okay. And they all come up under your kind of, master culture or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But, with a small company, it's still paramount. And I think the mistakes are when people force it on somebody instead of just, I don't want to say lead by example, but, the culture still comes from the top for these small to medium sized companies. And
right.
I see mistakes all the time there.
Yeah.
I don't want to be mean, but yeah,
okay.
And culture's hard.
Yeah.
Culture's hard and culture is evolving. Your culture at a 10-person company, and you grow to 100, your culture is going to change. When you're 10 people, it all literally came from the top or from all 10 because you get around a table and all that. When you're 100 people, you've hired 4 different executives and they have different thoughts and they have different groups of people and you're growing and, culture is a hard thing.
Yeah. And so how do you think about that as the company is growing? Like that's from experience, that's really difficult. And when you start off with one and then you have a team member, it's easy to, be involved, right. And develop that company culture. As you grow to say 10, it's different. And there starts to be layers with things. And so how do you think about starting a company culture when it's just one person?
Well, and I think you have to be intentional about, going back to what you're saying, when you're 50 people, you're not interviewing everybody anymore.
No.
At 100, you might not have met everybody and it keeps getting harder and harder. I think you have to be intentional about the people that you hire can add value to your culture. Doesn't have to be the exact same, but are going to add value to your culture and shape it up versus go against your culture, of course. I think, one person, I think you can get away with it, whatever.
For sure. Maybe two people.
Two people, it becomes more important, obviously. And yes, being intentional. And what I mean by that is knowing that it's there. People go and there's this expectation down the road that you build out your mission statement and your values and start thinking about those things. And I'm like, you should be thinking about that from the beginning. When you start your company, you should be thinking about those things.
Yeah.
You should be using those early employees and getting, when we redid ours a few years ago, we're still a small company, but when we did those, we got input from everybody and we crafted that thing together.
Yeah.
Because to say, hey, here's all of our mission, values, vision, and all that, and say, here's what it is, let me give it to you, is a lot different than saying, let's craft this together.
Yeah. How do you feel? So we went to Pendo recently and interviewed Todd Olson for a Triangle Tweener Talks episode. And that company is what, 900, 1,000 people, something like that. And he seems very much involved in knowing a lot of the team members and being involved in that culture and what's going on. And you can see very much it does start from the top. And I was wondering, how is that possible? How has he been able to put his stamp and his personality into this company when it's gotten so big?
Yeah, and I would tell you, typically it's harder to scale when the CEO stays involved, with all of that stuff. I like Todd a lot and have known him for a long, long time. But there are a few people out there like a Todd and some other people that we even have here locally who are just able to do it. I always swear there's two of them, because you're like, how are you there and there? And you were at that networking event. You met with every entrepreneur I talked to has met with you. And, it's like you with Todd.
Yeah.
He makes the time and he's efficient in that way.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Maybe he has an AI, but
probably
there's two of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. He's figured it out.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, let's have some fun here with, I prepped you to think about some disaster stories, because you've heard a lot of interview stories. You've been involved in a lot of interviews. What, without giving names, what disaster funny stories can you share?
So I'll give you one. I thought about going to my team, but then I was like, I'll have 700 of them, because we've at this point seen it all, right?
Yeah.
Some of them are hilarious. Some of them aren't so funny. And some of them are our interviews and some of them are our client interviews. And not to say the clients themselves, who have all been candidates at one point, have also messed up some interviews. And people say things and they get in that situation and get nervous or anxious and say things they shouldn't say. And obviously some people are more savvy at interviewing than others. My favorite one, and I won't name names because I have no idea what his name was. And this was years and years and years ago that I was recruiting myself. And I think this individual was referred to me, but you kind of start out the screen and just get a feel for the person. I said, well, tell me what you like to do. If you could and I do this a lot with candidates, if you could script kind of the ideal, job, what would that look like? So tell me what what do you like to do? And he started it with, well, I like to go to conferences and go to events and meetings and things like that. And so that's where he started. And I was like, okay, it's an interesting start. That is also where he ended. And so I was like, I'm not sure that's a job, that I haven't ever recruited for that job before, where you just go to conferences and webinars and events and meetings and you don't actually have a job per se. So that one has always stuck with me. And I hope he's not watching and knows that he said it, but that was frightening.
Just likes to shake hands.
We did not represent him out into the marketplace.
No.
As you can imagine.
No, yeah. That's amazing. Any other fun stories that you can share?
I'm going to write a book about this at some point, just so we can.
Okay.
I have this has nothing to do with talent, nothing to do with interviewing, but one of my favorite stories, we do a lot in the early stage world, and there's a company here, a very high flying startup. They were this is a little bit before that. And the CTO, wicked smart guy. And, he had created this platform back when it was really hard to do that. And he, and I'm sorry, this is just a war story. It's not related, but they had outgrown their office condo And literally when I went to visit them, they had like customer service people in the lobby. I mean, they were just dying on the vine. So they got another office condo, let's say 100 yards away in the complex. And, back then wireless wasn't, I'm dating myself a little bit, but he took the cables from the server out the door, ran them across the metal fence that went to the next office, ran them back in the door. And like the first weekend, there was a big storm and it destroyed their whole network because he had taken it through that metal fence. Which, of course, lightning immediately hit and took down their whole network.
So this is going to be a good book.
Yeah, I got some good war stories, just company stories in general.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
So you mentioned a disaster interview story. You've heard some great ones also, of course. Give us some tips for interviewing, especially where, attention spans are kind of short right now. Are there any tips that you can give, given all the interviews that you've been a part of?
Yeah. And, I coach people still, and my team definitely coaches people on a daily basis on interviews. And the main thing they always come back to is be yourself. And I know that sounds maybe a little corny and overused. But I think if we all think back through our careers and go, okay, have I been honest? And I shouldn't say honest, but have I expressed well what I've done? Have I been myself there? Have I told them who I am? And, on the interviewer side as well, have I been honest and told them truly what this job is about, what this company's about, what the opportunity is, even honest about my leadership style with them? People aren't always doing that. And you're trying to put your best foot forward. I get it. You want the job or you want this employee, but then they're surprised when it doesn't work out and it seems just basic.
Yeah.
We all do it, but it seemed basic. So I would just go back to basics and fundamentals. I'm a tennis player and it always comes back to the fundamentals. And I think just being yourself and being genuine, being honest.
Yeah. And then where is that line though, right? Because you talk about putting your best foot forward and you think about a dating profile, let's say, you want to put your best foot forward for that too. The interview, you put your best foot forward. The company's doing the exact same thing. Instagram, like your Instagram profile is your best foot forward of yourself. But then you get into the regular Tuesday of it all. And so how do you think about like putting your best foot forward, showcasing your energy, but at the same time, being the real you?
Yeah. I always laugh because you mentioned even dating sites, and that's a whole nother conversation that I have with my kids, my boys. But, because the picture, it's kind of like LinkedIn. You see the picture and then you go meet with the person. You're like, come on.
Wait a minute.
Come on now. I had trouble finding you in the restaurant for some reason. Yeah, I mean, there is a line there and you want to put your best foot forward. But at the end of the day, this is easy for me to say, sitting here this many years later, to say I'd rather not have the job.
Yeah.
But I think you have to hold your integrity. Just like I tell companies, you have to keep your hiring integrity. I know you want the person. I know you need bodies in seats. Not so much true today, but, we've been through those types of hiring cycles, and keep your hiring integrity and, wait for the right person and keep looking until we find them. I mean, we'd love for them to hire them, all of them, right? But that's just not going to work out well in the long term or even the short term.
So tell me about this podcast. Why did you start Recruiting on the Rocks, and what episodes have you had so far?
So we're 2 in. We've only done 2, because the world needed another podcast.
Well, there aren't that many that have that drink.
And I don't know that there's a ton of good ones, at least not that I found in my industry, not knocking the people that are doing them. I'm sure they're better than mine. We just wanted to do something a little fun and a little different. And, if y'all have seen the Hot Ones podcast, I always get tickled by it. And so when we've done the bourbons, we've gone, 90 proof, 100 proof, 110 proof kind of thing, and make it a little hotter. Not like Hot Ones at all, but that was kind of the thinking in my head.
Yeah.
Just enjoy it and make it light, and but give them good information. And so I've had a mix of executives and investors, because you often don't get that viewpoint either. I wanted to do it a little bit different, to come in and just have a hiring manager, or just have a recruiter, or just have a chief people officer. We'll have those people too, but get the perspective of, from a venture capitalist or private equity, woman to say, here's what I'm looking for when I'm helping the company hire a board member, for example. And we're also trying to get people on our podcast that you don't see every day, that are a little bit behind the scenes. There's some people you just see them; they're in everything. We kind of talked about that with Todd a little bit. You can find Todd. Todd's doing a lot of great stuff, but who's the Todd that you don't see every day? And so we're trying to get some of those people on there, and we'll have a mix of both at the end of the day.
No, it's a fun show.
We'll have you on at some point.
I would love to. Yeah. So everybody check out Recruiting on the Rocks on YouTube, correct?
Yeah, it's on there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a fun show. Craig, how can people connect with you in Hire Networks?
Yeah, we're at hirenetworks.com. HIRE. Some people want to say HIGHER, which we're fine with that too, but hirenetworks.com. And we're here to help people, and it's kind of our mission. So any way we can help, let us know.
Awesome. Well, thanks for letting me guest host your show.
Hey, that was fun. Thank you.
Let's do one more. Cheers.
Cheers. Salud.
Salud. All right, everybody. This has been Recruiting on the Rocks with your guest, Craig Stone.
Yeah.
I'm Jason Gillikin, and we'll see you next time on Recruiting on the Rocks.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Your friends friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
All right, y'all, welcome back to the podcast marathon here at the Walk West Studios in Raleigh. Jason, you have been busy, my friend. You just got done sitting down with Craig Stone with Recruiting on the Rocks. How was it?
It was great. We got to drink bourbon and talk about recruiting.
Okay, I love this because I'm the chief people officer. So having you sit in that seat, I want to know, what was your biggest takeaway?
Yeah, I mean, it's still... We talked about AI in recruiting, and you had mentioned chatbots doing interviews.
Yes, the AI robots. Did we get into that?
Yes. And, it was saying that like the soft skills just cannot be there. And so, yes, AI is there, but you've got to have that personal connection still. And so those things are different, but still the same in that you've got to have that true connection with everybody.
I was going to say, you have to think about it. AI has been helping recruiters for a long time, even in just sifting resumes. So I think we have to recognize that it's already there. It's been there. It's just looking a little bit differently than it used to.
Yeah, definitely.
Amazing. Amazing. What was that one gem that he dropped where you were like, oh, I can't wait to tell my favorite chief people officer, Erica Rooney, about this?
I don't know if it was about that I wanted to tell you specifically, but one gem from that was you cannot force company culture.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. And so I don't know if you've seen that as well in the companies that you've worked at, but you cannot make it happen. It does have to come from the top, but it's also got to be natural.
I think people struggle to understand that culture is actually what you do day in and day out with your lived actions. I think a lot of people, especially in the upper ranks of the corporate ladder, think it's these core values that you throw up on the wall, but that's not the case.
Or the foosball table.
Or the foosball table or the free beer or what have you, right? It's what the leaders are doing day in, day out. Are they creating spaces where people can show up and bring their authentic selves to work and shine and fail forward, right? Can they do all of those things? That's culture to me.
Yeah. And that's what he was saying about interviewing also, is you've got to bring your true self to it. Otherwise, it is just not going to work.
Amen.
You are going to be in a company that thinks you are a different person. And the same goes with the recruiter. And you cannot present the company as something that it's not.
Yes. And I want to give a big shout out to hirenetworks.com. They are the people who have been presenting on the Recruiting on the Rocks. And coming up next, we have Amplify with none other than Jess Ekstrom. And if you'll see this lovely crown I'm wearing today, I'm always sporting my girl's stuff. This is a headband from one of her previous companies, but I'm excited to have her on the podcast marathon.
She is a lesson in brand building.
Absolutely. Starting from the beginning, too. I mean, we're talking about a girl just trying to figure it out in a college dorm room before AI was even a thing.
Yeah. And she was on the Today Show and all these other shows because she did something that nobody had done. And she got all this press for it, well-deserved, and then had an exit. And then now is building her brand as somebody who gets on stage and trains women on how to be their best selves on stage, teach people or showcase what they know, and then charge what they're worth.
Yes, it's called the Mic Drop Workshop. And so, I'm a big fan of her doing that. And you have to make sure that you read her book called Chasing the Bright Side. It is an incredible book. It's her story, and you don't want to miss it.
So this is my favorite type of book, by the way. I don't know what kind of books you like, but this book that takes a story from the dorm room to, having a successful company while weaving in lessons along the way. That is my favorite type of book. And it was a page turner. I could not put it down. And I'm probably not the audience for it. And yet I could not put it down.
Yet here we are.
Yeah. So that one and Unreasonable Hospitality are two that I love that have that same format. But anyway, phenomenal brand builder for sure.
Yes. If you've ever seen her on stage, she also does an incredible job of weaving in those storyline pieces. And she does a lot of work here with us at Walk West too. So she's been an amazing partner to have. And we love hosting her here in the studio.
Yeah. So her podcast is Amplify with Jess Ekstrom, which we're going to get to here in a second. But we also want to make sure that we would be remiss to tell you to go to go.walkwest.com/marathon. There you can get information on our 30 and 30 content that we've mentioned. You can also get information on our AI readiness audit. So for the first 50 people to sign up for the AI readiness audit, you get the free AI readiness audit, and we'll send that over to you. So make sure you go to go.walkwest.com/marathon.
Yes, and I also want to talk about Hops for Hope. This
Please.
is something, yes, we've done it several years here at Walk West. I'm super excited about it. I know you talked about them making a beer, but for all of my non-drinkers out there, they also have kombucha and like amazing things like that. It's on a Wednesday night, okay, September 13th, 2 p.m. Okay, not Wednesday night, Wednesday afternoon in North Hills, but we would love for you to donate. I know I'm going to be there. I'm going to bring my mini queen, right? My mini me. So if you want to come out and meet the other glass ceiling breaker of the family, you can.
It's in North Hills, Midtown Park. So if you know North Hills, it's right by Chewy's and that grass area right there at the amphitheater. It's going to be 40-something beers.
We got to cross our fingers for good weather because that is an amazing place to host an event like this. It's going to be awesome. It's a great cause to support. And you'll see a lot of us Walk Westers out there ready to go.
All right. So we'll go to a commercial now for Hops for Hope. And when we come back, Amplify with Jess Ekstrom.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Hey, Stephanie. If you had a podcast and could have one guest dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator of Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on, to show our loved ones the way home.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer, just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Alrighty. Welcome back, everyone. Hello to all of our live viewers, including my mom. Hi. Hope the kids slept well for their nap. I'm so excited to be back here and on this show doing this live with my good friend, Catherine Valentine.
Live. Happy to be here.
I know. We can't drop any F-bombs or say anything wrong, but...
By the way, Jess told me this was live 4 seconds
I know.
ago.
I'm really sorry. I may have forgot. Small detail. But one of my favorite things about you is that we met in a really high stakes, high pressure situation. We met backstage at a TED Talk that we were both doing.
The day before. It wasn't a rehearsal thing. It was time to go.
It was showtime. And when I saw your bio and everything that you've done from Harvard Business Review to Wall Street Journal, and you have clients like JP Morgan Chase, and you are just absolutely out there crushing it, McKinsey, all these things. I was so pleasantly surprised to hear the first story in your TED Talk, which everyone needs to watch Catherine Valentine's TED Talk as well. I don't even want to spoil it. Will you just tell the story that you know that I'm referring to get us started?
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So Jess is going to start with the biggest failure.
Yep.
Sure. So the first time I tried to negotiate, I was doing an MBA internship, which is a job interview that lasts 2 months, basically. And I had done really well. And so I was trying to negotiate to be placed on another team in attempts to get this job. And I went in and spent all weekend preparing, went in and had my negotiation. And I totally inadvertently ended up offending the person that I was negotiating with. And as a result, it just very quickly derailed to you're no longer a culture fit, which we know means I wasn't going to get that job. And then once you weren't going to get the job, the internship doesn't make sense. And once you don't have the internship, oh, by the way, it's company protocol that this very large security officer is now going to escort you out of the building. And so my first negotiation attempt ended with me on a sidewalk and that sad box of all of my things.
Literally, if you were going to draw a comic strip of bad day at work.
That's right. And just a puddle of your own tears.
But then now you talk about negotiation and you speak about it, but really what you speak about is not negotiation. It's something else. What is it that people really need to know, especially women? What is negotiation? Because we think it's a higher salary. We think it's a promotion. We think it's money, which it could be. But what is it?
And I love that you meant it could be any of those things. But what it really is what do you want
right now? Like, what does your richest life look like? And negotiation is just a tool to get you to that. And it might be that salary. It might be that you've always wanted this particular number. Okay, sure. Depending on your phase of life and, you know, what's going on in your world, it might be time to care for, you know, I once negotiated time to care for my grandmother.
Yeah.
It might be that you want to sit in on this really big meeting. It might be that you want the company to pay for you know, an education or a credibility. It could be a ton of different things. And so negotiation is just the tool to allow you to have the life that you want to have.
And you have in your keynote, which is phenomenal, by the way, you talk about your rich life design rules. And some of it, you know, is really practical. Like, what is it that you want? But then there's some things that I never really thought about before. And it's a lot of like the different levers that we can pull in our life that aren't money that help create, quote, this rich life design. And it like a really impactful moment was hearing you talking about visiting your grandparents. And can you tell me that story?
Yeah. So when I was growing up, I was raised by a single mom. And at that point in time in the town that we lived in, it wasn't very common to not have somebody at home. And so there was like no childcare for the summer. And so for the summer, my mother would put me on an airplane and ship me to South Texas, where I would live with my 76 and 78-year-old grandparents. And one of the things that was really funny about that experience is that from a young age, what I saw wasn't the choices that we make in our 20s, 30s, and 40s. What I saw was the impact of those choices in our 70s and 80s, where you chose to invest time, what you chose to prioritize, and how that plays out. And that was a lot of the rich life design part, which is not, especially now when we have all these messages being sent to us about what we're supposed to love or do or buy or spend our time. It's clearing out that noise and thinking about who you are and what you want and how to get that.
And you gave so many examples when you were talking about that summer with your grandparents of like the choices that we make in our 20s, 30s, 40s, and how that impacts you in your 80s or 90s, where it's like the partner that you choose, the health prioritization that you choose, where you chose to put your time, your money, whether you made a 5 o'clock martini, you know, a habit versus a chamomile tea. Not to say either one is right or wrong, but like how that repetition pays off or doesn't pay off over time. And I thought that was so interesting to think about. What is your greatest currency? And that might not be money. So what are the other kinds of currencies out there, and what's more important to you right now in this phase of your life?
Well, I love that question right now, right? So the currencies are money, their credibility, their time. For a lot of people, it's things. So, you know, money could be in the bank or money could be spent on these certain things, could be experiences. Any of those make sense. And there's probably a ton more that I didn't list there, but it's what one matters to you right now.
In this season. Yeah.
So 10 years ago, my biggest currency was title, and then it became money, and now it's time. And I don't know how long it will be time. I mean, we've talked a lot about what time means to me. I don't know how long it will be that. I don't know if it'll change again. But once you know what that currency is, then you get to make the rules around how you're going to bring more of that into your life.
And you also talk a lot about like choice and autonomy. And one of the things I also love that when you talk about choice and autonomy, you talk about privilege too, which I think is really great for thought leaders to recognize when we're like, all you have to do is just get up and work. And it's like, well, we're not all getting up in the same house. We're not all getting up with the same like education or the same household. So I love that you preface that. But like, what does it mean to choose your ideal life design, your rich life design? Because a lot of us think or truly believe that like, this is the job that I have, or this is the cards that I'm dealt. You know, how do I change? How do I adjust?
Well, and the cards that you're dealt are important, and we need to acknowledge that. That also, in many ways, changes over time. That might change because of a macro thing that happened, like a global pandemic. It might change because of a micro thing that happened, like I don't know, you invested in Bitcoin 8 years ago. Who knows, right? And I think a lot of it is about clearing all of that out, and also clearing out, I think, sometimes some old visions of what you thought your life was going to be or should be, letting some of that go and thinking about what you want it to be right now.
Yeah. I remember like 10 years ago, I could probably find my application for like Survivor or The Amazing Race and like, I want to be on a reality show and do this. I could not think of anything I want to do less today than be on a reality show. I will watch the reality show, but I will not be on it. And so it just shows like how like what was so important to us at this point in our life, like I could care less about right now.
I mean, 10 years ago, I did this like bungee jumping thing, and now I can't look out a 3rd-story window without shaking. I hate heights, right? Like, what was I thinking?
Yeah.
But is what it is.
Well, we were just talking about someone on the team here whose shoe was untied. And I was like, will you please tie your shoe? And you were like, did you notice people's shoes untied before becoming a mom? And I did not. I could not care. I was not looking at if your shoe was untied and you were going to trip and hit your head. So how did...
But now it produces anxiety.
Like, tie your shoe before we go live. How did becoming a mom change your... the way you think about work, change the way you think about your rich life design?
I love this question, but I want to preface that I'm answering it only for me. There is a little bit of like the mommy wars that I hope are over now.
Yeah.
This is everyone gets to choose for themselves. For me, I was raised by a single mom who wanted to be around more than she could. It was not in the cards for us then.
Yeah.
And so for me, a lot of it is being very intentional about how I spend my time, where I make my money, and you know, to a certain extent, how much money I actually need, so that I can spend as much time as I can with my children. That is for me right now. That might change in 5 years, and that doesn't have to be for anybody else.
Yeah.
But I think when I am coaching people on negotiation, a lot of people think it's the tactics of negotiation. Like that's where it is. And that's what I love. And that's where the research is. And we can absolutely talk about how to be successful in your negotiation. But what I find is that the power of negotiation comes before that. It's in what do you want to negotiate for? 99% of the people who come to me for coaching say, I want to negotiate a raise. But when you really push underneath that, it's not the raise they want. It might be the promotion. It might be the credibility. It might be the respect. It might be the thing the raise is going to buy. But the paths to those are all different, right? I mean, if when I say why, someone says, because I want to make as much money as I can, that's my currency right now. The answer to that is, well, actually, you don't want to negotiate a raise. We know from Claudia Golden, who won the Nobel Prize, you want to negotiate a promotion because a promotion is actually going to increase your financial over the long haul much more. So if what you really want is money, then let's negotiate a promotion. If what you really want is credibility, then we need to think about what your title is. And your title might be different externally. If what you really want is autonomy, then we need to think about how your role is crafted. There's all kinds of different things that we can do once you get underneath that. What is it that you really want?
How does one get underneath that? Because sometimes I find myself chasing something that I realize is someone else's dream and I get it. And I'm like, oh, I didn't really want this. I just had FOMO. Like I just thought that because I'm a speaker or because I'm doing this, then that means I should be doing that. So how do you really know what you want and what is comparison telling you that you want?
One, I think that many people have people or places that are a touchstone, and it's knowing what your touchstone is. Is it a quiet afternoon hiking? Is it a conversation with your best friend from second grade? Is it a weekend with your parents and the house you grew up in? You know, what is your touchstone? But then from that, when you've connected with that thing that allows you to feel like you're your truest self, the question that I really like to ask is, if I had a magic wand and I gave it to you, what would your life look like in a year? And what I find with that question is, so and I'm a research nerd, right?
Yeah.
But one of the most interesting studies I reviewed was 2 researchers who brought children into the lab, gave them a coloring page. The children colored it. And when the children brought it back up to the researcher says, "What do I owe you?" And what they found is that little girls were asking for 40% less than little boys at the age of 8, which means that before our children know that the tooth fairy isn't real,
right?
The little girls know that there's something about negotiating that is scary. And what I like about the magic wand question is it sort of strips away some of those societal concepts of what we're supposed to want or supposed to ask for, and allows it to be your world again. We found in the research another way to do that is to say, if you were advising a friend with your identical experience and background, what would you say they should ask for?
Oh, that's fascinating.
Because
I will fight for my friends all day long. Yeah.
Exactly. And so what we find is that when women are asked to estimate their own market value, we tend to underestimate ourselves between 20 and 40% quite significantly. But when we estimate someone else's market value, we are almost spot on.
Oh my gosh.
And so if we can strip away that feeling of self and kind of assign it to a friend, all of a sudden you can start to get a little bit closer to what the truth might be.
I had, in my Trub workshop, obviously we help women get paid speaking gigs. And it is fascinating to me where these women come into our program with loads of experience or just have started something or written a book. And they're like, do you think I can ask for $500? And I'm like, add another 0 and double it.
Yeah.
And they are, can't even hit send on the invoice or the email. And I'm like, I see, and no offense to any of the men in this room right now, but when I am on stages, and I know that you see this, I see so many men up there that are not ranking as high as the women speakers, but charging 20, 30K and not even feeling any sort of mental gymnastics around it whatsoever.
Well, and I think good for the guys.
Right.
This is not an great job.
Yeah. Something you
now
said
let's
before
get the women where we are.
You can be pro women without being anti men. Yeah. And I love that because it's there's nothing. When I found out that I was at an event that I got paid $8,500 to speak, and then I found out that the man who was speaking there got paid $50,000. Yeah. Yeah. I instead of being like, who do you think you are? I wanted to be like, can I get you coffee? And
tell me a little bit about how you did this.
How did you do that? Mm-hmm. And so what is it? But the thing that I really like that you do is that it's not a copy paste what men do to get the 50K and what women do. It's different research. So can you shed light into that?
Sure. So the 3 strategies that we talk a lot about on women and negotiating is to think holistically, ask relationally, and discuss collaboratively. Do you want me to kind of tell you?
Did you write that down? I'm sure.
On think holistically, what is your overarching goal to your point? What is your currency? And then from there, what can you ask for that helps you reach that? And we have this list of 76 things that we've seen women ask for.
We'll put it in the show notes.
Thank you. That are all kinds of different and creative ways. Plenty of them are compensation, but plenty of them aren't because our life is multidimensional.
Mm-hmm.
So 1, think holistically. 2, ask relationally. And this is actually what my TEDx talk was on where I met you, which is that the research on this shows that if women ask relationally, we are significantly more likely to be successful. And we virtually eliminate the risk of backlash, which means that, when you were talking about the woman who couldn't hit send on things, part of what was driving her is the fear of hearing no. I want to remove that fear by showing you a way to ask where no just becomes a piece of information. It's not, there's no real cost to it. And we have a formula to that, which is your past performance plus the future vision plus your ask, and then stop talking. Because we found that women are so great. They'll just keep talking to make their negotiation partner feel better. So 1, think holistically. 2, ask relationally. And then 3, discuss collaboratively. So we tend to go into negotiations with this sort of you versus me mindset. But if we can flip it to an us versus the problem mindset, then all of a sudden we can chat about what helps us get to that the best. And in any negotiation, I have information you don't have, and you have information I don't have. And so if we can make it a collaborative discussion and get that information on the table, we will reach a better outcome for both of us.
Instead of thinking of it as conflict.
Yes.
One of the things that you said is about the no. I want to circle back to that because I think what I see at Mic Drop Workshop, a lot of women won't apply for the TED Talk or won't they'll submit for the breakout but not the keynote because they're like, I just don't think I am qualified yet. I'm not ready. But you have an interesting take on hearing no. Tell me about it.
I like to hear no. And this is kind of next level, but I like to hear no because that means that I have reached the top of what you're willing to give. And now we're going to back it down to where we both feel comfortable. The thing about no is it is a key to more information because there's now a time delay on the decision. So for example, you're my boss and I come to you and I ask to be promoted and you say, Catherine, you're not qualified for that right now. Okay. I understand that I'm not qualified for that right now. Can you tell me what I would need to do to demonstrate that I am qualified for it the next time the opportunity comes around? And so now there's no promotion happening right now. The stakes are very low at this point. And so you're going to say, well, in order for you to be qualified, you're going to need to show X, Y, and Z. You've now given me the exact, it's like going back to school. You've now given me the exact rubric of the 3 things I need to go do so that next time I'm going to get a yes from you. So as long as I document those, deliver those, and let you know I delivered those, the next negotiation is sort of a predetermined conversation, which is exactly what we want them to be.
Do you ever have women like myself that maybe back down in those situations for fear of being annoying?
Yes. The term we like to use, which is not my term, but the one we use at the office is we want to be relentlessly pleasant.
Okay.
And so
But aren't you also just like, a guy would never worry about this?
What specifically would the guy not worry about?
Like coming across as too persistent or coming across as too eager.
You know, I've kind of wondered about that. And I love the research. I don't have any research on this. I think what you're saying might be true for a ton of men in their 50s. But when I look now at my husband and at my sons, what I see is that the world has evolved from hierarchical to much more collaborative. And so my sons are also much more aware of how other people feel about them and if they're hurting feelings and if people are included. And I wonder if there's an evolution where the way women are incentivized to negotiate now actually becomes the way we all need to negotiate in 10 or 20 years.
Interesting.
Because have you seen men start to get iced out because they're a little too aggressive? I have too. And so I do feel like there's this talk track, especially when I started doing this research 10 years ago of like, oh, just think like a man. But I think the way men are evolving so rapidly too, that I don't know that I see that as much as I maybe used to.
Well, and I see it in public speaking. One of the reasons why we do what we do and why we started like Mic Drop Club, these performance-based programs, is because historically speaking practice and speaking skills are very masculine.
Yeah.
Even we've had women that come in that say, well, my boss said I need to like lower my voice, like actually change my tone to be perceived more seriously. And I think you're right that hopefully that is aging out. But it is still this going back to just like the feeling like, am I going to be annoying if I press? Even if I don't get a speaking opportunity, it's like, if I follow up, is that, am I being, even though I know that works, I've gotten so much business from following up. How do you get past that? It's not even imposter syndrome. It's like, just not wanting to come across as too.
Well, I think sometimes you can call it out. Like, hey, I don't want to be annoying to you, but I really respect your organization. I would love to be on your stage one day. Can you let me know what I would need to do so that, this time next year when your conference happens, I might be a good match? We don't follow up 15 times.
Right.
But I think we can follow up a few.
Yeah.
And one piece of advice I took from one of the podcasts that you did in the past was on the second or third follow-up, the one that I work with now on this says, hey, just wanted to see if you need anything. This will be my last follow-up. And we get a ton of responses to that because everyone's busy and most of the time they did not follow up because it wasn't important. They didn't follow up because someone got sick. There was a fire at work.
Right.
They're actually executing an event. There was any number of things.
Yeah. And I think that's something that I can do more is like, I think when I don't hear something or it's like, well, they must not like me. They don't want to hire me. But it's like, assume good intent. Assume that they have something else going on. And I feel like that's probably what a lot of this like communication around negotiation is like, what is the best intention that they want? Am I getting warm?
Yes. The other thing, just because you mentioned voice, after the TEDx that we did together, one of the emails that I got within 24 hours was, loved your talk. If you want to be taken seriously, you need a voice coach.
No.
Here's the person I would reach out to. And the email was incredibly well-intentioned. I really like the person who sent that note. I respect her a lot.
You know them?
She's a very famous professor. I respect her a lot. It's not going to be my top priority right now because... Is she wrong? Absolutely not. She's probably right. But of all the things that I could do to help women, changing my voice isn't
one of them.
It's not a top priority. Getting on more stages to bring these tools to more women, that's a priority. I don't think that I have to change my voice to do it yet. There might be a point in time. Let's imagine a world where I've talked to 99% of the women in the United States. Maybe then, but
that is fascinating. But you seem to be someone who can roll with it. That might have derailed me. How do you you have like fought with the best at like McKinsey, you turned down Harvard and Yale and like all these things. Like, how are you so level-headed in these kind of...
You fail a bunch and you realize that it's okay because you failed a bunch. I didn't get the McKinsey thing the first or the second time I tried. I don't know that I can come up with very many examples of things that I've wanted that I've gotten the first time I tried. But I've gotten a lot of them the third or fourth time I tried.
Yeah. I think one of the things that I also love about you after hearing you speak is this question that you asked yourself, both when you were deciding to go to UVA and also when it was time to turn the page in your career. You looked around and asked yourself, do people seem happy? And I think that that is like such a catalyst for the work that you do today. A lot of people think that it's around negotiation and salary, but it is about like creating the life design path that works best for you. What someone who, no matter where they're at in their career, maybe they're like knee deep, maybe they're just getting started. What are some things or questions that someone could ask themselves to start to build their rich life design?
I love the magic wand question. But I think another question is like looking at it over the course of your life. I mean, one of the reasons why I get to prioritize time right now is because I prioritized money in my 20s. And I got lucky. Like I graduated in 2008. Anything that I was able to save, stock market was what? Worth a third? Anything I was able to save has done really well since then. I think one thing, as much as I love and I'm a huge proponent of negotiation, luck plays a much bigger role than most people want to acknowledge.
Yeah.
And so I think thinking about, one, what do you want your life to look like? Two, what does that mean right now? And then three, just acknowledging that we can take the actions, but we can't always control the outcome. And so what actions when you go to bed at night are you going to feel glad that you did, right? You started your own company.
Yeah.
That's a lot riskier than going to work at some company that is going to be a pretty steady paycheck. In both of those instances, though, your personality type is one that's going to work a lot.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, when you fall into bed exhausted, is it exhausted that you feel good about or one that you always kind of questioned?
It is so funny. Like the good exhaustion is building something I love or chasing around my toddler or even like the sleepless nights with kids. I'm like, I'll take it. I know it's temporary. I know it's like going to be fleeting. But then there's the bad exhaustion of like chasing something that I don't really love or putting out fires at work. And so like recognizing the good exhaustion is a really great way to look at your output.
And I think recognizing when you have that feeling and just noting it down. Like I have that feeling when I have coffee chats just because I went through a phase where I loved coffee chats. Now I want to be with my kids.
Right. Yeah.
And so I'm happy to have a conversation with you if there's, you know, a specific thing that I can help your audience with or your company with. But outside of that, I want to be with these little people that I'm helping become hopefully really successful adults.
Same thing, where I've had a really tough time being able to say no without a reason other than spending time with. It's not like, oh no, I'm speaking at a conference that day. It's like, no, it's my time. You know, it's not up for grabs anymore.
I think it's really hard for people who are ambitious.
Yeah.
I mean, I was used to working a gajillion hours and sleeping under my desk and all the things. And now realizing that if I'm not going to be spending time with my kids, I either need to get a ton of enjoyment out of it or I need to be getting paid for it.
Yeah. 100%.
Because these little people are my legacy.
Catherine, thank you so much. Give Catherine Valentine a follow on LinkedIn. Book her to speak at your next event. Anywhere else people can find you?
Oh, if that list of 76 things you can negotiate would be helpful, you can get it at 76things.com.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Awesome.
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on, to show our loved ones the way home.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer, just one title. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue. But the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and it could have one guest, dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator of Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
At my job, I keep more than just people safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping everybody informed and things moving.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at RDU.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
At my job, I'm on the front lines, keeping travelers safe.
And I'm behind the scenes, keeping the lights on to show our loved ones the way home.
Y'all, welcome back to the Walk West Podcast Marathon, brought to you by the Walk West Content Studio. We are 10 episodes in. We've got one more to go. What a day it has been. We just had on Jess Ekstrom and Catherine Valentine. Jess is phenomenal also, and I love listening to Catherine. Erica, I'm going to ask you about some takeaways from that. But first, make sure you go to jessekstrom.com and micdropworkshop.com because there are some phenomenal resources there. So, Erica, as a chief people officer, you've been in HR for a long time. Catherine was saying, ask for what you want. You have got to ask for what you want. Is that what you would say as well, being on the other side? Is that, do people who ask what they want in general get what they want?
Well, I'm a big fan that closed mouths don't get fed, right? That's my big statement, but you do have to be smart about it. You have to ask, but you also have to know what's going on. So as a chief people officer, I've advised plenty of people that yes, you should ask for pay increases, but you do have to know what's going on with your company. Like if your company just lost their biggest client ever, it doesn't matter how great you are. You might not want to ask for a raise right now because you're going to appear tone deaf. So you have to understand the policies and the procedures, but you absolutely have to speak up. And I've kind of taken that into my own world. A lot of people have given me this advice of like, Erica, if you don't talk about your business, you don't have a business. Because a lot of times we don't want to brag or, sound like we're boasting or anything like that. So we just don't talk about it. But again, when you're not talking about it, when you're not asking for what you want, you are absolutely not going to get it.
Yeah, I thought it was a phenomenal point that Catherine made. And you make a great point too. Like you've got to know exactly what's going on in your company. But Jess's podcast is fantastic. Make sure you subscribe to that. And then she also, and you're a busy professional, but one other takeaway I had from what Catherine said was, if I'm not getting paid or I'm not getting a ton of enjoyment from this, and I'm not involved in my kids or anything like that, I'm just not going to do it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard that if it's not a hell yes, it's a hell no. And that is what it needs to come down to. And what I've really realized is that time is the most precious and non-renewable resource that we have.
Yeah.
And so when I think about where I want to spend my time and what those priorities are, I mean, think about Dr. Sharma today when she talked about the stress levels. She didn't say do more yoga or add in a green juice or do meditation. She said focus on the things that matter most, the priorities, right? And that is how you end up reducing the stress. So the fact that we then kind of came full circle with Jess Ekstrom and her guest, Catherine, I was like, that is 100% spot on.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah. And Dr. Sharma too. I mean, she is a doctor and you expect doctors to give medical advice. And I love it that she's not saying, take this medicine. She's saying, do these things that'll help with your mental health. Do these things that'll help with everything that's going on in your life.
No, it really was a breath of fresh air. And I mean, I've done a lot of podcasts and I've done a lot of podcast interviews with physicians. And I don't know that a single one of them has given that answer. They've all given me another thing to add to my to-do list, which I can appreciate from time to time, right? I need to do these things to keep my mental health in check. But having her say, no, actually maybe do less was a really nice twist that I wasn't expecting.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Good job. We love it. Okay. Let's talk about this free AI assessment that we have going on right now, because y'all, the day is winding down. To be honest, I don't know if there are free seats, but you should go and check it out because we're only giving away 50 of them. And so I don't know, you might not be able to grab one, but I would absolutely try. And you can do that by going to go.walkwest.com/marathon.
Yes, absolutely. Let's talk about the podcast that's upcoming.
Yes. Orange Tea with Kaimanox founder Stephen M. Perry. Oh my gosh. What is he bringing to the table today?
He's bringing Caleb Thornton, who started a company called Seed to Table. It's an investment company, or they do events for investors and founders. And so he's going to talk a little bit about that. And what's interesting is he used to work with Craig Stone, who was just on one of the podcasts that we had on with Recruiting on the Rocks. So
I love it. It's such a small world.
It really is. Like, all these people and you didn't know that Kaimanox was coming in, and yet they have 2 podcasts and you've spoken.
And I work with with Kymanox, and their HR business partner is a good dear friend of mine. So yes, I love how this Raleigh community really just shows up for each other too, because a lot of the reason there are so many connections is because these are leaders in the community who are trying to help. And because we all have that common goal, it's like we're all running in the same circles.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're winding down on the day, I do want to thank our sponsors again.
Yes, let's do it.
Thank you to NCFC. Make sure you go check out the schedule for NCFC and NC Courage. Thank you to Boys and Girls Club of Wake County, and thank you to RDU Airport. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. So we appreciate it. So one other thing I want to mention is I mentioned HubSpot before. So there's a lot of challenges with CRMs, and I don't know which ones you've used in the past, but when I did a poll on LinkedIn, 80% of people preferred HubSpot versus Salesforce, and we are a HubSpot certified partner. So if you are thinking of making a change, if you're thinking you might need some help, if you're thinking maybe it's time to get started with a CRM, go to go.walkwest.com/HubSpot and we can help you out.
I love that. Let's do it. And my experience with CRMs have not been great outside of HubSpot. So I'm glad that they're a partner.
Yeah, no, they make it pretty easy to track things. And Tom Simon from our team has shown me the ways. He's like the HubSpot Jedi, and he's the person in charge of these HubSpot trainings also.
Yes. Yeah. And I also just want to say, hey, thanks for being with us today. We know we have been going on and on and on all day, but we hope that you've enjoyed these sessions. I honestly can't believe we have one left. It's like, how did we make it through this list of 11 podcasts today? That is a record.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so what we are going to go ahead and cut to commercial. You've seen commercials from Hops for Hope, Boys and Girls Club, RDU, and so many others. And thank you. And I think you've gotten to know us a little bit more with the segments that we put together on who would be your favorite podcast guest, dead or alive. Actually, I should ask you, because I don't think you were in there. Who would? Oh, I did ask you before, but we can't assume that people were watching us for the whole 8 hours. So who, dead or alive, would you want as your podcast guest?
Well, I don't remember what I told you before. So now I'm going to give you an inconsistent answer. But that's I think number one, it would be Mel Robbins, because she's here. She endorsed the book. And I just think she's brilliant. I love her storytelling. Oh, Michelle Obama. Yes, she was my other number one because she keeps it real. That's who I chose. See, I got this ping pong brain. There's so many incredible women out there that I want to host. And then all of these women that we saw today. So my podcast is all for women, but Dr. Sharma, Jess Ekstrom, all of them, incredible guests.
They are. Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you for co-hosting this with me.
Yes, what fun day.
We'll be back one more time after Orange Tea with Stephen M. Perry, which you can see right after this commercial.
Hey, Stephanie, if you had a podcast and it could have one guest, dead or alive, who would it be?
Creed Bratton. Both of them. I would do Jane Goodall or Dolly Parton.
Any guest. I would say Keanu Reeves.
Chris Blackwell, Island Records.
Maybe Ole Kirk Christensen, creator Lego.
My mom. She passed away 2 years ago, and I promised her that I was going to go run an AI company, and I'm finally at one. And just to see her smile and her inspiration, right? I think that that would be amazing.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
There's an organic sometimes end, and I just like to end on a high note sometimes.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Have the best travel day with reminders like this from your friends at RDU. Save money and book parking 24 hours before you arrive. Visit RDU.com for more helpful tips from the airport that loves you back.
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
Welcome to the Orange Tea. Today, my guest is Caleb Thornton of Seed to Table. Caleb, I'd love for you to explain your journey to life science. Before you talk about Seed to Table, tell us about how you got exposed to the life science side of the business.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say this love for life science started kind of by meeting you through Jim Roberts and going down to those Wilmington events with New and really engulfing myself in the ecosystem. And then when, after we held our first event, I just saw these kind of heartstrings were formed through, when you're investing for tech and these other communities that we were helping raise for, there just wasn't as big of an impact on the people. And we saw that with life science, and you're making a real difference for patients, around the world. And that was extremely meaningful to us. And ever since, we've just been doing that. So
that's great. Tell us a little bit about Seed to Table. What kind of an organization is that? Why did you start Seed to Table? What's the value proposition?
Yeah, absolutely. This was a brainchild that I came up with where we found two problems that we were trying to solve. A lot of people go to these conferences nowadays, and they just don't get that impact up on stage and at the conference that they used to. They spend 5 minutes on stage. When they get off stage, majority of their audience is service providers, and they need real capital. And so on the other end, the VCs go to these conferences, and they go to the dinners and the lunches, but they don't really stay around for the events at the conference. And so you're not getting that opportunity in face-to-face with those investors. And so we're taking a curated approach to how we go forth and curate a room to fit the investment thesis of not only the investors, but the startups as well. They're matchmaking them together. So
yeah, I think what's interesting, Caleb, is you created this company post-COVID, and it's really an in-person experience. I know you have a digital team. I know you're very into technology. And when you're not, supporting life science businesses, it's health tech, which is a type of life science. And then it's just straight up tech. Explain to me the value and the logic of curating these in-person events when everyone is just phoning everything in, just like our viewers right now, over a screen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the biggest thing is that people want for that interaction. And so the reason we, pulled our events around community and gatherings together is that, there's that impact over, dinner that we have. There's that impact interacting, eating, and mingling with people that are in your same ecosystem and vertical that like really is impactful. And so it changes the narrative instead of through a computer screen. You're in person, you're eating, you're breaking bread together, and you're talking about not only your problems, but how to move forward on those problems.
Yeah. And I think there's a vulnerability, I think, when you're eating with somebody. I also heard a rumor that there may be alcohol at your events. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. Each startup has their own icebreaker cocktail, we call them. And so startups come up with their own creative cocktail for the evening. And so they relate it to their business, and it's kind of an icebreaker in the room. So you can see an investor with your cocktail and say, hey, thanks for showing me support already. And
so when you got started, I know your focus was in North Carolina, and you gave me this line, Caleb, like I'm humble. I'm going to go one step at a time. And then next thing I know, you're running an event in Philly, and then you're running an event in DC. You're talking about Boston, LA, Atlanta. How does location make a difference when you're running these events where you're trying to curate founder CEOs who are looking for either, formation capital or growth capital? And then you've got ecosystem catalysts in the room. And then the ultimate, what makes everything work, which puts the gas in the car, is the investors. You're pulling all that together. How is it different from those different locations that I mentioned?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're when we first came out into producing the seed to table events, we realized very fast that North Carolina wasn't going to cover all the ground. And so we looked towards other industry to highlight the experts in each community. And so we went to Philly for the digital therapeutic side, and we go to Boston for life science. We look to DC for GovTech and aerospace. And so we're finding value in going to those ecosystems and, specializing in specific verticals because the investors are there. And so, just like Miami, we're opening up, it's going to be, crypto. And so it's a rich market, and it's elevating. Just because you're planted in North Carolina doesn't mean that the investors for what you've created is in North Carolina. You've got to go out and sometimes unground yourself from the pot that you're in to grow bigger than the environment you're around. And so reaching out and going to other communities and finding that capital elsewhere sometimes is the answer.
Yeah. And I know for life science in particular, I think North Carolina investors are a little unrealistic. I think they expect you to have a little bit more data, a little bit more proven science than what's really achievable. And they just tend to be slow with the checks. Yeah. And so what's interesting is you've got funds like Cape Fear Capital. So shout out to those three founders. They're doing amazing things. They're betting on this North Carolina ecosystem, specifically RTP. I think that's where a lot of it's centered. And I don't think they're going to not accept checks from out of state, right? And so while there's a lot of opportunity in North Carolina, I do feel like the investors need to step up. And by the way, if the last check you wrote was in 1985, you're not an active investor, and don't call yourself that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing it everywhere we go. We're trying to amplify kind of the voice of the entrepreneurs, and in each ecosystem we have, the biggest problem that, it's not just here in North Carolina. You go to every ecosystem, they're complaining about capital and how to get to it. And so it's about formulating and understanding the market and then coming together with a plan of how do you get to that capital. And so I think it's less about, once again, being a subject to your environment and more about understanding how you can go elsewhere. Sometimes it's not always going to be in your backyard. And so you've got to venture out sometimes to find exactly what your company's looking for.
Yeah. And Caleb, you get an opportunity to meet with the CEOs directly in a very intimate kind of setting where they're vulnerable. They're telling you what their challenges are and how they need to raise capital, how much capital they need to raise. And I'm sure over the years you've been able to give these founders and CEOs advice. What's the most common piece of advice you're giving out to these people over the last couple of years?
Yeah, you have to be able to form and move with the essential, who is your current client? What are they saying back to you? Are you moldable to, are you able to be reshaped in the environment of the vertical that you're going into? Everybody goes into starting their...
Could you give us an example?
Yeah, I mean, seed to table directly.
So this is like you following your own advice.
This is us following our own advice. Like it happened right off the bat where, we started these sit down dinners, and it kind of shifted here recently. We listened to, our clients. They reach out to us and they talk about what would make their experience at Seed to Table better. And it went from, doing a sit down dinner to now doing heavy hors d'oeuvres afterwards. And so we're constantly, networking in that end piece. We're still, we have the setup of dinner. And so it's still there and present, but I had to, you have to swallow that ego and leave it at the door and say, yes, this is my brainchild. Yes, this is my baby, but I have to be able to be moldable to the environment and listen to my clients. And so that's a hard thing as an entrepreneur to do, to sometimes swallow your pride and say, you know what, this isn't the best way to do it.
Yeah. And I, Kymanox and myself have been along the journey. And so I remember one of the earlier Seed to Table events. I'm like, man, these linen napkins, how much are we paying? How much are we paying for this? And Kymanox was one of the sponsors. And my lovely bride of 25 years, Sarah Perry, was joining. And it was great because right at my side was my wife. And, salads came out, appetizers came out, soup came out. Caleb is a former culinary person. That's a whole other podcast.
Yeah.
The entrees come out, the dessert comes out. But you're stuck with whoever you're next to. And so I love that format change.
Yes.
While that first one was great, I think I got a date night credit.
Yeah.
Sarah, did I get a date night credit? But I love the change in format. And I do think people were questioning, like, well, wait a minute, I thought Seed to Table was a fine dining sit down experience. And you just pivoted and never looked back.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The other example I think is panels. Could you talk about panels?
Yeah, we found an opportunity where if you can get behind the entrepreneurs that just pitched up on stage and bring industry experts onto stage and talk about who was just on stage and say, just giving validation to those people. We had an ex-CTO up on stage from eBay that gave validation to a product that was just pitched, and that is forever valuable to them. And so it's one of those things where the first panel we ever produced, we were like, wow, the impact, the validation that, and shout out to Tom Fisher, giving him, out on stage, him giving that validation was massive. And it was meaningful that entrepreneur came back to me and they were like, I can't believe that just happened. And so, yeah, it was powerful. And so we knew we had to do panels from then on out.
Just want to be sensitive. There's two dudes talking. We're talking about capital. We're talking about life science. It tends to still be a male-dominated space. Tell me about some of the female leaders in your organization and some of the things that you do for female founders that might be a little bit different, or maybe people just don't know about.
Yeah. I mean, Seed to Table doesn't just walk the walk, they talk the talk. And so we come, forward facing. Our executive team is 50-50 female to male, and we live it not just through that attribute. We've did an all female founders event, and it was meaningful to us because I got up on stage and I kind of talked about our greatest mentor. And so I gave the qualities and the attribute of my mentor, and you would strongly think that it was going to be a male, and it's not. It's a female. And so here at Seed to Table, it's very meaningful to us to support our female founders out there. And we put female founders first at every Seed to Table event. And we do that by every opening pitch to a Seed to Table event is a female founder. And so that is so important to us. And that's the best way that we can put female founders first. And so,
yeah, and I was at that DC event where it was all female founders, and it really wasn't advertised, but it was like, wow, wait a minute. And you kind of went through. And one of the things I noticed was the quality. So you were able to find female founders that met a very, very high standard. Yes. And got investors excited, got the ecosystem catalysts all kind of rallying behind the cause. All right. So what's some of the advice that you feel like is the hardest for these founders to follow, where it's repetitive and you're repeatedly disappointed that they're not following that advice?
I really think, moving in, seeing founders go out there and look for capital. I think as they open up, the moat is one of those things that's so broad and so massive, and entrepreneurs tend to bring up, oh wait, there's more moments. And so I steal that from you is because in a commercial, oh wait, there's more. It's one of those moments you should probably save that for due diligence. You should probably save that for future conversations. You really don't want to bring that front and center. Think of it like dating. You don't want to bring too much baggage on the first date. If it comes out on the 9th and 10th, 11th date,
you're allowed a personal item, no carry-on, no luggage, no check baggage.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think it just you've got to have focus, and so these investors are looking for entrepreneurs they're looking for a jockey that's focused on the mission. And when you've got a tip of the spear, and yes, you may have a massive moat and things that are going for you in the future, I would leave those in the background. They're white noise. And so you've really got to forward focused on the mission, and you've got to drive across the value. And so
so I think what's interesting in life science, you have these companies that are called platform companies. It may be a platform for formulation. It may be a platform for a dose delivery system. It may be a platform for some digital therapeutic. And they are selling the platform. And they're like, my goodness, our total addressable market is this big. And it's just billions and billions and billions of dollars. And it's like, okay, where are you going to start? So one of the things that I found, and I think we agree on, is you got to have focus. So if you're a platform company, tell me about the first product that you're going to launch in your platform. And then you have a validated platform because you have a successful launch in your platform. And now, but wait, there's more. We own the whole platform and we can do so much more. And I do think people kind of get carried away. They show off too much too early. And I feel like as an investor, so I'm also an investor and an LP, I get nervous. And I'm sure you're seeing some of the same things.
Yeah. I mean, you want to know where your money's going. And so when you've got 8 different things on the table, those are, we were just talking about this, on our last call. You look at a $3 million deal, it looks like 40 million when you bring the moat into the room. And so you take a smaller investment, and for an investor, it looks very large. And so he's thinking, this guy's asking 3 million. Where's that going to be divided between this $40 million moat? And so it's a struggle.
Yeah. What about the long game that's involved with the work? I feel like there's so much excitement and energy in the room at a seat to table event. It seems like everything's imminent, but then you and I know we've been doing this together now for a little bit of time. It takes some time. I think in the bathroom we were prepping, and you mentioned like 50 meetings, right? As like a threshold for having success.
Yeah.
So could you talk a little bit about that psychology and the role patience plays for these founder CEOs?
Absolutely. I think when you're out there and you're looking for capital, and you've got to motivate yourself. And so one of the things that I did motivating myself when we went to go raise capital is that the average amount of meetings in pre-seed to seed to find your first check is 50 meetings. And so if you're tuning in and you're listening and you've been looking for capital and you've had 5 meetings and you've had 10 meetings, just know, motivate yourself. You're 40 meetings away from that check. And so if you come at it from that angle, instead of looking, oh my goodness, I've got all these things to do, so many meetings to make. But if you set it as a goal, you get down the list, you're like, I'm 20 away. I'm 20 meetings away till it happens.
Yeah. Can I change the vernacular there? I'm 20 no's away.
Yeah.
So can you talk about the no's
yes.
and the maybes and the yeses?
Absolutely. The second best answer is a quick no. And so I think one of the things that I despise most and kind of the investment ecosystem is the maybes. And so I think you've got to be aggressive. When you hear the maybes or let's keep talking kind of answers after that first meeting, you've really got to pressure and put the pressure on for a yes or no, because you want to clear your headspace. And so a no equals moving on to new opportunities. And so it's relieving, it's refreshing. And a no is good in my book if it's quick.
All right. What advice do you hand out that you think is the most warmly received, and that is the most universal?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think warm advice is that when you're going out there into different communities and you're looking for value to be pulled into your business and to your corporation, you've really got to pull. A lot of people are looking for capital when they go out to raise. And the thing that I think is valuable insight is that a partner, a friend in an ecosystem can help take you further than an investment sometimes. And we see all these entrepreneurs reaching for just capital, and they go to these events and these conferences and they're reaching for capital at those conferences. If you would reach for a partner, if you would reach for a client, you de-risk that investment. And so it really helps move the needle. And so you've reaching and finding an investor at that opportunity is at a conference is low. You're usually meeting somebody for years to come. Investors will follow you. and they may wait a year before they engage, before they see you, and they're going to follow you, and they're going to study you, and they're going to understand the ins and outs of who you are as a founder. And so in the meantime, do everything you can with every opportunity. Don't look at somebody that comes up to you from, one of my best partners right now is Georgetown. I mean, they absolutely changed the dynamic in the way that we move in the DC market. And so it has been life-changing for us. And so you don't look at at a partner, we didn't when we first started, as like an impact maker. And it absolutely, Jeff Reed changed the way that we move in DC, and it's been powerful.
Yeah, that's great. I think too, if you think about that whole journey that you're on, you need to kind of navigate expectations. So I think when people go in with really high expectations that I'm going to walk away with all these checks and my round's going to be closed right after Caleb serves dessert, I think it's the wrong expectation. I think if you're managing to happiness in your life, the key is to aim high for your ambition, but keep your expectations low. And some of the coaching I've been giving out to the people that are seeking my advice is keep those expectations low, and let me even lower the bar further. Rather than looking for a partner, look for networking. And then instead of like bragging about how many business cards or how many LinkedIn, QR codes you were able to scan that evening, go for quality instead of quantity. And I think if you make that kind of the expectation, then you're pleasantly surprised. And what people don't realize is over the long game, which can be, I've seen some investors watch companies for 2 or 3 years before they get in, which costs that investor a lot of money, but then they invest with confidence. You're playing this real long game that has this compounded interest that pays off like a good Warren Buffett investment.
Yes.
So would you agree with that approach?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Find the right people to surround yourself with. And so, I mean, our friendship and relationship with Comminox through sponsorship has been one of the most rewarding experiences as well. And so being able to help and being able to stand side by side, our sponsorship was never you leading the charge. And so going through that, our first few meetings, like you were always side by side with me. And like, I totally appreciate that. It's one of those things where you usually get a sponsor or you get somebody and they're trying to lead the charge or follow, show you the direction of what they need. And you've been like side by side, like we're in this together. And that's been, extremely powerful as well, is like moving that needle, having somebody that's going to stand beside you, not in front of you or behind you is next level.
Yeah. I think the other thing about our relationship, and I think this is how I've been behaving later in my career, is try not to make everything so transactional.
Yeah.
So I think you and I will do a lot of just exchanging help, and we're not like keeping score. So, if you're married, you're not supposed to keep score and like, I changed this number of diapers. I went to I got groceries this many times. I took out the trash this many times. If you're doing that at home right now, you probably go see a marriage counselor. That's not necessarily going to work out.
Yeah.
Same is, I think, with these partnerships. And a partnership is an advanced relationship. And I feel like if people can practice that, where yes, eventually there needs to be a duality, so that it's a two-way street and not just a one-way street. But if you don't make it transactional, by your nature, you're keeping the expectations low, and then you're allowing the most opportunity to happen. So I think around us, just over the last 2 years, a lot of great opportunity happened, and it wasn't like you and I counting everything, right? And I think that's another important thing. All right, what's next for Seed to Table? You guys are kind of in a growth stage.
Yeah.
I know you're expanding geographically. What's kind of next for you right now?
Yeah, I think LA is a big market for us. We're heading into LA this year, October, and so it's happening. And we're heading into Atlanta, September 25th. And so get ready, Atlanta. We're coming your way. We, also breaking ground in Miami in November. And so these are big steps for us, new markets, new relationships. And I mean, we could not be more excited. So,
and what sponsor helped you think the most for all these geographical reach?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely Comminox. And so
no. So I think there's somebody that's helping you get on an airplane.
Oh, Delta. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, to get to the places. Yeah. Delta is definitely helped us more than anything. And so their sponsorship has meant the world to us. And so Nicole, if you're watching, thank you so much. And so she is absolutely carefree. It's the best experience in the world. She's got her team set up for us, and so I send her where we need to go, and she makes sure we go there. And so next week, as an example, we have meetings and out in Vegas, and so we're breaking ground on the West Coast, and so she makes it seamless.
Yeah, and what's so interesting, I think I got introduced to Delta through First Flight Venture Center, which Comminox also is a sponsor. And I never thought of like Delta participating in this like entrepreneurial ecosystem, but my understanding and impression of Delta has completely transformed over the last year. And then trust me, it feels so good. We go to a seat at table event and there's the Delta logo, and right next to it's the Comminox logo. And they're about the same size, and not that I'm looking, Caleb. And everyone recognizes Delta, and it's a premium brand, and it's anyone who's doing business has to get on an airplane at some point. You can't just phone in the deals. It doesn't work that way.
They're backing their entrepreneurs. They're backing the startup ecosystem, and it's powerful. And
and think about it. Their whole business model is people want to interact person to person, face to face. And that's your whole premise is like, hey, we're going to bring all the right people in the room.
Correct.
One of your amazing talents, and I think I've never seen anyone like this, is not just curating the menu. So I know you have your hand in selecting the drinks and the appetizers and the different hors d'oeuvres, the heavy hors d'oeuvres, but you curate the room. And if you don't think there's demand for seat to table events, often 100 or 200 or even up to 300 people are refused entry to the event. So like they put their name on the RSVP list, they're evaluated, they don't even make it. Talk about a little bit for the audience how to curate a room.
Yeah, I think you have to be intentional. A lot of people that throw events, they get very scared near that month mark where they have this expectation of a set amount. And so when you start setting guidelines for yourself, I know I speak from experience because I've had these fears. And so you get to that 1 month mark from your event, and you're promoting and pushing for 150 guests, and you've got 60, and you're like, oh man, maybe this person will work in the room. Maybe this person will work. I think the most important piece to all that is something that you talked about briefly is quality. And so as we push forward to these bigger and greater events, yes, we get more powerful people in the room, but we're also if we had a room of 90, just as an example, if we had a room of 90 people, if we added another 60 just from the list because we wanted to look successful through, quantity, that 90 would then be distracted by that 60 in the room. And so a lot of people forget that there's a lot of distractions out there. And so when you get 90 of the right people in the room, every interaction is meaningful, and every interaction moves the needle for that startup company. And so I think when you're pushing for, a private event like we do, you have to be very diligent on like holding up the standard and holding it high, and not pivoting it because you're scared about the number that's going to be in the room.
Yeah. I mean, so I want to send your business card to all these conference coordinators in life science, where I show up at the conference and it's just a bunch of service providers selling to each other, and we're not buyers, right? And so it's the drug companies, it's the med tech companies, it's the biologics companies that are advancing modern medicine, and those are the people we want to serve, but no one's curating it. So you just end up having a really awful experience, and everyone you run into is the person you don't want to run into.
Correct.
And so I just think having that humility to not go for the ego number and like, hey, I want to have 200 people at my event. It's like having a curated 90 is so impactful. And what's interesting is I get an opportunity to catch people right at the end of the event, and how many people unsolicited just say, oh my gosh, that was a transformative experience. This is nothing like what I expected. And that was the most effective use of my time. And so I think you've really done something special there, Caleb. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you.
Okay. The other thing you should be proud of yourself, I had the honor of getting to know your wife.
Yeah.
And I know she's in the business.
She is.
A little story about Comminox is Sarah Perry, my wife. She helped co-found the business. she basically had every job at Kymanox that didn't involve, science and engineering and program management, but she basically held every other position. She financially helped the business. She was my psychological coach. And really Kymanox wouldn't be the company it is today without her. Explain to you, and I don't think necessarily she got all the credit as a co-founder. How does your wife play a role in Seed to Table?
Oh my gosh. So my wife is the coach. I'm the quarterback. So I get to go out there and make the plays. And so she helps make sure that everything off the field is kind of where it needs to be and in place. And so she's setting me up for success around every corner. She's seeing and analyzing the ecosystems that we're going into. And she chooses not only our event locations now, she also helps curate the room. And so she's been a massive impact to our success. And so having somebody that I can lean on and know that's, going to be there for me at all times, and it being my wife is just, it's icing on the cake.
Yeah, I think so. Partners, and if you're a female founder, I'm sure the husband's also playing a big role. All right, so Caleb, we're going to wrap this up. Yeah. I want to end on this. You're raising capital. Yeah. I hear a rumor that you may have been successful.
Yes.
But in this process, what's one thing that you learned that you want to share with our audience?
Yeah, I think when you're going out there looking for capital, be more intentional. When you're looking at the investors that you're going to meet, be intentional by getting to know their investment thesis, understanding who they are as individuals, learn that they, possibly are into sports, maybe into football, maybe they're a fan of the Irish. And so those are the kind of things that you have to do. You have to take it a step further in that relationship. If they hear 100 pitches a day. And so if you're not being intentional and meaningful and learning about the investor that you're going to meet, who's going to impact your business 10x, you shouldn't be having that meeting. And
I love it. I love being intentional. I set every meeting. I decide what's my intention for this meeting. My intention right now is to close the Orange Tea podcast. And I can't wait, Caleb, to have you on again.
Thank you.
And follow you and follow all the success. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, I'm James, owner, founder, CEO of Kamana Brewing Company.
I'm Sean. I'm the head brewer. Just one title. Yeah. But why don't you come with me and you'll see what we're brewing. So right now we are brewing our Hops for Hope charity beer. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what it is or keep it top secret, but it might prick ya. It's a cactus and hibiscus infused white ale.
The hibiscus is going to add that tone where the prickly pear will get fermented out more than likely, so it's going to leave an undertone of a pinkish hue, but the hibiscus is really what's going to make it shine. There's a slight sweetness to the prickly pear, but it still is a tart. It's not a vegetable. What the hell? It's a cactus. You're still going to get a slight tartness from it, and that's basically why the white ale works very well with this. It's going to be light and vibrant. The tartness, natural tartness of the prickly pear and the hibiscus, they're going to complement each other. And so the color profile that you're going to get from that is should be absolutely beautiful.
Your friends at RDU want you to have the best travel day. So take note next time you head to the airport. You can save on parking and guarantee a spot, but remember to book 24 hours before you arrive. Also, did you know you can order food ahead? And most importantly, have a great trip. Heading in, heading out, or picking up. Find friendly reminders from the airport that loves you back at rdu.com.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
My favorite part of being at the Boys and Girls Club is getting to meet new people, getting to try new activities, also discovering passions here.
Being at the club makes me feel happy, safe, and heard.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Heard, Chef!
The Boys and Girls Club has really improved my confidence in general to just keep on pushing forward.
It raised me to be the person I am today through and through.
Hear that? That's because we heard you. New dining options arriving at RDU.
Her Chef.
Y'all, that is the end of the podcast marathon in the Walk West Content Studio. 11 podcast episodes from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We did it. Thank you for joining us. Erica, how do you feel?
Oh my God, I wish I had confetti. I would just explode it right here. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for listening, for watching this. I want to thank our sponsors, NCFC, Boys and Girls Club of Wake County, RDU Airport. Make sure you go to go.walkwest.com/marathon for all the giveaways that we talked about. And most importantly, I want to thank the crew behind the scenes that made it all happen. Taylor, Carson, Javier, Kaylee, Stephanie on the pictures, Tom, Andrew, Greg, all the people. I'm sure Lily, don't want to forget Lily. She'll let me know about that. But thank you everybody for being involved in this project.
Yes, and I want to say also too, support all these podcasts who've been on the show. Go out there, rate, review, subscribe, drop them a 5-star review, because those reviews are so key for small businesses to get their podcast amplified and get their names out there. So absolutely, if you heard something that you liked, go thank them by giving them a 5-star review.
All right. And that's the end, y'all. Thank you again for viewing. And we look forward to seeing you again soon on all the Walk West content.
Yes. Have a great one.
Her